Barbara jumps up and gives him a hug, where once she would have dapped him knuckles to knuckles and called it good.
"Hi, Bill. It's great to see you."
How adult she sounds, and how tall she's grown. Can she be 14 yet? Is it possible? Good to see you too, Barbs. How's Jerome? Is he going to be home this summer? Jerome is a Harvard man these days, and his alter ego, the jive-talking Tyrone feel-good delight, seems to have been retired. Back when Jerome was in high school and doing chores for Hodges, Tyrone used to be a regular visitor. Hodges doesn't miss him much. Tyrone was always sort of a juvenile persona, but he misses Jerome. Barbara wrinkles her nose.
Came back for a week and now he's gone again. He's taking his girlfriend, she's from Pennsylvania somewhere, to a cotillion. Does that sound racist to you? It does to me.
Hodges is not going there. Introduce me to your friend, why don't you?
This is Tina. She used to live on Hanover Street, just around the block from us. She wants to go to Chapel Ridge with me next year. Tina, this is Bill Hodges. He can help you.
Hodges gives a little bow in order to hold out his hand to the white girl still sitting on the couch. She cringes back at first, then shakes it timidly. As she lets go, she begins to cry.
"I shouldn't have come. Pete is going to be so mad at me."
Ah, shit, Hodges thinks. He grabs a handful of tissues from the box on the desk, but before he can give them to Tina, Barbara takes them and wipes the girl's eyes. Then she sits down on the couch again and hugs her.
"Tina," Barbara says, and rather sternly, "you came to me and said you wanted help. This is help."
Hodges is amazed at how much she sounds like her mother.
"All you have to do is tell him what you told me."
Barbara turns her attention on Hodges.
"And you can't tell my folks, Bill. Neither can Holly. If you tell my dad, he'll tell Tina's dad. Then her brother really will be in trouble."
Let's put that aside for now. Hodges works his swivel chair out from behind the desk. It's a tight fit, but he manages. He doesn't want a desk between himself and Barbara's frightened friend. He'd look too much like a school principal. He sits down, clasps his hands between his knees, and gives Tina a smile. Let's start with your full name.
"Tina Annette Saubers."
Saubers. That tinkles a faint bell. Some old case? Maybe. What's troubling you, Tina?
"My brother stole some money."
Whispering it. Eyes welling again.
"Maybe a lot of money, and he can't give it back because it's gone. I told Barbara because I knew her brother helped stop the crazy guy who hurt our dad when the crazy guy tried to blow up a concert at the Mac. I thought maybe Jerome could help me because he got a special medal for bravery and all. He was on TV.
Yes, Hodges says. Holly should have been on TV, too. She was just as brave, and they sure wanted her. But during that phase of her life, Holly Gibney would have swallowed drain cleaner rather than step in front of television cameras and answer questions.
Only Barb said Jerome was in Pennsylvania and I should talk to you instead because you used to be a policeman.
She looks at him with huge, welling eyes. Saubers, Hodges muses. Yeah, okay. He can't remember the man's first name, but the last one is hard to forget, and he knows why that little bell tinkled. Saubers was one of those badly hurt at City Center when Hartsfield plowed into the job fair hopefuls.
At first I was going to talk to you on my own, Barbara adds. That's what me and Tina agreed on. Kind of, feel you out and see if you'd be willing to help. But then Teens came to my school today and she was all upset. "Because he's worse now," Tina bursts out. "I don't know what happened, but since he grew that stupid mustache, he's worse. He talks in his sleep. I hear him. And he's losing weight, and he's got pimples again, which in health class the teacher says can be from stress, and I think sometimes he cries."
She looks amazed at this, as if she can't quite get her head around the idea of her big brother crying.
"What if he kills himself? That's what I'm really scared of, because teen suicide is a big problem."
More fun facts from health class, Hodges thinks. Not that it isn't true.
"She's not making it up," Barbara says. "It's an amazing story."
"Then let's hear it," Hodges says. "From the beginning." Tina takes a deep breath and begins. 20. If asked, Hodges would have said he doubted that a 13-year-old's tale of woe could surprise, let alone amaze him, but he's amazed, all right. Fucking astounded. And he believes every word. It's too crazy to be a fantasy. By the time Tina is finished, she's calmed down considerably. Hodges has seen this before. Confession may or may not be good for the soul, but it's undoubtedly soothing to the nerves. He opens the door to the outer office and sees Holly sitting at her desk playing computer solitaire. Beside her is a bag filled with enough energy bars to feed the four of them during a zombie siege. "Come in here, Halls," he says. "I need you, and bring those." Holly steps in tentatively, checks Tina Saubers out, and seems relieved by what she sees. Each of the girls takes an energy bar, which seems to relieve her even more. Hodges takes one himself. The salad he had for lunch seems to have gone down the hatch a month ago, and the veggie burger hasn't really stuck to his ribs either. Sometimes he still dreams of going to Mickey D's and ordering everything on the menu. "This is good," Barbara says, munching. "I got raspberry. What'd you get, teens?" "Lemon," she says. "It is good. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Thank you, Miss Holly." "Barb," Holly says, "where does your mom think you are now?" "Movies," Barbara says. "Frozen again, the sing-along version. It plays every afternoon at Cinema 7. It's been there like forever." She rolls her eyes at Tina, who rolls hers in complicity. "Mom said we could take the bus home, but we have to be back by 6 at the very latest. Tina's staying over." That gives us a little time, Hodges thinks. "Tina, I want you to tell it all again so Holly can hear. She's my assistant and she's smart. Plus, she can keep a secret." Tina goes through it again, and in more detail now that she's calmer. Holly listens closely, her Asperger's-like tics mostly disappearing as they always do when she's fully engaged. All that remains are her restlessly moving fingers tapping her thighs as if she's working at an invisible keyboard. When Tina has come to the end, Holly asks, "The money started coming in February of 2010. "February or March," Tina says. "I remember because our folks were fighting a lot then. Daddy lost his job, see, and his legs were all hurt. And Mom used to yell at him about smoking, how much his cigarettes cost. I hate yelling," Holly says matter-of-factly. "It makes me sick in my stomach." Tina gives her a grateful look. "The conversation about the doubloons," Hodges puts in, "was that before or after the money train started to roll?" "Before, but not long before," she gives the answer with no hesitation. "And it was 500 every month," Holly says. "Sometimes the time was a little shorter than that, like 3 weeks, and sometimes it was a little longer. When it was more than a month, my folks would think it was over. Once, I think it was like 6 weeks, and I remember Daddy saying to Mom, 'Well, it was good while it lasted.'" "When was that?" Holly's leaning forward, eyes bright, fingers no longer tapping. Hodges loves it when she's like this. Tina frowns. "Around my birthday, for sure. When I was 12. Pete wasn't there for my party. It was spring vacation, and his friend Rory invited him to go to Disney World with their family. That was a bad birthday, because I was so jealous he got to go and I—" She stops, looking first at Barbara, then at Hodges, finally at Holly, upon whom she seems to have imprinted as Mama Duck. "That's why it was late that time, isn't it? Because he was in Florida." Holly glances at Hodges with just the slightest smile edging her lips, then returns her attention to Tina. "Probably. Always 20s and 50s? "Yes, I saw it lots of times." "And it ran out when?" "Last September, around the time school started. There was a note that time. It said something like, 'This is the last of it. I'm sorry there isn't more.'" "And how long after that? Was it when you told your brother you thought he was the one sending the money?" "Not very long, and he never exactly admitted it, but I know it was him. And maybe this is all my fault, because I kept talking to him about Chapel Ridge. And he said he wished the money wasn't all gone so I could go, and maybe he did something stupid, and now he's sorry, and it's too late." She starts crying again. Barbara enfolds her and makes comforting sounds. Holly's finger-tapping resumes, but she shows no other signs of distress. She's lost in her thoughts. Hodges can almost see the wheels turning. He has his own questions, but for the time being he's more than willing to let Holly take the lead. When Tina's weeping is down to sniffles, Holly says,
"You said you came in one night, and he had a notebook he acted guilty about. He put it under his pillow." "That's right." "Was that near the end of the money?" "I think so, yeah." "Was it one of his school notebooks?" "No, it was black and looked expensive. Also, it had an elastic strap that went around the outside." "Jerome has notebooks like that," Barbara said. "They're made of moleskin. May I have another energy bar?"
"Knock yourself out," Hodges tells her. He grabs a pad from his desk and jots moleskin. Then returning his attention to Tina, "Could it have been an accounts book?" Tina frowns in the act of peeling the wrapper from her own energy bar.
"I don't get you."
"It's possible he was keeping a record of how much he'd paid out and how much was left."
"Maybe, but it looked more like a fancy diary."
Holly is looking at Hodges. He tips her a nod. "Continue."
"This is all good, Tina. You're a terrific witness. Don't you think so, Bill?"
He nods.
"So, okay. When did he grow his mustache?" "Last month, or maybe it was the end of April. Mom and Daddy both told him it was silly. Daddy said he looked like a drugstore cowboy, whatever that is, but he wouldn't shave it off. I thought it was just something he was going through." She turns to Barbara. "You know, like when we were little, and you tried to cut your hair yourself to look like Hannah Montana's?"
Barbara grimaces. "Please don't talk about that." And to Hodges, "My mother hit the roof."
"And since then, he's been upset," Holly says. "Since the mustache." "Not so much at first, although I could tell he was nervous even then. It's really only been the last couple of weeks that he's been scared. And now I'm scared. Really scared."
Hodges checks to see if Holly has more. She gives him a look that says, "Over to you." "Tina, I'm willing to look into this, but it has to begin with talking to your brother. You know that, right?"
"Yes,"
she whispers. She carefully places her second energy bar with only one bite gone on the arm of the sofa.
"Oh my God, he'll be so mad at me." "You might be surprised," Holly says. "He might be relieved that someone finally forced the issue."
Holly, Hodges knows, is the voice of experience in this regard.
"Do you think so?" Tina asks. Her voice is small. "Yes," Holly gives a brisk nod. "Okay, but you can't this weekend. He's going up to Riverbend Resort. It's a thing for class officers, and he got elected vice president next year. If he's still in school next year, that is."
Tina puts the palm of her hand to her forehead in a gesture of distress so adult that it fills Hodges with pity.
"If he isn't in jail next year for robbery."
Holly looks as distressed as Hodges feels, but she's not a toucher, and Barbara is too horrified by this idea to be motherly. It's up to him. He reaches over and takes Tina's small hands in his big ones. "I don't think that's going to happen, but I do think Pete might need some help. When does he get back to the city?"
Sunday night."
"Suppose I were to meet him after school on Monday. Would that work?"
"I guess so."
Tina looks utterly drained.
"He mostly rides the bus, but you could probably catch him when he leaves."
"Are you going to be all right this weekend, Tina?"
"I'll make sure she is," Barbara says, and plants a smack
on her friend's cheek.
Tina responds with a wan smile.
"What's next for you two?" Hodges asks. "It's probably too late for the movie."
"We'll go to my house," Barbara decides. "Tell my mom we decided to skip it. That's not exactly lying, is it?"
"No," Hodges agrees. "Do you have enough for another taxi?"
"I can drive you if you don't," Holly offers.
"We'll take the bus," Barbara says.
"We both have passes. We only took a taxi here because we were in a hurry, weren't we, Tina?" "Yes." She looks at Hodges, then back to Holly. "I'm so worried about him, but you can't tell our folks, at least not yet. Do you promise?"
Hodges promises for both of them. He can't see the harm in it if the boy is going to be out of the city over the weekend with a bunch of his classmates. He asks Holly if she'll go down with the girls and make sure they get on to the West Side bus okay. She agrees and makes them take the leftover energy bars. There are at least a dozen. 21. When Holly comes back, she's got her iPad.
"Mission accomplished. They're off to Teaberry Lane on the number 4.
How did the Salbers girl seem?
Much better. She and Barbara were practicing some dance step they learned on TV while we waited for the bus. They tried to get me to do it with them.
And did you?
No, homegirl don't dance.
She doesn't smile when she says this, but she still might be joking. He knows she sometimes does these days, but it's always hard to tell. Much of Holly Gibney is still a mystery to Hodges, and he guesses that will always be the case. Will Barb's mom get the story out of them, do you think? She's pretty perceptive, and a weekend can be a long time when you're sitting on a big secret.
Maybe, but I don't think so, Holly says. Tina was a lot more relaxed when she got it off her chest.
Hodges smiles. If she was dancing at the bus stop, I guess she was. So what do you think, Holly?
About which part?
Let's start with the money. She taps at her iPad, brushing absently at her hair to keep it out of her eyes.
It started coming in February of 2010 and stopped in September of last year. That's 44 months. If the brother,
Pete,
if Pete sent his parents $500 a month over that period, that comes to $22,000, give or take. Not exactly a fortune, but
a mighty lot for a kid, Hodges finishes, especially if he started sending it when he was Tina's age. They look at each other. That she will sometimes meet his gaze like this is, in a way, the most extraordinary part of her change from the terrified woman she was when he first met her. After a silence of perhaps 5 seconds, they speak at the same time. So how did... You first, Hodges says, laughing. Without looking at him, it's a thing she can only do in short bursts, even when she's absorbed by some problem, Holly says,
that conversation he had with Tina about buried treasure, gold and jewels and doubloons, I think that's important. I don't think he stole that money. I think he found it.
Must have. Very few 13-year-olds pull bank jobs no matter how desperate they are. But where does a kid stumble across that kind of loot?
I don't know. I can craft a computer search with a timeline and get a dump of cash robberies, I suppose. We can be pretty sure it happened before 2010 if he found the money in February of that year. $22,000 is a large enough haul to have been reported in the papers. But what's the search protocol? What are the parameters? How far back should I go? 5 years? 10? I bet an info dump going back to just 05 would be pretty big because I'd need to search the whole tri-state area. Don't you think so?
You'd only get a partial catch even if you searched the whole Midwest. Hodges is thinking of Oliver Madden, who probably conned hundreds of people and dozens of organizations during the course of his career. He was an expert when it came to creating false bank accounts, but Hodges is betting that Ollie didn't put much trust in banks when it came to his own money. No, he would have wanted a cushy cash reserve.
Why only partial?
You're thinking about banks, check cashing joints, fast credit outfits, maybe the dog track or the concession take from a Groundhogs game. But it might not have been public money. The thief or thieves could have knocked over a high-stakes poker game or ripped off a meth dealer over on Edgemont Avenue in Hillbilly Heaven. For all we know, the cash could have come from a home invasion in Atlanta or San Diego or any place in between. Cash from that kind of theft might not even have been reported.
Especially if it was never reported to Internal Revenue in the first place, Holly says. Right. So where does that leave us?
Needing to talk to Peter Salbers, and frankly, I can't wait. I thought I'd seen it all, but I've never seen anything like this.
You could talk to him tonight. He's not going on his class trip until tomorrow. I took Tina's phone number. I could call her and get her brother's.
No, let's let him have his weekend. Hell, he's probably left already. Maybe it will calm him down, give him time to think. And let Tina have hers. Monday afternoon will be soon enough.
What about the black notebook she saw? The moleskin. Any ideas about that?
Probably has nothing at all to do with the money. Could be his 50 Shades of Fun fantasy journal about the girl who sits behind him in homeroom. Holly makes a humph sound to show what she thinks of that and begins to pace.
You know what bugs me? The lag.
The lag?
The money stopped coming last September along with a note that said he's sorry there isn't more. But as far as we know, Peter didn't start getting weird until April or May of this year. For 7 months he's fine, then he grows a mustache and starts exhibiting symptoms of anxiety. What happened? Any ideas on that?
One possibility stands out. He decided he wanted more money, maybe so his sister could go to Barbara's school. He thought he knew a way to get it, but something went wrong.
Yes, that's what I think too.
She crosses her arms over her breasts and cups her elbows, a self-comforting gesture Hodges has seen often.
I wish Tina had seen what was in that notebook, though. The moleskin notebook.
Is that a hunch, or are you following some chain of logic I don't see?
I'd like to know why he was so anxious for her not to see it, that's all.
Having successfully evaded Hodges' question, she heads for the door.
I'm going to build a computer search on robberies between 2001 and 2009. I know it's a long shot, but it's a place to start. What are you going to do?
Go home. Think this over. Tomorrow I'm repoing cars and looking for a bail jumper named Dijon Frazier, who is almost certainly staying with his stepmom or ex-wife. Also, I'll watch the Indians and possibly go to a movie. Holly lights up.
Can I go to the movies with you?
If you like.
Can I pick?
Only if you promise not to drag me to some idiotic romantic comedy with Jennifer Aniston.
Jennifer Aniston is a very fine actress and a badly underrated comedienne. Did you know she was in the original Leprechaun movie back in 1993?
Holly, you're a font of information, but you're dodging the issue here. Promise me no rom-com or I go on my own.
I'm sure we can find something mutually agreeable,
Holly says, not quite meeting his eyes.
Will Tina's brother be all right? You don't think he'd really try to kill himself, do you?
Not based on his actions. He put himself way out on a limb for his family. Guys like that, ones with empathy, usually aren't suicidal. Holly, did it seem strange to you that the little girl figured out Peter was behind the money and their parents don't seem to have a clue? The light in Holly's eyes goes out, and for a moment she looks very much like the Holly of old, the one who spent most of her adolescence in her room, the kind of neurotic isolate the Japanese call hikikomori.
Parents can be very stupid,
she says, and goes out. Well, Hodges thinks, yours certainly were. I think we can agree on that. He goes to the window, clasps his hands behind his back, and stares out at Lower Marlborough, where the afternoon rush hour traffic is building. He wonders if Holly has considered the second plausible source of the boy's anxiety, that the mokes who hid the money have come back and found it gone, and have somehow found out who took it.
22. Statewide motorcycle and small engine repair isn't statewide or even citywide. It's a ramshackle zoning mistake made of rusty corrugated metal on the south side, a stone's throw from the minor league stadium where the Groundhogs play. Out front there's a line of cycles for sale under plastic pennants fluttering lackadaisically from a sagging length of cable. Most of the bikes look pretty sketchy to Morris. A fat guy in a leather vest is sitting against the side of the building, swabbing road rash with a handful of Kleenex. He looks up at Morris and says nothing. Morris says nothing right back. He had to walk here from Edgemont Avenue, over a mile in the hot morning sun because the buses only come out this far when the Hogs are playing. He goes into the garage, and there's Charlie Roberson, sitting on a grease-smeared car seat in front of a half-disassembled Harley. He doesn't see Morris at first. He's holding the Harley's battery up and studying it. Morris, meanwhile, studies him. Roberson is still a muscular fireplug of a man, although he has to be over 70, bald on top with a graying fringe. He's wearing a cut-off tee, and Morris can read a fading prison tattoo on one of his biceps. White power forever. One of my success stories, Morris thinks, and smiles. Roberson was doing life in Waynesville for bludgeoning a rich old lady to death on Wyland Avenue in Branson Park. She supposedly woke up and caught him creeping her house. He also raped her, possibly before the bludgeoning, perhaps after, as she lay dying on the floor of her upstairs hall. The case was a slam dunk. Roberson had been seen in the area on several occasions leading up to the robbery. He had been photographed by the security camera outside the rich old lady's gate a day prior to the break-in. He had discussed the possibility of creeping that particular crib and robbing that particular lady with several of his low-life friends, all given ample reason to testify by the prosecution having legal woes of their own,
and he had a long record of robbery and assault. Jury said guilty, judge said life without parole. Roberson swapped motorcycle repair for stitching blue jeans and varnishing furniture. "I done plenty, but I didn't do that," he told Morris time and time again. "I woulda. I had the fucking security code, but someone else beat me to the punch. I know who it was, too, because there was only one guy I told those numbers to. He was one of the ones who fucking testified against me, and if I ever get out of here, that man is gonna die. Trust me." Morris neither believed nor disbelieved him. His first 2 years in the Ville had shown him that it was filled with men claiming to be as innocent as morning dew. But when Charlie asked him to write Barry's check, Morris was willing. It was what he did, his real job. Turned out the robber, bludgeoner, rapist had left semen in the old lady's underpants. The underpants were still in one of the city's cavernous evidence rooms, and the lawyer the Innocence Project sent out to investigate Charlie Roberson's case found them. DNA testing, unavailable at the time of Charlie's conviction, showed the jizz wasn't his. The lawyer hired an investigator to track down several of the prosecution's witnesses. One of them, dying of liver cancer, not only recanted his testimony but copped to the crime, perhaps in hopes that doing so would earn him a pass through the pearly gates. "Hey, Charlie," Morris says. "Guess who?" Roberson turns, squints, gets to his feet. "Maury? Is that Maury Bellamy?" "In the flesh." "Well, I'll be fucked." Probably not, Morris thinks, but when Roberson puts the battery down on the seat of the Harley and comes forward with his arms outstretched, Morris submits to the obligatory back-pounding bro hug, even gives it back to the best of his ability. The amount of muscle beneath Roberson's filthy T-shirt is mildly alarming. Roberson pulls back, showing his few remaining teeth in a grin. "Jesus Christ! Parole?" "Parole." "Old lady took her foot off your neck?" "She did." "God damn! That's great! Come on in the office and have a drink. I got bourbon." Morris shakes his head. "Thanks, but booze doesn't agree with my system. Also, the man might come around any time and ask me to drop a urine. I called in sick at work this morning. That's risky enough." "Who's your P.O.? "McFarlane." "Big buck nigger, isn't he?" "He's black, yes." He ain't the worst, but they watch you close to begin with, no doubt. Come on in the office anyway. I'll drink yours. Hey, did you hear Duck died?" Morris has indeed heard this. Got the news shortly before his parole came through. Duck Duckworth, his first protector, the one who stopped the rapes by Morris's cellie and his cellie's friends. Morris felt no special grief. People came, people went. Shit didn't mean shit. Roberson shakes his head as he takes a bottle from the top shelf of a metal cabinet filled with tools and spare parts. "It was some kind of brain thing. Well, you know what they say. In the midst of fucking life, we're in fucking death." He pours bourbon into a cup with a world's best hugger on the side and lifts it. "Here's to old Ducky." He drinks, smacks his lips, and raises the cup again. "And here's to you. Maury Bellamy out on the street again, rolling and trolling. What they got you doing? Some kind of paperwork would be my guess." Morris tells him about his job at the Mac and makes chit-chat while Roberson helps himself to another knock of bourbon. Morris doesn't envy Charlie his freedom to drink. He lost too many years of his life thanks to high-tension booze, but he feels Roberson will be more amenable to his request if he's a little high. When he judges the time is right, he says, "You told me to come to you if I ever got out and needed a favor." True. But I never thought you'd get out. Not with that Jesus jumper you nailed riding you like a motherfucking pony." Roberson chortles and pours himself a fresh shot. "I need you to loan me a car, Charlie. Short term, not even 12 hours. "When?" "Tonight. Well, this evening. Tonight's when I need it. I can return it later on." Roberson has stopped laughing. "That's a bigger risk than taking a drink, Maury." "Not for you. You're out, free and clear." "No, not for me. I just get a slap on the wrist. But driving without a license is a big parole violation. You might go back inside. Don't get me wrong. I'm willing to help you out. Just want to be sure you understand the stakes. I understand them. Roberson tops up his glass and sips it as he considers. Morris wouldn't want to be the owner of the bike Charlie is going to be putting back together once their little palaver is done. At last, Roberson says, "You be okay with a truck instead of a car? One I'm thinking of is a small panel job, and it's an automatic. Says Jones Flowers on the side, but you can hardly read it anymore. It's out back. I'll show it to you if you want." Morris wants, and one look makes him decide the little black panel truck is a gift from God, assuming it runs all right. Roberson assures him that it does, even though it's on its second trip around the clock. I shut up shop early on Fridays, around 3. I could put in some gas and leave the keys under the right front tire. That's perfect, Morris says. He can go into the Mac, tell his fat fuck of a boss that he had a stomach bug but it passed, work until 4 like a good little office drone, then come back out here. Listen, the Groundhogs play tonight, don't they? Yeah, they got the Dayton Dragons. Why? You hankering to take in a game? Because I could be up for that. Another time, maybe. What I'm thinking is I could return the truck around 10, park it in the same place, then take a stadium bus back into town. Same old Maury, Roberson says and taps his temple. His eyes have become noticeably bloodshot. You are one thinking cat. Remember to put the keys under the tire. The last thing Morris needs is for Roberson to get shit-faced on cheap bourbon and forget. I will. Owe you a lot, buddy. Owe you the motherfucking world. This sentiment necessitates another bro hug redolent of sweat, bourbon, and cheap aftershave. Roberson squeezes so tightly that Morris finds it hard to breathe, but at last he's released. He accompanies Charlie back into the garage, thinking that tonight, in 12 hours, maybe less, the Rothstein notebooks will once more be in his possession. With such an intoxicating prospect as that, who needs bourbon? You mind me asking why you're working here, Charlie? I thought you were going to get a boatload of cash from the state for false imprisonment. Aw, man, they threatened to bring up a bunch of old charges. Roberson resumes his seat in front of the Harley he's been working on. He picks up a wrench and taps it against the grease-smeared leg of his pants. Including a bad one in Missouri. Could have put me away down there for the rest of my life. 3 strikes rule or some shit. So we kind of worked out a trade. He regards Morris with his bloodshot eyes, and in spite of his meaty biceps, it's clear he never lost the prison workout habit. Morris can see he's really old, and will soon be unhealthy as well, if he isn't already. They fuck you in the end, buddy. Right up the ass. Rock the boat and they fuck you even harder. So you take what you can get. This is what I got, and it's enough for me. Shit don't mean shit, Morris says. Roberson bellows with laughter. What you always said, and it's the fucking truth. Just don't forget to leave the keys. I'll leave 'em. Roberson levels a grease-blackened finger at Morris. And don't get caught. Listen to your daddy. I won't get caught, Morris thinks. I've waited too long. One other thing. Roberson waits for it. I don't suppose I could get a gun. Morris sees the look on Charlie's face and adds hastily, not to use, just as insurance. Roberson shakes his head. No gun. I'd get a lot more than a slap on the wrist for that. I'd never say it came from you. The bloodshot eyes regard Morris shrewdly. Can I be honest? You're too jail-bit for guns. Probably shoot yourself in a nutsack. The truck, okay, I owe you that. But if you want a gun, find it somewhere else. 23. At 3 o'clock that Friday afternoon, Morris comes within a whisker of trashing $12 million worth of modern art. Well, no, not really.
but he does come close to erasing the records of that art, which include the provenance and the background info on a dozen rich Mac donors. He spent weeks creating a new search protocol that covers all of the Art Center's acquisitions since the beginning of the 21st century. That protocol is a work of art in itself, and this afternoon, instead of sliding the biggest of the subfiles into the master file, he has moused it into the trash along with a lot of other dreck he needs to get rid of. The Mac's lumbering, outdated computer system is overloaded with useless shit, including a ton of stuff that's no longer even in the building. Said ton got moved to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York back in '05. Morris is on the verge of emptying the trash to make room for more dreck. His finger is actually on the trigger when he realizes he's about to send a very valuable live file to data heaven. For a moment he's back in Waynesville, trying to hide contraband before a rumored cell inspection. Maybe nothing more dangerous than a snack pack of Keebler cookies, but enough to get him marked down if the screw is in a pissy mood. He looks at his finger, hovering less than 1/8 of an inch over that damn delete button, and pulls his hand back to his chest, where he can feel his heart thumping fast and hard. What in God's name was he thinking? His fat fuck of a boss chooses that moment to poke his head into Morris's closet-sized workspace. The cubicles where the other office drones spend their days are papered with pictures of boyfriends, girlfriends, families, even the fucking family dog, but Morris has put up nothing but a postcard of Paris, which he has always wanted to visit. Like that's ever going to happen. "Everything all right, Morris?" the fat fuck asks. "Fine," Morris says, praying that his boss won't come in and look at his screen. Although he probably wouldn't know what he was looking at. The obese bastard can send emails. He even seems to have a vague grasp of what Google is for, but beyond that he's lost. Yet he's living out in the suburbs with the wife and kiddies instead of in Bugshit Manor, where the crazies yell at invisible enemies in the middle of the night. "Good to hear. Carry on." Morris thinks, "Carry your fat ass on out of here." The fat fuck does, probably headed down to the canteen to feed his fat fuck face. When he's gone, Morris clicks on the trash icon, grabs what he almost deleted and moves it back into the master file. This isn't much of an operation, but when it's finished, he blows out his breath like a man who has just defused a bomb. "Where was your head?" he scolds himself. "What were you thinking?" Rhetorical questions. He was thinking about the Rothstein notebooks now so close. Also about the little panel truck and how scary it's going to feel driving again after all those years inside. All he needs is one fender bender, one cop who thinks he looks suspicious. I have to keep it together a little longer, Morris thinks. I have to. But his brain feels overloaded, running in the red zone. He thinks he'll be all right once the notebooks are actually in his possession. Also the money, although that's far less important. Get those puppies hidden away at the back of the closet in his room on the 9th floor of Bugshit Manor and he can relax. But right now the stress is killing him. It's also being in a changed world and working an actual job and having a boss who doesn't wear a gray uniform but still has to be kowtowed to. On top of all that, there's the stress of having to drive an unregistered vehicle without a license tonight. He thinks by 10 p.m. things will be better. In the meantime, strap down and tighten up. Shit don't mean shit. "Right," Morris whispers, and wipes a prickle of sweat from the skin between his mouth and nose. 24. At 4 o'clock he saves his work, closes out the apps he's been running, and shuts down. He walks into the Max Plush lobby, and standing there like a bad dream made real, feet apart and hands clasped behind his back, is Ellis McFarlane. His P.O. is studying an Edward Hopper painting like the art aficionado he surely isn't. Without turning, Morris realizes a man must have seen his reflection in the glass covering the painting, but it's still eerie. McFarlane says, "Yo, Maury, how you doing, homie?" He knows, Morris thinks, not just about the panel truck either, about everything. Not true, and he knows it isn't, but the part that's still in jail and always will be assures him it is true. To McFarlane, Morris Bellamy's forehead is a pane of glass. Everything inside, every turning wheel and overheated whirling cog is visible to him. I'm all right, Mr. McFarlane. Today, McFarlane is wearing a plaid sport coat approximately the size of a living room rug. He looks Morris up and down, and when his eyes return to Morris's face, it's all Morris can do to hold them.
You don't look all right. You're pale, and you got those dark whack-off circles under your eyes. Been using something you hadn't ought to been using, Maury?
No, sir.
Doing something you hadn't ought to be doing?
No. Thinking of the panel truck with Jones flowers still visible on the side, waiting for him on the south side. The keys probably already under the tire.
No what?
No, sir.
Uh-huh. Maybe it's the flu, because frankly speaking, you look like 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
I almost made a mistake, Morris says. It could have been rectified, probably, but it would have meant bringing in an outside IT guy, maybe even shutting down the main server. I would have been in trouble.
Welcome to the workaday world, McFarlane says with zero sympathy.
Well, it's different for me, Morris bursts out. And oh God, it's such a relief to burst out and to do it about something safe. If anyone should know that, it's you. Someone else who did that would just get a reprimand, but not me. And if they fired me for a lapse in attention, not anything I did on purpose, I'd end up back inside.
Maybe, McFarlane says,
turning back to the picture. It shows a man and a woman sitting in a room and apparently working hard not to look at each other.
Maybe not.
My boss doesn't like me, Morris says. He knows he sounds like he's whining. Probably he is whining. I know 4 times as much as he does about how the computer system in this place works, and it pisses him off. He'd love to see me gone.
You sound a weensy bit paranoid, McFarlane says.
His hands are again clasped above his truly awesome buttocks, and all at once, Morris understands why McFarlane is here. McFarlane followed him to the motorcycle shop, where Charlie Roberson works, and has decided he's up to something. Morris knows this isn't so. He knows it is. What are they doing anyway, letting a guy like me screw with their files? A parolee. If I do the wrong thing, and I almost did, I could cost them a lot of money.
What did you think you'd be doing on the outside? McFarlane says, still examining the Hopper painting, which is called Apartment 16A. He seems fascinated by it, but Morris isn't fooled. McFarlane is watching his reflection again, judging him. You're too old and too soft to shift cartons in a warehouse or work on a gardening crew.
He turns around.
It's called mainstreaming, Morris, and I didn't make the policy. If you want to why about it, find somebody who gives a shit.
Sorry,
Morris says. Sorry what?
Sorry, Mr. McFarlane.
Thank you, Morris, that's better. Now let's step into the men's room, where you will pee in the little cup and prove to me that your paranoia isn't drug-induced. The last stragglers of the office staff are leaving. Several glance at Morris and the big black man in the loud sport coat, then quickly glance away. Morris feels an urge to shout, "That's right, he's my parole officer, get a good look!" He follows McFarlane into the men's, which is empty, thank God. McFarlane leans against the wall, arms crossed on his chest, watching as Morris unlimbers his elderly thingamajig and produces a urine sample. When it doesn't turn blue after 30 seconds, McFarlane hands the little plastic cup back to Morris. Congratulations. Dump that, homie. Morris does. McFarlane is washing his hands methodically, lathering all the way to his wrists. I don't have AIDS, you know, if that's what you're worried about. I had to take the test before they let me out. McFarlane carefully dries his big hands. He studies himself in the mirror for a moment, maybe wishing he had some hair to comb, then turns to Morris. You may be substance-free, but I really don't like the way you look, Maury. Morris keeps silent. Let me tell you something 18 years in this job has taught me. There are 2 types of parolees and 2 only, wolves and lambs. You're too old to be a wolf. but I'm not entirely sure you're hip to that. You may not have internalized it, as the shrinks say. I don't know what wolfish shit you might have on your mind. Maybe it's nothing more than stealing paper clips from the supply room. But whatever it is, you need to forget about it. You're too old to howl and much too old to run. Having imparted this bit of wisdom, he leaves.
Morris heads for the door himself, but his legs turn to rubber before he can get there. He wheels around, grasps a wash basin to keep from falling, and blunders into one of the stalls. There he sits down and lowers his head until it almost touches his knees. He closes his eyes and takes long, deep breaths. When the roaring in his head subsides, he gets up and leaves. He'll still be here, Morris thinks, staring at that damn picture with his hands clasped behind his back. But this time the lobby is empty save for the security guard, who gives Morris a suspicious look as he passes. 25. The Hogs Dragons game doesn't start until 7, but the buses with baseball game tonight in their destination windows start running at 5. Morris takes one to the park, then walks back to statewide motorcycle, aware of each car that passes, and cursing himself for losing his shit in the men's room after McFarland departed. If he'd gotten out sooner, maybe he could have seen what the son of a bitch was driving, but he didn't, and now any one of these cars might be McFarland's. The P.O. would be easy enough to spot, given the size of him, but Morris doesn't dare look at any of the passing cars too closely. There are 2 reasons for this. First, he'd look guilty, wouldn't he? Yes, indeed, like a man who's got wolfish shit on his mind and has to keep checking his perimeter. Second, he might see McFarland even if McFarland isn't there, because he's edging ever closer to a nervous breakdown. It isn't surprising, either. A man could only stand so much stress. "What are you, 22? Rothstein had asked him. 23? That was a good guess by an observant man. Morris had been 23. Now he's on the cusp of 60, and the years between have disappeared like smoke in a breeze. He has heard people say 60 is the new 40, but that's bullshit. When you've spent most of your life in prison, 60 is the new 75, or 80. Too old to be a wolf, according to McFarland. Well, we'll see about that, won't we? He turns into the yard of statewide motorcycle, the shades pulled, the bikes that were out front this morning locked away, and expects to hear a car door slam behind him the moment he transgresses private property. Expects to hear McFarland saying, "Yo, homie, what you doing in there?" But the only sound is the traffic passing on the way to the stadium, and when he gets around to the back lot, the invisible band that's been constricting his chest eases a little. There's a high wall of corrugated metal cutting off this patch of yard from the rest of the world, and walls comfort Morris. He doesn't like that, knows it isn't natural, but there it is. A man is the sum of his experiences. He goes to the panel truck, small, dusty, blessedly nondescript, and feels beneath the right front tire. The keys are there. He gets in and is gratified when the engine starts on the first crank. The radio comes on in a blare of rock. Morris snaps it off. "I can do this," he says, first adjusting the seat and then gripping the wheel. "I can do this." And it turns out he can. It's like riding a bike. The only hard part is turning against the stream of traffic headed for the stadium, and even that isn't too bad. After a minute's wait, one of the baseball game tonight buses stops, and the driver waves for Morris to go. The northbound lanes are nearly empty, and he's able to avoid downtown by using the new city bypass. He almost enjoys driving again. Would enjoy it, if not for the nagging suspicion that McFarland is tailing him. Not busting him yet, though. He won't do that until he sees what his old pal, his homie, is up to. Morris stops at the Bellows Avenue Mall and goes into Home Depot. He strolls around beneath the glaring fluorescents, taking his time. He can't do his business until after dark, and in June the evening light lasts until 8:30 or 9. In the gardening section, he buys a spade and also a hatchet in case he has to chop some roots. That tree overhanging the bank looks like it might have his trunk in a pretty tight grip. In the aisle marked clearance, he grabs a pair of tough tote duffels on sale for $20 each. He stows his purchases in the back of the truck and heads around to the driver's door. "Hey!" from behind him. Morris freezes, listening to the approaching footsteps and waiting for McFarland to grab his shoulder. "Do you know if there's a supermarket in this mall?" The voice is young and white. Morris discovers he can breathe again. "Safeway," he says without turning. He has no idea if there's a supermarket in the mall or not. "Oh, okay, thanks." Morris gets into the truck and starts the engine. "I can do this," he thinks. "I can, and I will." 26. Morris cruises slowly through the Northfield tree streets that were his old stomping grounds. Not that he ever did much stomping. Usually he had his nose in a book. It's still too early, so he parks on Elm for a while. There's a dusty old map in the glove compartment, and he pretends to read it. After 20 minutes or so, he drives over to Maple and does the same thing. Then down to the local Zoni's Go-Mart, where he bought snacks as a kid. Also cigarettes for his father. That was back in the day when a pack cost 40 cents, and kids buying smokes for their parents was taken for granted. He gets a slushie and makes it last. Then he moves on to Palm Street and goes back to pretend map reading. The shadows are lengthening, but oh so slowly. Should have brought a book, he thinks, then thinks, no. A man with a map looks okay somehow, but a man reading a book in an old truck would probably look like a potential child molester. Is that paranoid or smart? He can no longer tell. All he knows for sure is that the notebooks are close now. They're pinging like a sonar blip. Little by little, the long light of this June evening mellows to dusk. The kids who've been playing on sidewalks and front lawns go inside to watch TV or play video games or spend an educational evening texting various misspelled messages and dumbass emoticons to their friends. Confident that McFarland is nowhere near, although not completely confident, Morris keys the panel truck's engine and drives slowly to his final destination, the Birch Street Rec, where he used to go when the Garner Street branch of the library was closed. Skinny, bookish, with a regrettable tendency to run his mouth, he rarely got picked for the outdoor games, and almost always got yelled at on the few occasions when he did. "Hey, Butterfingers! Hey, Dumbo! Hey, Fumblebutt!" Because of his red lips, he earned the nickname Revlon. When he went to the Rec, he mostly stayed indoors, reading or maybe putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Now, the city has shut the old brick building down and put it up for sale in the wake of municipal budget cuts. A few boys toss up a few final baskets on the weedy courts out back, but there are no longer outside lights, and they beat feet when it's too dark to see, yelling and dribbling and shooting passes back and forth. When they're gone, Morris starts the truck and pulls into the driveway running alongside the building. He does it without turning on his headlights, and the little black truck is exactly the right color for this kind of work. He snuggles it up to the rear of the building, where a faded sign still reads, "Reserved for Rec Department Vehicles." He kills the engine, gets out, and smells the June air, redolent of grass and clover. He can hear crickets and the drone of traffic on the city bypass, but otherwise the newly fallen night is his. Fuck you, Mr. McFarland, he thinks. Fuck you very much. He gets his tools and tough totes from the back of the truck and starts toward the tangle of unimproved ground beyond the baseball field where he dropped so many easy pop flies. Then an idea strikes him and he turns back. He braces a palm on the old brick still warm from the heat of the day, slides down to a crouch and pulls some weeds so he can peer through one of the basement windows. These haven't been boarded up. The moon has just risen, orange and full. It lends enough light for him to see folding chairs, card tables, and heaps of boxes. Morris has planned on bringing the notebooks back to his room in Bugshit Manor, but that's risky. Mr. McFarlane can search his room any time he pleases. It's part of the deal. The wreck is a lot closer to where the notebooks are buried, and the basement, where all sorts of useless bric-a-brac has already been stored, would be the perfect hiding place. It might be possible to rat-hole most of them here, only taking a few at a time back to his room where he could read them. Morris is skinny enough to fit through this window, although he might have to wriggle a bit, and how hard could it be to bust the thumb lock he sees on the inside of the window and pry it up? A screwdriver would probably do the trick. He doesn't have one, but there are plenty at Home Depot. He even saw a small display of tools when he was in Zoni's. He leans closer to the dirty window, studying it. He knows to look for alarm tapes. The state penitentiary is a very educational place when it comes to breaking and entering, but he doesn't see any. Only suppose the alarm uses contact points instead. He wouldn't see those, and he might not hear the alarm either. Some of them are silent. Morris looks a little longer, then reluctantly gets to his feet. It doesn't seem likely to him that an old building like this one is alarmed. The valuable stuff has no doubt been moved elsewhere long ago, but he doesn't dare take the chance. Better to stick with the original plan. He grabs his tools in his duffel bags and once more starts for the overgrown waste ground, careful to skirt the ball field. He's not going there. No way. The moon will help him once he's in the undergrowth, but out in the open, the world looks like a brightly lighted stage. The potato chip bag that helped him last time is gone, and it takes a while to find the path again. Morris beats back and forth through the undergrowth beyond right field, the site of several childhood humiliations, finally rediscovers it and sets off. When he hears the faint chuckle of the stream, he has to restrain himself from breaking into a run. Times have been hard, he thinks. There could be people sleeping in here, homeless people. If one of them sees me. If one of them sees him, he'll use the hatchet. No hesitation. Mr. McFarlane may think he's too old to be a wolf, but what his parole officer doesn't know is that Morris has already killed 3 people, and driving a car isn't the only thing that's like riding a bike. 27. The trees are runty, choking each other in their struggle for space and sun, but they are tall enough to filter the moonlight. 2 or 3 times Morris loses the path and blunders around trying to find it again. This actually pleases him. He has the sound of the stream to guide him if he really does lose his way, and the path's faintness confirms that fewer kids use it now than back in his day. Morris just hopes he's not walking through poison ivy. The sound of the stream is very close when he finds the path for the last time, and less than 5 minutes later, he's standing on the bank opposite the landmark tree. He stops there for a bit, in the moon-dappled shade, looking for any sign of human habitation. Blankets, a sleeping bag, a shopping cart, a piece of plastic draped over branches to create a makeshift tent. There's nothing. Just the water purling along in its stony bed, and the tree tilting over the far side of the stream. The tree that has faithfully guarded his treasure all these years. Good old tree, Morris whispers, and steps his way across the stream. He kneels and puts aside the tools and the duffel bags for a moment of meditation. Here I am, he whispers, and places his palms on the ground, as if feeling for a heartbeat. And it seems that he does feel one. It's the heartbeat of John Rothstein's genius. The old man turned Jimmy Gold into a sellout joke, but who can say Rothstein didn't redeem Jimmy during his years of solitary composition? If he did that, then everything Morris has gone through has been worthwhile. Here I am, Jimmy. Here I finally am. He grabs the spade and begins digging. It doesn't take long to get to the trunk again, but the roots have embraced it, all right, and it's almost an hour before Morris can chop through enough of them to pull it out. It's been years since he did hard manual labor, and he's exhausted. He thinks of all the cons he knew, Charlie Roberson, for example, who worked out constantly, and how he sneered at them for what he considered obsessive-compulsive behavior, in his mind at least, never on his face. He's not sneering now. His thighs ache, his back aches, and worst of all, his head is throbbing like an infected tooth. A little breeze has sprung up, which cools the sweat sliming his skin, but it also causes the branches to sway, creating moving shadows that make him afraid. They make him think of McFarland again. McFarland making his way up the path, moving with the eerie quiet some big men, soldiers and ex-athletes mostly, are able to manage. When he's got his breath and his heartbeat has slowed a little, Morris reaches for the handle at the end of the trunk and finds it's no longer there. He leans forward on his splayed palms, peering into the hole, wishing he'd remembered to bring a flashlight. The handle is still there, only it's hanging in two pieces. That's not right, Morris thinks. Is it? He casts his mind back across all those years, trying to remember if either trunk handle was broken. He doesn't think so. In fact, he's almost sure. But then he remembers tipping the trunk endwise in the garage and exhales a sigh of relief strong enough to puff out his cheeks. It must have broken when he put the trunk on the dolly. Or maybe while he was bumping and thumping his way along the path to this very location. He had dug the hole in a hurry and muscled the trunk in as fast as he could, wanting to get out of there and much too busy to notice a little thing like a broken handle. That was it. Had to be. After all, the trunk hadn't been new when he bought it. He grasps the sides, and the trunk slides out of its hole so easily that Morris overbalances and flops on his back. He lies there, staring up at the bright bowl of the moon, and tries to tell himself nothing is wrong. Only he knows better. He might be able to talk himself out of the broken handle, but not out of this new thing. The trunk is too light. Morris scrambles back to a sitting position with smears of dirt now sticking to his damp skin. He brushes his hair off his forehead with a shaking hand, leaving a fresh streak. The trunk is too light. He reaches for it and draws back. I can't, he thinks. I can't. If I open it and the notebooks aren't there, I'll just snap. But why would anyone take a bunch of notebooks? The money, yes, but the notebooks? There wasn't even any space left to write in most of them, and most Rothstein had used it all. What if someone took the money and then burned the notebooks? Not understanding their incalculable value, just wanting to get rid of something a thief might see as evidence. No, Morris whispers. No one would do that. They're still in there. They have to be. But the trunk is too light. He stares at it, a small exhumed coffin tilted on the bank in the moonlight. Behind it is the hole, gaping like a mouth that has just vomited something up. Morris reaches for the trunk again, hesitates, then lunges forward and snaps the latches up, praying to a God he knows cares nothing for the likes of him. He looks in. The trunk is not quite empty. The plastic he lined it with is still there. He pulls it out in a crackling cloud, hoping that a few of the notebooks are left underneath. 2 or 3, or, oh, please God, even just 1. But there are just a few small trickles of dirt caught in the corners. Morris puts his filthy hands to his face, once young, now deeply lined, and begins to cry in the moonlight. 28. He promised to return the truck by 10, but it's after midnight when he parks it behind statewide motorcycle and puts the keys back under the right front tire. He doesn't bother with the tools or the empty tough totes that were supposed to be full. Let Charlie Roberson have them if he wants them. The lights of the minor league field 4 blocks over have been turned off an hour ago. The stadium buses have stopped running, but the bars in this neighborhood, there are a lot of them, are roaring away with live bands and jukebox music, their doors open, men and women in groundhogs T-shirts and caps standing out on the sidewalks, smoking cigarettes and drinking from plastic cups. Morris plods past them without looking, ignoring a couple of friendly yells from inebriated baseball fans, high on beer and a home team win, asking him if he wants a drink. Soon the bars are behind him. He has stopped obsessing about McFarlane, and the thought of the 3-mile walk back to Bugshit Manor never crosses his mind. He doesn't care about his aching legs, either. It's as if they belong to someone else. He feels as empty as that old trunk in the moonlight. Everything he's lived for during the last 36 years has been swept away like a shack in a flood. He comes to Government Square, and that's where his legs finally give out. He doesn't so much sit on one of the benches as collapse there. He glances around dully at the empty expanse of concrete, realizing that he'd probably look mighty suspicious to any cops passing in a squad car. He's not supposed to be out this late anyway. Like a teenager, he has a curfew. But what does that matter? Shit don't mean shit. Let them send him back to Waynesville. Why not? At least there he won't have to deal with his fat fuck boss anymore. Or pee while Ellis McFarlane watches. Across the street is the Happy Cup, where he had so many pleasant conversations about books with Andrew Halliday. Not to mention their last conversation, which was far from pleasant. "Stay clear of me," Andy had said. That was how the last conversation had ended. Morris's brains, which have been idling in neutral, suddenly engage again, and the dazed look in his eyes begins to clear. "Stay clear of me, or I'll call the police myself," Andy had said. But that wasn't all he said that day. His old pal had also given him some advice. Hide them somewhere. Bury them. Had Andy Halliday really said that, or was it only his imagination? "He said it," Morris whispers. He looks at his hands and sees they have rolled themselves into grimy fists. "He said it, all right. Hide them," he said. "Bury them." Which leads to certain questions. Like who was the only person who knew he had the Rothstein notebooks? Like who knew where he had lived in the old days? And here was a big one. Who knew about that stretch of undeveloped land, an overgrown couple of acres caught in an endless lawsuit and used only by kids cutting across to the Birch Street wreck? The answer to all these questions is the same. "Maybe we can revisit this in 10 years, his old pal had said. Maybe in 20. Well, it had been a fuck of a lot longer than 10 or 20, hadn't it? Time had gone slip-sliding away. Enough for his old pal to meditate on those valuable notebooks which had never turned up, not when Morris was arrested for rape, and not later on when the house was sold. Had his old pal at some point decided to visit Morris's old neighborhood? Perhaps to stroll any number of times along the path between Sycamore Street and Birch? Had he perhaps made those strolls with a metal detector, hoping it would sense the trunk's metal fittings and start to beep? Did Morris even mention the trunk that day? Maybe not. But what else could it be? What else made sense? Even a large strongbox would be too small. Paper or canvas bags would have rotted. Morris wonders how many holes Andy had to dig before he finally hit pay dirt. 1 dozen? 4 dozen? 4 dozen was a lot, but back in the 70s, Andy had been fairly trim, not a waddling, fat fuck like he was now. And the motivation would have been there.
Or maybe he didn't have to dig any holes at all. Maybe there had been a spring flood or something, and the bank had eroded enough to reveal the trunk in its cradle of roots. Wasn't that possible? Morris gets up and walks on, now thinking about McFarland again, and occasionally glancing around to make sure he isn't there. It matters again now, because now he has something to live for again. A goal. It's possible that his old pal has sold the notebooks. Selling is his business as sure as it was Jimmy Gold's and the runner slows down, but it's just as possible that he's still sitting on some or all of them. There's only one sure way to find out, and only one way to find out if the old wolf still has some teeth. He has to pay his homie a visit. His old pal. Part 3. Peter and the Wolf. 1. It's Saturday afternoon in the city, and Hodges is at the movies with Holly. They engage in a lively negotiation while looking at the showtimes in the lobby of the AMC City Center 7. His suggestion of The Purge Anarchy is rejected as too scary. Holly enjoys scary movies, she says, but only on her computer, where she can pause the film and walk around for a few minutes to release the tension. Her counter-suggestion of The Fault in Our Stars is rejected by Hodges, who says it will be too sentimental. What he actually means is too emotional. A story about someone dying young will make him think of Janie Patterson, who left the world in an explosion meant to kill him. They settle on 22 Jump Street, a comedy with Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. It's pretty good. They laugh a lot and share a big tub of popcorn, but Hodges' mind keeps returning to Tina's story about the money that helped her parents through the bad years. Where in God's name could Peter Saubers have gotten his hands on over $20,000? As the credits are rolling, Holly puts her hand over Hodges. He's a little alarmed to see tears standing in her eyes. He asks her what's wrong.
Nothing. It's just nice to have someone to go to the movies with. I'm glad you're my friend, Bill.
Hodges is more than touched, and I'm glad you're mine. What are you going to do with the rest of your Saturday?
Tonight, I'm going to order in Chinese and binge on Orange is the New Black, she says. But this afternoon, I'm going online to look at more robberies. I've already got quite a list.
Do any of them look likely to you?
She shakes her head. I'm going to keep looking, but I think it's something else, although I don't have any idea what it could be. Do you think Tina's brother will tell you?
At first he doesn't answer. They're making their way up the aisle, and soon they'll be away from this oasis of make-believe and back in the real world.
Bill? Earth to Bill.
I certainly hope so, he says at last, for his own sake, because money from nowhere almost always spells trouble. 2. Tina and Barbara's mother spend that Saturday afternoon in the Robinson kitchen making popcorn balls, an operation both messy and hilarious. They are having a blast, and for the first time since she came to visit, Tina doesn't seem troubled. Tanya Robinson thinks that's good. She doesn't know what the deal is with Tina, but a dozen little things, like the way the girl jumps when a draft slams an upstairs door shut, or the suspicious I've been crying redness of her eyes, tells Tanya that something is wrong. She doesn't know if that something is big or little, but one thing she's sure of, Tina Saubers can use a little hilarity in her life just about now. They are finishing up and threatening each other with syrup-sticky hands when an amused voice says, "Look at all these women folk dashing around the kitchen, I do declare." Barbara whirls, sees her brother leaning in the kitchen doorway and screams, "Jerome!" She runs to him and leaps. He catches her, whirls her around twice and sets her down. "I thought you were going to a cotillion." Jerome smiles. "Alas, my tux went back to the rental place unworn. After a full and fair exchange of views, Priscilla and I have agreed to break up. It's a long story and not very interesting. Anyway, I decided to drive home and get some of my ma's cooking." "Don't call me Ma," Tanya says. "It's vulgar." But she also looks mightily pleased to see Jerome. He turns to Tina and gives a small bow. "Pleased to meet you, little ma'am. Any friend of Barbara's, and so forth?"
I'm Tina. She manages to say this in a tone of voice that's almost normal, but doing so isn't easy. Jerome is tall, Jerome is broad-shouldered, Jerome is extremely handsome, and Tina Saubers falls in love with him immediately. Soon she will be calculating how old she'll need to be before he might look upon her as something more than a little ma'am in an oversized apron, her hands all sticky from making popcorn balls. For the time being, however, she's too stunned by his beauty to run the numbers, and later that evening it doesn't take much urging from Barbara for Tina to tell him everything, although it's not always easy for her to keep her place in the story with his dark eyes on her. 3. Pete's Saturday afternoon isn't nearly as good. In fact, it's fairly shitty. At 2 o'clock, class officers and officers-elect from 3 high schools crowd into the Riverbend Resort's largest conference room to listen as one of the state's 2 U.S. senators gives a long and boring talk titled High School Governance, Your Introduction to Politics and Service. This fellow, who's wearing a 3-piece suit and sporting a luxuriant swept-back head of white hair, what Pete thinks of as soap opera villain hair, seems ready to go on until dinner time, possibly longer. His thesis seems to be something about how they are the next generation, and being class officers will prepare them to deal with pollution, global warming, diminishing resources, and perhaps first contact with aliens from Proxima Centauri. Each minute of this endless Saturday afternoon dies a slow and miserable death as he drones on. Pete couldn't care less about assuming the mantle of student vice president at Northfield High this coming September. As far as he's concerned, September might as well be out there on Proxima Centauri with the aliens. The only future that matters is this coming Monday afternoon, when he will confront Andrew Halliday, a man he now wishes most heartily that he had never met. But I can work my way out of this, he thinks, if I can hold my nerve, that is, and keep in mind what Jimmy Gould's elderly aunt says in The Runner Raises the Flag. Pete has decided he'll begin his conversation with Halliday by quoting that line. They say half a loaf is better than none, Jimmy, but in a world of want, even a single slice is better than none. Pete knows what Halliday wants, and will offer more than a single slice, but not half a loaf, and certainly not the whole thing. That is simply not going to happen. With the notebook safely hidden away in the basement of the Birch Street wreck, he can afford to negotiate, and if Halliday wants anything at all out of this, he'll have to negotiate too. No more ultimatums. I'll give you 36 notebooks, Pete imagined saying. They contain poems, essays, and 9 complete short stories. I'm even going to split 50-50 just to be done with you. He has to insist on getting money, although with no way of verifying how much Halliday actually receives from his buyer or buyers, Pete supposes he'll be cheated out of his fair share, and cheated badly. But that's okay. The important thing is making sure Halliday knows he's serious, that he's not going to be, in Jimmy Gould's pungent phrase, anyone's birthday fuck. Even more important is not letting Halliday see how scared he is, how terrified. The senator winds up with a few ringing phrases about how the vital work of the next generation begins in America's high schools, and how they, the chosen few, must carry forward the torch of democracy. The applause is enthusiastic, possibly because the lecture is finally over and they get to leave. Pete wants desperately to get out of here, go for a long walk, and check his plan a few more times looking for loopholes and stumbling blocks. Only they don't get to leave. The high school principal who has arranged this afternoon's endless chat with greatness steps forward to announce that the senator has agreed to stay another hour and answer their questions. I'm sure you have lots, she says, and the hands of the butt-lickers and grade grubbers, there seem to be plenty of both in attendance, shoot up immediately. Pete thinks, this shit don't mean shit. He looks at the door, calculates his chances of slipping through it without being noticed, and settles back into his seat. A week from now, all this will be over, he tells himself. The thought brings him some comfort.
4. A certain recent parolee wakes up as Hodges and Holly are leaving their movie and Tina is falling in love with Barbara's brother. Morris has slept all morning and part of the afternoon, following a wakeful, fretful night, only dropping off as the first light of that Saturday morning began to creep into his room. His dreams have been worse than bad. In the one that woke him, he opened the trunk to find it full of black widow spiders, thousands of them, all entwined and gorged with poison and pulsing in the moonlight. They came streaming out, pouring over his hands and clittering up his arms. Morris gasps and chokes his way back into the real world, hugging his chest so tightly he can barely breathe. He swings his legs out of bed and sits there with his head down, the same way he sat on the toilet after McFarland exited the Mac men's room the previous afternoon. It's the not knowing that's killing him, and that uncertainty cannot be laid to rest too soon. Andy must have taken them, he thinks. Nothing else makes sense. And you better still have them, pal. God help you if you don't. He puts on a fresh pair of jeans and takes a crosstown bus over to the south side, because he's decided he wants at least one of his tools after all. He'll also take back the tough totes, because you had to think positive. Charlie Robeson is once more seated in front of the Harley, now so torn down it hardly looks like a motorcycle at all. He doesn't seem terribly pleased at this reappearance of the man who helped get him out of jail.
How did it go last night? Did you do what you needed to do?
Everything's fine, Morris says, and offers a smile that feels too wide and loose to be convincing. 4-0. Roberson doesn't smile back.
As long as 5-0 isn't involved. You don't look so great, Maury.
Well, you know, things rarely get taken care of all at once. I've got a few more details to iron out.
If you need the truck again.
No, I'll have a couple of things in it is all. Okay if I grab them?
It's nothing that's going to come back on me later, is it?
Absolutely not. Just a couple of bags. And the hatchet, but he neglects to mention that. He could buy a knife, but there's something scary about a hatchet. Morris drops it into one of the tough totes, tells Charlie so long, and heads back to the bus stop. The hatchet slides back and forth in the bag with each swing of his arms. Don't make me use it, he will tell Andy. I don't want to hurt you. But of course part of him does want to use it. Part of him does want to hurt his old pal. Because, notebooks aside, he's owed a payback. And payback's a bitch. 5. Lacemaker Lane and the walking mall of which it is a part is busy on this Saturday afternoon. There are hundreds of shops with cutie-poo names like Deb and Buckle and Forever 21. There's also one called Lids, which sells nothing but hats. Morris stops in there and buys a groundhog's cap with an extra long brim. A little closer to Andrew Halliday Rare Editions, he stops again and purchases a pair of shades at a Sunglass Hut kiosk. Just as he spots the sign of his old pal's business establishment, with its scrolled gold leaf lettering, a dismaying thought occurs to him. What if Andy closes early on Saturday? All the other shops seem to be open, but some rare bookstores keep lazy hours, and wouldn't that be just his luck? But when he walks past, swinging the totes, clunk and bump goes the hatchet. Secure behind his new shades, he sees the open sign hanging in the door. He sees something else as well, cameras peeking left and right along the sidewalk. There are probably more inside, too, but that's okay. Morris has done decades of postgraduate work with thieves. He idles up the street, looking in the window of a bakery and scanning the wares of a souvenir vendor's cart. Although Morris can't imagine who'd want a souvenir of this dirty little lakefront city. He even pauses to watch a mime who juggles colored balls and then pretends to climb invisible stairs. Morris tosses a couple of quarters into the mime's hat. For good luck, he tells himself.
Pop music pours down from street corner loudspeakers. There's a smell of chocolate in the air. He walks back. He sees a couple of young men come out of Andy's bookshop and head off down the sidewalk. This time Morris pauses to look in the display window, where 3 books are open on stands beneath pin spots. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Catcher in the Rye, and Surely It's an Omen, The Runner Sees Action. The shop beyond the window is narrow and high-ceilinged. He sees no other customers, but he does see his old pal, the one and only Andy Halliday, sitting at the desk halfway down, reading a paperback. Morris pretends to tie his shoe and unzips the tough tote with the hatchet inside. Then he stands and, with no hesitation, opens the door of Andrew Halliday Rare Editions. His old pal looks up from his book and scopes the sunglasses, the long-brimmed cap, the tote bags. He frowns, but only a little, because everyone in this area is carrying bags and the day is warm and bright. Morris sees caution, but no signs of real alarm, which is good. "Would you mind putting your bags under the coat rack?" Andy asks. He smiles. "Store policy." "Not at all," Morris says. He puts the tough totes down, removes his sunglasses, folds the bows, and slides them into his shirt pocket. Then he takes off his new hat and runs a hand through the short scruff of his white hair. He thinks, see, just an elderly geezer who's come in to get out of the hot sun and do a little browsing. Nothing to worry about here. Phew! It's hot outside today. He puts his cap back on. "Yes, and they say tomorrow's going to be even hotter. Can I help you with something special?" "Just browsing. Although I have been looking for a rather rare book called The Executioners. It's by a mystery novelist named John D. MacDonald. MacDonald's books were very popular in the prison library." "Know him well," Andy says jovially. "Wrote all those Travis McGee stories. The ones with colors in the titles. Paperback writer for the most part, wasn't he? I don't deal in paperbacks, as a rule. Very few of collectible quality." "What about notebooks?" Morris thinks. "Moleskins, to be specific. Do you deal in those, you fat, thieving fuck?" "The Executioners was published in hardcover," he says, examining a shelf of books near the door. He wants to stay close to the door for the time being, and the bag with the hatchet in it. "It was the basis of a movie called Cape Fear. I'd buy a copy of that if you happen to have one in mint condition. What I believe you people call very fine as new. And if the price was right, of course." Andy looks engaged now, and why not? He has a fish on the line. "I'm sure I don't have it in stock, but I could check Bookfinder for you. That's a database. If it's listed, and a MacDonald hardcover probably is, especially if it was made into a film, and if it's a first edition, I could probably have it for you by Tuesday. Wednesday at the latest. Would you like me to look?" "I would," Morris says, "but the price has to be right." Naturally. Andy's chuckle is as fat as his gut. He lowers his eyes to the screen of his laptop. As soon as he does this, Morris flips the sign hanging in the door from open to closed. He bends down and takes the hatchet from the open duffel bag. He moves up the narrow central aisle with it held beside his leg. He doesn't hurry. He doesn't have to hurry. Andy is clicking away at his laptop and absorbed by whatever he's seeing on the screen. "Found it!" his old pal exclaims. "James Graham has one, very fine as new, for just $300. He ceases speaking as the blade of the hatchet floats first into his peripheral vision, then front and center. He looks up, his face slack with shock. "I want your hands where I can see them," Morris says. "There's probably an alarm button in the knee hole of your desk. If you want to keep all your fingers, don't reach for it." "What do you want? Why are you—" "Don't recognize me, do you?" Morris doesn't know whether to be amused by this or infuriated. Not even right up close and personal. "No, I... Not surprising, I guess. It's been a long time since the happy cup, hasn't it?
Halliday stares into Morris's lined and haggard face with dreadful fascination. Morris thinks he's like a bird looking at a snake. This is a pleasant thought and makes him smile.
"Oh, my God,"
Andy says. His face has gone the color of old cheese.
"It can't be you. You're in jail."
Morris shakes his head, still smiling.
"There's probably a database for parolees as well as rare books, but I'm guessing you never checked it. Good for me. Not so good for you."
One of Andy's hands is creeping away from the keyboard of his laptop. Morris wiggles the hatchet.
"Don't do that, Andy. I want to see your hands on either side of your computer, palms down. Don't try to hit the button with your knee, either. I'll know if you try, and the consequences for you will be unpleasant in the extreme."
"What do you want?" The question makes him angry, but his smile widens. "As if you don't know."
"I don't, Maury! My God!"
Andy's mouth is lying, but his eyes tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
"Let's go in your office. I'm sure you have one back there."
"No!" Morris wiggles the hatchet again. "You can come out of this whole and intact, or with some of your fingers lying on the desk. Believe me on this, Andy. I'm not the man you knew." Andy gets up, his eyes never leaving Morris's face, but Morris isn't sure his old pal is actually seeing him anymore. He sways as if to invisible music on the verge of passing out. If he does that, he won't be able to answer questions until he comes around. Also, Morris would have to drag him to the office. He's not sure he can do that. If Andy doesn't tip the scales at 300, he's got to be pushing it. "Take a deep breath," he says. "Calm down. All I want is a few answers, then I'm gone."
"You promise?"
Andy's lower lip is pushed out, shining with spit. He looks like a fat little boy who's in Dutch with his father. "Yes, now breathe." Andy breathes. Again. Andy's massive chest rises, straining the buttons of his shirt, then lowers. A bit of his color comes back. "Office. Now, do it." Andy turns and lumbers to the back of the store, weaving his way between boxes and stacks of books with the finicky grace some fat men possess. Morris follows. His anger is growing. It's something about the girlish flex and sway of Andy's buttocks, clad in gray gabardine trousers, that fuels it. There's a keypad beside the door. Andy punches in 4 numbers, 9118, and a green light flashes. As he enters, Morris reads his mind right through the back of his bald head. "You're not quick enough to slam the door on me. If you try, you're going to lose something that can't be replaced. Count on it." Andy's shoulders, which have risen as he tenses to make just this attempt, slump again. He steps in. Morris follows and closes the door. The office is small, lined with stuffed bookshelves lit by hanging globes. On the floor is a Turkish rug. The desk in here is much nicer, mahogany or teak or some other expensive wood. On it is a lamp with a shade that looks like real Tiffany glass. To the left of the door is a sideboard with 4 heavy crystal decanters on it. Morris doesn't know about the 2 containing clear liquid, but he bets the others hold scotch and bourbon. The good stuff, too, if he knows his old pal. For toasting big sales, no doubt. Morris remembers the only kinds of booze available in the joint, prune jack and raisin jack. And even though he only imbibed on rare occasions like his birthday, and John Rothstein's, which he always marked with a single jolt, his anger grows. Good booze to drink, and good food to gobble. That's what Andy Halliday had, while Morris was dyeing blue jeans, inhaling varnish fumes, and living in a cell not much bigger than a coffin. He was in the joint for rape, true enough, but he never would have been in that alley, in a furious drunken blackout, if this man had not denied him and sent him packing. "Morris, I shouldn't even be seen with you." That's what he said that day, and then called him batshit crazy.
Luxy accommodations, my friend. Andy looks around as if noting the Luxy accommodations for the first time. It looks that way, he admits. But appearances can be deceiving, Maury. The truth is, I'm next door to broke. This place never came back from the recession, and from certain allegations. You have to believe that. Morris rarely thinks about the money envelopes Curtis Rogers found along with the notebooks in Rothstein's safe that night, but he thinks about them now. His old pal got the cash as well as the notebooks. For all Morris knows, that money paid for the desk and the rug and the fancy crystal decanters of booze. At this, the balloon of rage finally bursts, and Morris slings the hatchet in a low sideways arc, his cap tumbling from his head. The hatchet bites through gray gabardine and buries itself in the bloated buttock beneath with a chomp sound. Andy screams and stumbles forward. He breaks his fall on the edge of his desk with his forearms, then goes down to his knees. Blood pours through a 6-inch slit in his pants. He claps a hand over it, and more blood runs through his fingers. He falls on his side, then rolls over on the Turkish rug. With some satisfaction, Morris thinks, "You'll never get that stain out, homie." Andy squalls, "You said you wouldn't hurt me." Morris considers this and shakes his head. "I don't believe I ever said that in so many words, although I suppose I might have implied it." He stares into Andy's contorted face with serious sincerity. "Think of it as DIY liposuction, and you can still come out of this alive. All you have to do is give me the notebooks. Where are they?" This time, Andy doesn't pretend not to know what Morris is talking about, not with his ass on fire and blood seeping out from beneath one hip. "I don't have them." Morris drops to one knee, careful to avoid the growing pool of blood. "I don't believe you. They're gone, nothing left but the trunk they were in, and nobody knew I had them but you. So I'm going to ask you again, and if you don't want to get a close look at your own guts and whatever you ate for lunch, you should be careful how you answer. Where are the notebooks?" "A kid found them. It wasn't me, it was a kid. He lives in your old house, Maury. He must have found them buried in the basement or something." Morris stares into his old pal's face. He's looking for a lie, but he's also trying to cope with the sudden rearrangement of what he thought he knew. It's like a hard left turn in a car doing 60. "Please, Maury, please. His name is Peter Saubers." It's the convincer, because Morris knows the name of the family now living in the house where he grew up. Besides, a man with a deep gash in his ass could hardly make up such specifics on the spur of the moment. "How do you know that?" "Because he's trying to sell them to me. Maury, I need a doctor. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig." "You are a pig," Morris thinks. "But don't worry, old pal. Pretty soon you'll be out of your misery. I'm going to send you to that big bookstore in the sky. But not yet, because Morris sees a bright ray of hope." "He's trying," Andy said. Not he tried. "Tell me everything," Morris says. "Then I'll leave. You have to call for an ambulance yourself, but I'm sure you can manage that." "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "Because if the kid has the notebooks, I have no more interest in you. Of course you have to promise not to tell them who hurt you. It was a masked man, wasn't it? Probably a drug addict. He wanted money, right?" Andy nods eagerly. "It had nothing to do with the notebooks, right?" "No, nothing. You think I want my name involved with this?" "I suppose not. But if you tried making up some story, and if my name was in that story, I'd have to come back." "I won't, Maury, I won't."
Next comes a declaration as childish as that pushed-out spit-shiny lower lip.
"Honest Injun."
"Then tell me everything."
Andy does. Sauber's first visit, with photocopies from the notebooks and dispatches from Olympus for comparison.
Andy's identification of the boy calling himself James Hawkins, using no more than the library sticker on the spine of dispatches. The boy's second visit, when Andy turned the screws on him. The voicemail about the weekend class officer trip to Riverbend Resort, and the promise to come in Monday afternoon, just 2 days from now. What time on Monday?
He didn't say. After school, I'd assume. He goes to Northfield High. Maury, I'm still bleeding.
Yes, Maury says absently. I guess you are. He's thinking furiously. The boy claims to have all the notebooks. He might be lying about that, but probably not. The number of them that he quoted to Andy sounds right. And he's read them. This ignites a spark of poison jealousy in Morris Bellamy's head and lights a fire that quickly spreads to his heart. The Saubers boy has read what was meant for Morris and Morris alone. This is a grave injustice and must be addressed. He leans closer to Andy and says, "Are you gay? You are, aren't you?" Andy's eyes flutter.
Am I? What does that matter? Maury, I need an ambulance.
Do you have a partner? His old pal is hurt but not stupid. He can see what such a question portends.
Yes.
No, Morris thinks, and swings the hatchet. Chump. Andy screams and begins to writhe on the bloody rug. Morris swings again, and Andy screams again. Lucky the room's lined with books, Morris thinks. Books make good insulation. Hold still, damn you, he says, but Andy doesn't. It takes 4 blows in all. The last one comes down above the bridge of Andy's nose, splitting both of his eyes like grapes, and at last the writhing stops. Morris pulls the hatchet free with a low squall of steel on bone and drops it on the rug beside one of Andy's outstretched hands. There, he says, all finished. The rug is sodden with blood. The front of the desk is beaded with it. So is one of the walls, and Morris himself. The inner office is your basic abattoir. This doesn't upset Morris much. He's pretty calm. It's probably shock, he thinks. But so what if it is? He needs to be calm. Upset people forget things. There are 2 doors behind the desk. One opens on his old pal's private bathroom, the other on a closet. There are plenty of clothes in the closet, including 2 suits that look expensive. They're of no use to Morris, though. He'd float in them. He wishes the bathroom had a shower, but if wishes were horses, etc., etc., he'll make do with the basin. As he strips off his bloody shirt and washes up, he tries to replay everything he touched since entering the shop. He doesn't believe there's much. He will have to remember to wipe down the sign hanging in the front door, though. Also the doorknobs of the closet and this bathroom. He dries off and goes back into the office, dropping the towel and bloody shirt by the body. His jeans are also spattered, a problem that's easily solved by what he finds on a shelf in the closet. At least 2 dozen T-shirts, neatly folded with tissue paper between them. He finds an XL that will cover his jeans halfway down his thighs where the worst of the spotting is, and unfolds it. Andrew Halliday Rare Editions is printed on the front, along with the shop's telephone number, website address, and an image of an open book. Morris thinks he probably gives these away to big-money customers, who take them, say thank you, and never wear them. He starts to put the T-shirt on, decides he really doesn't want to be walking around wearing the location of his latest murder on his chest, and turns it inside out. The lettering shows through a little, but not enough for anyone to read it, and the book could be any rectangular object. His dockers are a problem, though. The tops are splattered with blood, and the soles are smeared with it. Morris studies his old pal's feet, nods judiciously, and returns to the closet. Andy's waist size may be almost twice Morris's, but their shoe sizes look approximately the same. He selects a pair of loafers and tries them on. They pinch a little, and may leave a blister or 2, but blisters are a small price to pay for what he has learned and the long-delayed revenge he has exacted. Also,
They're damned fine-looking shoes. He adds his own footwear to the pile of gooey stuff on the rug, then examines his cap. Not so much as a single spot. Good luck there. He puts it on and circles the office, wiping the surfaces he knows he touched and the ones he might have touched. He kneels by the body one last time and searches the pockets, aware that he's getting blood on his hands again and will have to wash them again. Oh well, so it goes. That's Vonnegut, not Rothstein, he thinks and laughs. Literary allusions always please him. Andy's keys are in a front pocket, his wallet tucked against the buttock Morris didn't split with the hatchet. More good luck. Not much in the way of cash, less than $30, but a penny saved is a penny, etc. Morris tucks the bills away along with the keys. Then he re-washes his hands and re-wipes the faucet handles. Before leaving Andy's sanctum sanctorum, he regards the hatchet. The blade is smeared with gore and hair. The rubber handle clearly bears his palm print. He should probably take it along in one of the tough totes with his shirt and shoes, but some intuition, too deep for words but very powerful, tells him to leave it, at least for the time being. Morris picks it up, wipes the blade and the handle to get rid of the fingerprints, then sets it gently down on the fancy desk, like a warning or a calling card. "Who says I'm not a wolf, Mr. McFarlane?" he asks the empty office. "Who says?" Then he leaves, using the blood-streaked towel to turn the knob. 6. In the shop again, Morris deposits the bloody stuff in one of the bags and zips it closed. Then he sits down to investigate Andy's laptop. It's a Mac, much nicer than the one in the prison library, but basically the same. Since it's still wide awake, there's no need to waste time hunting for a password. There are lots of business files on the screen, plus an app marked Security in the bar at the bottom. He'll want to investigate that, and closely. But first he opens a file marked James Hawkins. And yes, here is the information he wants. Peter Sauber's address, which he knows, and also Peter Sauber's cell phone number, presumably gleaned from the voicemail his old pal mentioned. His father is Thomas. His mother is Linda. His sister is Tina. There's even a picture of young Mr. Saubers, a.k.a. James Hawkins, standing with a bunch of librarians from the Garner Street branch, a branch Morris knows well. Below this information, which may come in handy, who knows, is a John Rothstein bibliography, which Morris only glances at. He knows Rothstein's work by heart. Except for the stuff young Mr. Saubers is sitting on, of course. The stuff he stole from its rightful owner. There's a notepad by the computer. Morris jots down the boy's cell number and sticks it in his pocket. Next he opens the security app and clicks on Cameras. 6 views appear. 2 show Lacemaker Lane in all its consumer glory. 2 look down on the shop's narrow interior. The 5th shows this very desk, with Morris sitting behind it in his new T-shirt. The 6th shows Andy's inner office, and the body sprawled on the Turkish rug. In black and white, the splashes and splatters of blood look like ink. Morris clicks on this image, and it fills the screen. Arrow buttons appear on the bottom. He clicks the double arrow for rewind, waits, then hits play. He watches, engrossed, as he murders his old pal all over again. Fascinating. Not a home movie he wants anyone to see, however, which means the laptop is coming with him. He unplugs the various cords, including the one leading from a shiny box stamped Vigilant Security Systems. The cameras feed directly to the laptop's hard drive, and so there are no automatically made DVDs. That makes sense. A system like that would be a little too pricey for a small business like Andrew Halliday Rare Editions. But one of the cords he unplugged went to a disc burner add-on, so his old pal could have made DVDs from stored security footage if he had desired. Morris hunts methodically through the desk looking for them. There are 5 drawers in all. He finds nothing of interest in the first 4, but the knee hole is locked. Morris finds this suggestive. He sorts through Andy's keys, selects the smallest, unlocks the drawer, and strikes pay dirt. He has no interest in the 6 or 8 graphic photos of his old pal filleting a squat young man with a lot of tattoos, but there's also a gun. It's a prissy, over-decorated P238 Sig Sauer, red and black, with gold-inlaid flowers scrolling down the barrel. Morris drops the clip and sees it's full. There's even one in the pipe. He puts the clip back in and lays the gun on the desk. Something else to take along. He searches deep into the drawer and finds an unmarked white envelope at the very back, the flap tucked under rather than sealed. He opens it, expecting more dirty pics, and is delighted to find money instead. At least $500. His luck is still running. He puts the envelope next to the Sig. There's nothing else, and he's about decided that if there are DVDs, Andy's locked them in a safe somewhere. Yet Lady Luck is not quite done with Morris Bellamy. When he gets up, his shoulder bumps an overloaded shelf to the left of the desk. A bunch of old books go tumbling to the floor, and behind them is a slim stack of plastic DVD cases bound together with rubber bands. "How do you do?" Morris says softly. "How do you do?" He sits back down and goes through them rapidly, like a man shuffling cards. Andy has written a name on each in black Sharpie. Only the last one means anything to him, and it's the one he was looking for. Hawkins is printed on the shiny surface. He's had plenty of breaks this afternoon, possibly to make up for the horrible disappointment he suffered last night, but there's no point in pushing things. Morris takes the computer, the gun, the envelope with the money in it, and the Hawkins disc to the front of the store. He tucks them into one of his totes, ignoring the people passing back and forth in front. If you look like you belong in a place, most people think you do. He exits with a confident step and locks the door behind him. The closed sign swings briefly, then settles. Morris pulls down the long visor of his groundhog's cap and walks away. He makes one more stop before returning to Bugshit Manor, at a computer cafe called Bytes in Bytes. For 12 of Andy Halliday's dollars, he gets an overpriced cup of shitty coffee and 20 minutes in a carol at a computer equipped with a DVD player. It takes less than 5 minutes to be sure of what he has. His old pal, talking to a boy who appears to be wearing fake glasses and his father's mustache. In the first clip, Saubers has a book that has to be Dispatches from Olympus, and an envelope containing several sheets of paper that have to be the photocopies Andy mentioned. In the second clip, Saubers and Andy appear to be arguing. There's no sound in either of these black and white mini-movies, which is fine. The boy could be saying anything. In the second one, the argument one, he could even be saying, "The next time I come, I'll bring my hatchet, you fat fuck." As he leaves Bytes and Bytes, Morris is smiling. The man behind the counter smiles back and says, "I guess you had a good time." "Yes," says the man who has spent well over 2/3 of his life in prison. "But your coffee sucks, nerd boy. I ought to pour it on your fucking head." The smile dies on the counterman's face. A lot of the people who come in here are crackpots. With those folks, it's best to just keep quiet and hope they never come back.
7. I just told Holly he intended to spend at least part of his weekend crashed out in his lazy boy watching baseball, and on Sunday afternoon he does watch the first 3 innings of the Indians game, but then a certain restlessness takes hold and he decides to pay a call. Not on an old pal, but certainly an old acquaintance. After each of these visits, he tells himself, okay, that's the end, this is pointless. He means it, too. Then, 4 weeks later, or 8, maybe 10, he'll take the ride again. Something nags him into it. Besides, the Indians are already down to the Rangers by 5, and it's only the 3rd inning. He zaps off the television, pulls on an old Police Athletic League t-shirt, In his heavy-set days, he used to steer clear of tees, but now he likes the way they fall straight with hardly any belly swell above the waist of his pants, and locks up the house. Traffic is light on Sunday, and 20 minutes later he's sliding his Prius into a slot on the third deck of the visitors' parking garage, adjacent to the vast and ever-metastasizing concrete sprawl of John M. Kiner Hospital. As he walks to the parking garage elevator, he sends up a prayer, as he almost always does, thanking God that he's here as a visitor rather than as a paying customer. All too aware, even as he says this very proper thank you, that most people become customers sooner or later, here or at one of the city's 4 other fine and not-so-fine sick bays. No one rides for free, and in the end, even the most seaworthy ship goes down, blub, blub, blub. The only way to balance that off, in Hodge's opinion, is to make the most of every day afloat. But if that's true, what is he doing here? The thought recalls to mind a snatch of poetry, heard or read long ago and lodged in his brain by virtue of its simple rhyme. Oh, do not ask what is it, let us go and make our visit. 8. It's easy to get lost in any big city hospital, but Hodges has made this trip plenty of times, and these days he's more apt to give directions than ask for them. The garage elevator takes him down to a covered walkway. The walkway takes him to a lobby the size of a train terminal. The Corridor A elevator takes him up to the 3rd floor. A skyway takes him across Kiner Boulevard to his final destination, where the walls are painted a soothing pink and the atmosphere is hushed. The sign above the reception desk reads, "Welcome to Lakes Region Traumatic Brain Injury Clinic. No cell phones or telecommunications devices allowed. Help us maintain a quiet environment. We appreciate your cooperation." Hodges goes to the desk where his visitor's badge is already waiting. The head nurse knows him. After 4 years, they are almost old friends. "How's your family, Becky?" She says they are fine. "Son's broken arm mending?" She says it is. "The cast is off, and he'll be out of the sling in another week, 2 at most." "That's fine. Is my boy in his room or physical therapy?" She says he's in his room. Hodges ambles down the hall toward room 217, where a certain patient resides at state expense. Before Hodges gets there, he meets the orderly the nurses call Library Al. He's in his 60s, and, as usual, he's pushing a trolley cart packed with paperbacks and newspapers. These days there's a new addition to his little arsenal of diversions, a small plastic tub filled with handheld e-readers. "Hey, Al," Hodges says, "how you doing?" Although Al is ordinarily garrulous, this afternoon he seems half asleep, and there are purple circles under his eyes. Somebody had a hard night, Hodges thinks with amusement. He knows the symptoms, having had a few hard ones himself. He thinks of snapping his fingers in front of Al's eyes, sort of like a stage hypnotist, then decides that would be mean. Let the man suffer the tail end of his hangover in peace. If it's this bad in the afternoon, Hodges hates to think of what it must have been like this morning. But Al comes to and smiles before Hodges can pass by. "Hey there, detective. Haven't seen your face in the place for a while." "It's just plain old mister these days, Al. You feeling okay?" "Sure, just thinking about—" Al shrugs. "Geez, I don't know what I was thinking about." He laughs. "Getting old is no job for sissies." "You're not old," Hodges says. "Somebody forgot to give you the news. 60 is a new 40. Al snorts. "Ain't that a crock of you-know-what?" Hodges couldn't agree more. He points to the cart. "Don't suppose my boy ever asks for a book, does he?" Al gives another snort. "Hartsfield? He couldn't read a Berenstain Bears book these days." He taps his forehead gravely. "Nothing left but oatmeal up top. Although sometimes he does hold out his hand for one of these." He picks up a Zappit e-reader. It's a bright, girly pink. "These jobbies have games on 'em." "He plays games?" Hodges is astounded. "Oh, God, no. His motor control is shot. But if I turn on one of the demos, like Barbie Fashion Walk or Fishing Hole, he stares at it for hours. The demos do the same thing over and over, but does he know that?" I'm guessing not.
Good guess. I think he likes the noises, too, the beeps and boops and goinks. I come back 2 hours later, the reader's laying on his bed or windowsill, screen dark, battery flat as a pancake. But what the hell, that don't hurt him. 3 hours on the charger and they're ready to go again. He don't recharge, though. Probably a good thing.
Al wrinkles his nose. Is it a bad smell? Maybe, maybe not, Hodges thinks. As long as he's not better, he's here, in a nice hospital room. Not much of a view, but there's air conditioning, color TV, and every now and then a bright pink zappet to stare at. If he was compos mentis, able to assist in his own defense, as the law has it, he'd have to stand trial for a dozen offenses, including 9 counts of murder. 10 if the DA decided to add in the asshole's mother who died of poisoning. Then it would be Waynesville State Prison for the rest of his life. No air conditioning there. Take it easy, Al. You look tired.
Nah, I'm fine, Detective Hutchinson. Enjoy your visit.
Al rolls on, and Hodges looks after him, brow furrowed. Hutchinson? Where the hell did that come from? Hodges has been coming here for years now, and Al knows his name perfectly well. Or did. Jesus, he hopes the guy isn't suffering from early-onset dementia. For the first 4 months or so, there were 2 guards on the door of 217. Then 1. Now there are none, because guarding Brady is a waste of time and money. There's not much danger of escape when the perp can't even make it to the bathroom by himself. Each year, there's talk of transferring him to a cheaper institution upstate, and each year the prosecutor reminds all and sundry that this gentleman, brain-damaged or not, is technically still awaiting trial. It's easy to keep him here because the clinic foots a large portion of the bills. The neurological team, especially Dr. Felix Babineau, the head of department, finds Brady Hartsfield an extremely interesting case. This afternoon, he sits by the window, dressed in jeans and a checked shirt. His hair is long and needs cutting, but it's been washed and shines golden in the sunlight. Hair some girl would love to run her fingers through, Hodges thinks, if she didn't know what a monster he was. Hello, Brady. Hartsfield doesn't stir. He's looking out the window, yes, but is he seeing the brick wall of the parking garage, which is his only view? Does he know it's Hodges in the room with him? Does he know anybody is in the room with him? These are questions to which a whole team of neuro guys would like answers. So would Hodges, who sits on the end of the bed thinking, was a monster, or still is? Long time no see, as the landlocked sailor said to the chorus girl. Hartsfield makes no reply. I know. That's an oldie. I got hundreds, ask my daughter. How are you feeling? Hartsfield makes no reply. His hands are in his lap, the long white fingers loosely clasped. In April of 2009, Brady Hartsfield stole a Mercedes-Benz belonging to Holly's aunt and deliberately drove at high speed into a crowd of job seekers at City Center. He killed 8 and seriously injured 12, including Thomas Saubers, father of Peter and Tina. He got away with it, too. Hartsfield's mistake was to write Hodges, by then retired, a taunting letter. The following year, Brady killed Holly's cousin, a woman with whom Hodges had been falling in love. Fittingly, it was Holly herself who stopped Brady Hartsfield's clock, almost literally bashing his brains out with Hodges' own happy slapper before Hartsfield could detonate a bomb that would have killed thousands of kids at a pop concert. The first blow from the slapper had fractured Hartsfield's skull, but it was the second one that did what was considered to be irreparable damage. He was admitted to the traumatic brain injury clinic in a deep coma from which he was unlikely to ever emerge. So said Dr. Babineau. But on a dark and stormy night in November of 2011, Hartsfield opened his eyes and spoke to the nurse changing his IV bag. When considering that moment, Hodges always imagines Dr. Frankenstein screaming, "It's alive, it's alive." Hartsfield said he had a headache and asked for his mother. When Dr. Babineau was fetched and asked his patient to follow his finger to check his extraocular movements, Hartsfield was able to do so. Over the 30 months since then, Brady Hartsfield has spoken on many occasions, although never to Hodges. Mostly he asks for his mother. When he's told she is dead, he sometimes nods as if he understands, but then a day or a week later, he'll repeat the request. He is able to follow simple instructions in the PT center and can sort of walk again, although it's actually more of an orderly assisted shamble. On good days, he's able to feed himself but cannot dress himself. He is classed as a semi-catatonic. Mostly he sits in his room, either looking out the window at the parking garage or at a picture of flowers on the wall of his room. But there have been certain peculiar occurrences around Brady Hartsfield over the last year or so, and as a result he has become something of a legend in the brain injury clinic. There are rumors and speculations. Dr. Babineau scoffs at these and refuses to talk about them, but some of the orderlies and other nurses will, and a certain retired police detective has proved to be an avid listener over the years. Hodges leans forward, hands dangling between his knees, and smiles at Hartsfield. "Are you faking, Brady?" Brady makes no reply. "Why bother? You're going to be locked up for the rest of your life one way or the other." Brady makes no reply, but one hand rises slowly from his lap. He almost pokes himself in the eye, then gets what he was aiming for and brushes a lock of hair from his forehead. "Want to ask about your mother?" Brady makes no reply. "She's dead, rotting in her coffin. You fed her a bunch of gopher poison. She must have died hard. Did she die hard? Were you there? Did you watch?" No reply. "Are you in there, Brady? Knock, knock. Hello?" No reply. "I think you are. I hope you are. Hey, tell you something. I used to be a big drinker, and you know what I remember best about those days?" Nothing. The hangovers, struggling to get out of bed with my head pounding like a hammer on an anvil, pissing the morning quart and wondering what I did the night before, sometimes not even knowing how I got home, checking my car for dents. It was like being lost inside my own fucking mind, looking for the door so I could get out of there and not finding it until maybe noon when things would finally start going back to normal. This makes him think briefly of Library Al. "I hope that's where you are right now, Brady. Wandering around inside your half-busted brain and looking for a way out. Only for you there isn't one. For you the hangover just goes on and on. Is that how it is? Man, I hope so." His hands hurt. He looks down at them and sees his fingernails digging into his palms. He lets up and watches the white crescents there fill in red. He refreshes his smile. "Just saying, buddy. Just saying. You want to say anything back?" Hartsfield says nothing back. Hodges stands up. "That's all right. You sit right there by the window and try to find that way out, the one that isn't there. While you do that, I'll go outside and breathe some fresh air. It's a beautiful day." On the table between the chair and the bed is a photograph Hodges first saw in the house on Elm Street where Hartsfield lived with his mother. This is a smaller version in a plain silver frame. It shows Brady and his mom on a beach somewhere, arms around each other, cheeks pressed together, looking more like boyfriend and girlfriend than mother and son. As Hodges turns to go, the picture falls over with a toneless clack sound. He looks at it, looks at Hartsfield, then looks back at the face-down picture. "Brady?" No answer. There never is. Not to him, anyway. "Brady, did you do that?" Nothing. Brady is staring down at his lap where his fingers are once more loosely entwined. "Some of the nurses say—" Hodges doesn't finish the thought. He sets the picture back up on its little stand. "If you did it, do it again." Nothing from Hartsfield, and nothing from the picture. Mother and son in happier days. Deborah Ann Hartsfield and her honey boy. All right, Brady. See you later, alligator. Leaving the scene, Jellybean.
He does so, closing the door behind him. As he does, Brady Hartsfield looks up briefly and smiles. On the table, the picture falls over again. Clack. 9. Ellen Brann, known as Bran Stoker by students who have taken the Northfield High English Department's fantasy and horror class, is standing by the door of a school bus parked in the Riverbend Resort reception area. Her cell phone is in her hand. It's 4 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, and she's about to call 911 to report a missing student. That's when Peter Saubers comes around the restaurant side of the building, running so fast that his hair flies back from his forehead. Ellen is unfailingly correct with her students, always staying on the teacher's side of the line and never trying to buddy up, but on this one occasion, she casts propriety aside and enfolds Pete in a hug so strong and frantic that it nearly stops his breath. From the bus, where the other NHS class officers and officers-to-be are waiting, there comes a sarcastic smatter of applause. Ellen lets up on the hug, grabs his shoulders, and does another thing she's never done to a student before. Gives him a good shaking. "Where were you? You missed all 3 morning seminars. You missed lunch. I was on the verge of calling the police." "I'm sorry, Ms. Brann. I was sick to my stomach. I thought the fresh air would help me." Ms. Brann, chaperone and advisor on this weekend trip because she teaches American politics as well as American history, decides she believes him. Not just because Pete is one of her best students and has never caused her trouble before, but because the boy looks sick. "Well, you should have informed me," she says. "I thought you'd taken it into your head to hitchhike back to town or something. If anything had happened to you, I'd be blamed. Don't you realize you kids are my responsibility when we're on a class trip?" "I lost track of the time. I was vomiting, and I didn't want to do it inside. It must have been something I ate, or one of those 24-hour bugs." It wasn't anything he ate, and he doesn't have a bug, but the vomiting part is true enough. It's nerves. Unadulterated fright, to be more exact. He's terrified about facing Andrew Halliday tomorrow. It could go right. He knows there's a chance for it to go right, but it will be like threading a moving needle. If it goes wrong, he'll be in trouble with his parents and in trouble with the police. College scholarships, need-based or otherwise, forget them. He might even go to jail. So he has spent the day wandering the paths that crisscross the 30 acres of resort property, going over the coming confrontation again and again. What he will say, what Halliday will say, what he will say in return, and yes, he lost track of time. Pete wishes he had never seen that fucking trunk. He thinks, but I was only trying to do the right thing. God damn it, that's all I was trying to do. Ellen sees the tears standing in the boy's eyes and notices for the first time, perhaps because he shaved off that silly singles bar mustache, how thin his face has become. Really just half a step from gaunt. She drops her cell back into her purse and comes out with a packet of tissues. "Wipe your face," she says. A voice from the bus calls out, "Hey, Saubers, did you get any?" "Shut up, Jeremy," Ellen says without turning. Then to Pete, "I should give you a week's detention for this little stunt, but I'm going to cut you some slack." Indeed she is, because a week's detention would necessitate an oral report to NHS Assistant Principal Waters, who is also school disciplinarian. Waters would inquire into her own actions and would want to know why she had not sounded the alarm earlier, especially if she were forced to admit that she hadn't actually seen Pete Sauber since dinner in the restaurant the night before. He had been out of her sight and supervision for nearly a full day, and that was far too long for a school-mandated trip. "Thank you, Miss Brann." "Do you think you're done throwing up?" "Yes, there's nothing left." "Then get on the bus and let's go home." There's more sarcastic applause as Pete comes up the steps and makes his way down the aisle. He tries to smile, as if everything is okay. All he wants is to get back to Sycamore Street and hide in his room, waiting for tomorrow so he can get this nightmare over with.
10. When Hodges gets home from the hospital, a good-looking young man in a Harvard T-shirt is sitting on his stoop, reading a thick paperback with a bunch of fighting Greeks or Romans on the cover. Sitting beside him is an Irish setter wearing the sort of happy-go-lucky grin that seems to be the default expression of dogs raised in friendly homes. Both man and dog rise when Hodges pulls into the little lean-to that serves as his garage. The young man meets him halfway across the lawn, one-fisted hand held out. Hodges bumps knuckles with him, thus acknowledging Jerome's blackness, then shakes his hand, thereby acknowledging his own waspiness. Jerome stands back, holding Hodges' forearms and giving him a once-over.
"Look at you," he exclaims, "skinny as ever was."
"I walk," Hodges says, "and I bought a treadmill for rainy days."
"Excellent. You'll live forever."
"I wish," Hodges says and bends down. The dog extends a paw and Hodges shakes it. "How you doing, Odell?" Odell woofs, which presumably means he's doing fine. "Come on in," Hodges says. "I have Cokes, unless you'd prefer a beer."
Coke's fine. I bet Odell would appreciate some water. We walked over. Odell doesn't walk as fast as he used to.
His bowl's still under the sink. They go in and toast each other with icy glasses of Coca-Cola. Odell laps water, then stretches out in his accustomed place beside the TV. Hodges was an obsessive television watcher during the first months of his retirement, but now the box rarely goes on except for Scott Pelley on the CBS Evening News or the occasional Indians game.
How's the pacemaker, Bill?
I don't even know it's there, which is just the way I like it. What happened to the big country club dance you were going to in Pittsburgh with what's-her-name?
That didn't work out. As far as my parents are concerned, what's-her-name and I discovered that we are not compatible in terms of our academic and personal interests.
Hodges raises his eyebrows. Sounds a tad lawyerly for a philosophy major with a minor in ancient cultures. Jerome sips his Coke, sprawls his long legs out, and grins.
Truth? What's-her-name, a.k.a. Priscilla, was using me to tweak the jealous bone of her high school boyfriend. And it worked. Told me how sorry she was to get me down there on false pretenses. Hopes we can still be friends, so on and so forth. A little embarrassing, but probably all for the best. He pauses. She still has all her Barbies and brats on a shelf in her room, and I must admit that gave me pause. I guess I wouldn't mind too much if my folks found out I was the stick she stirred her pot of love soup with, but if you tell the Barbster, I'll never hear the end of it.
Mum's the word, Hodges says. So what now? Back to Massachusetts?
Nope, I'm here for the summer. Got a job down on the docks, swinging containers.
That is not work for a Harvard man, Jerome.
It is for this one. I got my heavy equipment license last winter. The pay is excellent, and Harvard ain't cheap, even with a partial scholarship.
Tyrone Feelgood Delight makes a mercifully brief guest appearance.
"This here black boy gon' tote that barge and lift that bale, Massa Hodges."
Then back to Jerome, just like that.
"Who's mowing your lawn? It looks pretty good. Not Jerome Robinson quality, but pretty good."
"Kid from the end of the block," Hodges says. "Is this just a courtesy call, or—"
"Barbara and her friend Tina told me one hell of a story," Jerome says. "Tina was reluctant to spill it at first, but Barb's talked her into it. She's good at stuff like that. Listen, you know Tina's father was hurt in the city center thing, right?"
"Yes."
"If her big brother was really the one sending cash to keep the fam afloat, good for him. But where did it come from? I can't figure that one out no matter how hard I try."
"Nor can I."
"Tina says you're going to ask him."
"After school tomorrow is the plan."
"Is Holly involved?"
"To an extent. She's doing background."
"Cool." Jerome grins big. "How about I come with you tomorrow? Get the band back together, man. Play all the hits."
Hodges considers. "I don't know, Jerome. One guy, a golden oldie like me, might not upset young Mr. Salbers too much. Two guys, though, especially when one of them's a badass black dude who stands 6'4". 15 rounds, and I'm still pretty," Jerome proclaims, waving clasped hands over his head. Odell lays back his ears. "Still pretty. That bad old bear, Sonny Liston, never touched me. I float like a butterfly. I sting like a—" He assesses Hodges' patient expression. Okay, sorry, sometimes I get carried away. Where are you going to wait for him? Out front was the plan. You know, where the kids actually exit the building. Not all of them come out that way, and he might not, especially if Tina lets on she talked to you. He sees Hodges about to speak and raises a hand. She says she won't, but big brothers know little sisters. You can take that from a guy who's got one. If he knows somebody wants to ask him questions, he's apt to go out the back and cut across the football field to Westfield Street. I could park there, give you a call if I see him. Do you know what he looks like? Uh-huh. Tina had a picture in her wallet. Let me be a part of this, Bill. Barbie likes that chick. I liked her, too. And it took guts for her to come to you, even with my sister snapping the whip. I know. Also, I'm curious as hell. Tina says the money started coming when her bro was only 13. A kid that young with access to that much money. Jerome shakes his head. I'm not surprised he's in trouble. Me either. I guess if you want to be in, you're in. My man! This cry necessitates another fist bump. You went to Northfield, Jerome. Is there any other way he could go out besides the front and Westfield Street? Jerome thinks it over. If he went down to the basement, there's a door that takes you out to one side where the smoking area used to be back in the day. I guess he could go across that, then cut through the auditorium and come out on Garner Street. I could put Holly there, Hodges says thoughtfully. Excellent idea, Jerome cries. Getting the band back together. What I said. But no approach if you see him, Hodges says. Just call. I get to approach. I'll tell Holly the same thing. Not that she'd be likely to. As long as we get to hear the story. If I get it, you'll get it, Hodges says, hoping he has not just made a rash promise. Come by my office in the Turner building around 2 and we'll move out around 2:15. Be in position by 2:45. You're sure Holly will be okay with this? Yes, she's fine with watching. It's confrontation that gives her problems. Not always. No, Hodges says, not always. They are both thinking of one confrontation, at the Mac with Brady Hartsfield. That Holly handled just fine. Jerome glances at his watch. I have to go. Promised I'd take the Barbster to the mall. She wants a swatch. He rolls his eyes. Hodges grins. I love your sis, Jerome. Jerome grins back. Actually, so do I. Come on, Odell, let's shuffle. Odell rises and heads for the door. Jerome grasps the knob, then turns back. His grin is gone. Have you been where I think you've been? Probably. Does Holly know you visit him? No, and you're not to tell her. She'd find it vastly upsetting. Yes, she would. How is he? The same. Although Hodges is thinking of how the picture fell over. That clack sound. Although what? Nothing. He's the same. Do me one favor, okay? Tell Barbara to get in touch if Tina calls and says her brother found out the girls talked to me on Friday. Will do. See you tomorrow. Jerome leaves. Hodges turns on the TV and is delighted to see the Indians are still on. They've tied it up. The game is going into extra innings. 11. Holly spends Sunday evening in her apartment, trying to watch The Godfather Part 2 on her computer. Usually this would be a very pleasant occupation, because she considers it one of the 2 or 3 best movies ever made, right up there with Citizen Kane and Paths of Glory. But tonight, she keeps pausing it so she can pace worry circles around the living room of her apartment. There's a lot of room to pace. This apartment isn't as glitzy as the lakeside condo she lived in for a while when she first moved to the city, but it's in a good neighborhood and plenty big. She can afford the rent. Under the terms of her cousin Janie's will, Holly inherited $500,000. Less after taxes, of course, but still a very nice nest egg. And thanks to her job with Bill Hodges, she can afford to let the nest egg grow. As she paces, she mutters some of her favorite lines from the movie. I don't have to wipe everyone out, just my enemies. How do you say banana daiquiri? Your country ain't your blood, remember that.
And of course, the one everyone remembers. "I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart." If she was watching another movie, she would be incanting a different set of quotes. It is a form of self-hypnosis that she has practiced ever since she saw The Sound of Music at the age of 7. Favorite line from that one, "I wonder what grass tastes like." She's really thinking about the moleskin notebook Tina's brother was so quick to hide under his pillow. Bill believes it has nothing to do with the money Pete was sending his parents, but Holly isn't so sure. She has kept journals for most of her life, listing all the movies she's seen, all the books she's read, the people she's talked to, the time she gets up, the time she goes to bed. Also her bowel movements, which are coded, after all, someone may see her journals after she's dead, as WP, which stands for went potty. She knows this is OCD behavior. She and her therapist have discussed how obsessive listing is really just another form of magical thinking, but it doesn't hurt anyone. And if she prefers to keep her lists in moleskin notebooks, whose business is that besides her own? The point is, she knows from moleskins, and therefore knows they're not cheap. $2.50 will get you a spiral-bound notebook in Walgreens, but a moleskin with the same number of pages goes for $10. Why would a kid want such an expensive notebook, especially when he came from a cash-strapped family? Doesn't make sense, Holly says. Then, as if just following this train of thought, leave the gun, take the cannoli. That's from the original Godfather, but it's still a good line, one of the best. Send the money, keep the notebook. An expensive notebook that got shoved under the pillow when the little sister appeared unexpectedly in the room. The more Holly thinks about it, the more she thinks there might be something there. She restarts the movie, but can't follow its well-worn and well-loved path with this notebook stuff rolling around in her head, so Holly does something almost unheard of, at least before bedtime. She turns her computer off. Then she resumes pacing, hands locked together at the small of her back. Send the money, keep the notebook. And the lag, she exclaims to the empty room. Don't forget that. Yes, the 7 months of quiet time between when the money ran out and when the Saubers boys started to get his underpants all in a twist. Because it took him 7 months to think up a way to get more money? Holly thinks yes. Holly thinks he got an idea, but it wasn't a good idea. It was an idea that got him in trouble. What gets people in trouble when it's about money? Holly asks the empty room, pacing faster than ever. Stealing does. So does blackmail. Was that it? Did Pete Saubers try to blackmail somebody about something in the moleskin notebook? Something about the stolen money, maybe? Only how could Pete blackmail someone about that money when he must have stolen it himself? Holly goes to the telephone, reaches for it, then pulls her hand back. For almost a minute, she just stands there, gnawing her lips. She's not used to taking the initiative and thinks, maybe she should call Bill first and ask him if it's okay. Bill doesn't think the notebook's important, though, she tells her living room. I think different, and I can think different if I want to. She snatches herself from the coffee table and calls Tina Saubers before she can lose her nerve. Hello? Tina asks cautiously, almost whispering. Who's this? Holly Gibney. You didn't see my number come up because it's unlisted. I'm very careful about my number, although I'll be happy to give it to you if you want. We can talk any time, because we're friends, and that's what friends do. Is your brother back home from his weekend? Yes. He came in around 6 while we were finishing up dinner. Mom said there was still plenty of pot roast and potatoes. She'd heat them up if he wanted, but he said they stopped at Denny's on the way back. Then he went up to his room. He didn't even want any strawberry shortcake, and he loves that. I'm really worried about him, Miss Holly. You can just call me Holly, Tina. She hates Ms., thinks it sounds like a mosquito buzzing around your head. Okay. Did he say anything to you? Just hi, Tina says in a small voice. And you didn't tell him about coming to the office with Barbara on Friday? God, no! Where is he now? Still in his room, listening to the Black Keys. I hate the Black Keys. Yes, me too. Holly has no idea who the Black Keys are, although she could name the entire cast of Fargo. Best line in that one, delivered by Steve Buscemi, smoke a fucking peace pipe. Tina, does Pete have a special friend he might have talked to about what's bothering him? Tina thinks it over. Holly takes the opportunity to snatch a Nicorette from the open pack beside her computer and pop it into her mouth. I don't think so, Tina says at last. I guess he has friends at school. He's pretty popular, but his only close friend was Bob Pearson from down the block, and they moved to Denver last year. What about a girlfriend? He used to spend a lot of time with Gloria Moore, but they broke up after Christmas. Pete said she didn't like to read, and he could never get tight with a girl who didn't like books. Wistfully, Tina adds, I like Gloria. She showed me how to do my eyes. Girls don't need eye makeup until they're in their 30s, Holly says authoritatively, although she has never actually worn any herself. Her mother says only sluts wear eye makeup. Really? Tina sounds astonished. What about teachers? Did he have a favorite teacher he might have talked to? Holly doubts if an older brother would have talked to his kid sister about favorite teachers, or if the kid sister would have paid any attention if he did. She asks because it's the only other thing she can think of. But Tina doesn't even hesitate. Ricky the hippie, she says, and giggles. Holly stops in mid-pace. Who? Mr. Ricker, that's his real name. Pete said some of the kids call him Ricky the hippie because he wears these old-time flower power shirts and ties. Pete had him when he was a freshman, or maybe a sophomore. I can't remember. He said Mr. Ricker knew what good books were all about. Holly? Is Mr. Hodges still going to talk to Pete tomorrow? Yes, don't worry about that. But Tina is plenty worried. She sounds on the verge of tears, in fact, and this makes Holly's stomach contract into a tight little ball. Oh boy, I hope he doesn't hate me. He won't, Holly says. She's chewing her Nicorette at warp speed. Bill will find out what's wrong and fix it. Then your brother will love you more than ever. Do you promise? Yes. Ouch! What's wrong? Nothing. She wipes her mouth and looks at a smear of blood on her fingers. I bit my lip. I have to go, Tina. Will you call me if you think of anyone he might have talked to about the money? There's no one, Tina says forlornly and starts to cry. Well, okay. And because something else seems required, don't bother with eye makeup. Your eyes are very pretty as they are. Goodbye. She ends the call without waiting for Tina to say anything else and resumes pacing. She spits the wad of Nicorette into the wastebasket by her desk and blots her lip with a tissue, but the bleeding has already stopped. No close friends, and no steady girl. No names except for that one teacher. Holly sits down and powers up her computer again. She opens Firefox, goes to the Northfield High website, clicks Our Faculty, and there is Howard Ricker, wearing a flower-patterned shirt with billowy sleeves, just like Tina said. Also a very ridiculous tie. Is it really so impossible that Pete Saubers said something to his favorite English teacher? Especially if it had to do with whatever he was writing or reading in a moleskin notebook? A few clicks, and she has Howard Ricker's telephone number on her computer screen. It's still early, but she can't bring herself to cold call a complete stranger. Phoning Tina was hard enough, and that call ended in tears. I'll tell Bill tomorrow, she decides. He can call Ricky the hippie if he thinks it's worth doing. She goes back to her voluminous movie folder and is soon once more lost in The Godfather, Part 2. 12. Morris visits another computer cafe that Sunday night and does his own quick bit of research. When he's found what he wants, he fishes out the piece of note paper with Peter Sauber's cell number on it and jots down Andrew Halliday's address. Coleridge Street is on the west side. In the 70s, that was a middle-class and mostly white enclave, where all the houses tried to look a little more expensive than they actually were, and as a result all ended up looking pretty much the same. A quick visit to several local real estate sites shows Morris that things over there haven't changed much, although an upscale shopping center has been added. Valley Plaza. Andy's car may still be parked at his house out there. Of course it might be in a space behind his shop. Morris never checked. Christ, you can't check everything, he thinks. But that seems unlikely. Why would you put up with the hassle of driving 3 miles into the city every morning and 3 miles back every night in rush-hour traffic when you could buy a 30-day bus pass for $10 or a 6-month pass for $50? Morris has the keys to his old pal's house, although he'd never try using them. The house is a lot more likely to be alarmed than the Birch Street wreck. But he also has the keys to Andy's car, and a car might come in handy. He walks back to Bugshit Manor, convinced that McFarlane will be waiting for him there, and not content just to make Morris pee in the little cup. No, not this time. This time, he'll also want to toss his room, and when he does, he'll find the tough tote with the stolen computer and the bloody shirt and shoes inside, not to mention the envelope of money he took from his old pal's desk. I'd kill him, thinks Morris, who is now, in his own mind at least, Morris the Wolf. Only he couldn't use the gun. Plenty of people in Bugshit Manor know what a gunshot sounds like. Even a polite kapow from a little faggot gun like his old pal's P238. And he left the hatchet in Andy's office. That might not do the job even if he did have it. McFarlane is big, like Andy, but not all puddly fat like Andy. McFarlane looks strong. That's okay, Morris tells himself. That shit don't mean shit. Because an old wolf is a crafty wolf, and that's what I have to be now. Crafty. McFarlane isn't waiting on the stoop, but before Morris can breathe a sigh of relief, he becomes convinced that his P.O. will be waiting for him upstairs. Not in the hall, either. He's probably got a pass key that lets him into every room in this fucked-up, piss-smelling place. Try me, he thinks. You just try me, you son of a bitch. But the door is locked. The room is empty. And it doesn't look like it's been searched, although he supposes if McFarlane did it carefully, craftily. But then Morris calls himself an idiot. If McFarlane had searched his room, he would have been waiting with a couple of cops, and the cops would have handcuffs. Nevertheless, he snatches open the closet door to make sure the tough totes are where he left them. They are. He takes out the money and counts it. $640. Not great. Not even close to what was in Rothstein's safe, but not bad. He puts it back, zips the bag shut, then sits on his bed and holds up his hands. They are shaking. I have to get that stuff out of here, he thinks, and I have to do it tomorrow morning. But get it out to where? Morris lies down on his bed and looks up at the ceiling, thinking. At last he falls asleep. 13. Monday dawns clear and warm. The thermometer in front of city center reading 70 before the sun is even fully over the horizon. School is still in session and will be for the next 2 weeks, but today is going to be the first real sizzler of the summer, the kind of day that makes people wipe the backs of their necks and squint at the sun and talk about global warming. When Hodges gets to his office at 8:30, Holly is already there. She tells him about her conversation with Tina last night and asks if Hodges will talk to Howard Ricker, a.k.a. Ricky the Hippie, if he can't get the story of the money from Pete himself. Hodges agrees to this and tells Holly that was good thinking. She glows at this, but privately believes talking to Ricker won't be necessary. If he can't crack a 17-year-old kid, one who's probably dying to tell someone what's been weighing him down, he needs to quit working and move to Florida, home of so many retired cops. He asks Holly if she'll watch for the Saubers boy on Garner Street when school lets out this afternoon. She agrees, as long as she doesn't have to talk to him herself. You won't, Hodges assures her. If you see him, all you need to do is call me. I'll come around the block and cut him off. Have we got pics of him? I've downloaded 6 to my computer. 5 from the yearbook and 1 from the Garner Street Library, where he works as a student aide or something. Come and look.
The best photo, a portrait shot in which Pete Saubers is wearing a tie and a dark sport coat, identifies him as Class of 15 Student Vice President. He's dark-haired and good-looking. The resemblance to his kid sister isn't striking, but it's there all right. Intelligent blue eyes look levelly out at Hodges. In them is the faintest glint of humor. Can you email these to Jerome?
Already done.
Holly smiles, and Hodges thinks, as he always does, that she should do it more often. When she smiles, Holly is almost beautiful. With a little mascara around her eyes, she probably would be.
Gee, it'll be good to see Jerome again.
What have I got this morning, Holly? Anything?
Court at 10 o'clock. The assault thing.
Oh, right. The guy who tuned up on his brother-in-law. Belson the Bald Beater.
It's not nice to call people names,
Holly says. This is probably true, but court is always an annoyance, and having to go there today is particularly trying, even though it will probably take no more than an hour unless Judge Wiggins has slowed down since Hodges was on the cops. Pete Huntley used to call Brenda Wiggins FedEx because she always delivered on time. The Bald Beater is James Belson, whose picture should probably be next to white trash in the dictionary. He's a resident of the city's Edgemont Avenue district, sometimes referred to as Hillbilly Heaven. As part of his contract with one of the city's car dealerships, Hodges was hired to repo Belson's Acura MDX, on which Belson had ceased making payments some months before. When Hodges arrived at Belson's ramshackle house, Belson wasn't there. Neither was the car. Mrs. Belson, a lady who looked rode hard and put away still damp, told him the Acura had been stolen by her brother Howie. She gave him the address, which was also in Hillbilly Heaven.
I got no love for Howie, she told Hodges, but you might ought to get over before Jimmy kills him. When Jimmy's mad, he don't believe in talk. He goes right to beating.
When Hodges arrived, James Belson was indeed beating on Howie. He was doing this work with a rake handle, his bald head gleaming with sweat in the sunlight. Belson's brother-in-law was lying in his weedy driveway by the rear bumper of the Acura, kicking ineffectually at Belson and trying to shield his bleeding face and broken nose with his hands. Hodges stepped up behind Belson and soothed him with the happy slapper. The Acura was back on the car dealership's lot by noon, and Belson, the Bald Beater, was now up on assault.
His lawyer is going to try to make you look like the bad guy,
Holly says.
He's going to ask how you subdued Mr. Belson. You need to be ready for that, Bill.
Oh, for goodness sake, Hodges says. I thumped him one to keep him from killing his brother-in-law, that's all. Applied acceptable force and practiced restraint.
But you used a weapon to do it. A sock loaded with ball bearings, to be exact.
True, but Belson doesn't know that. His back was turned, and the other guy was semi-conscious at best.
Okay.
But she looks worried, and her teeth are working at the spot she nipped while talking to Tina.
I just don't want you to get in trouble. Promise me you'll keep your temper and not shout, or wave your arms, or—
Holly, he takes her by the shoulders, gently. Go outside, smoke a cigarette, chillax. All will be well in court this morning and with Pete Saubers this afternoon. She looks up at him wide-eyed.
Do you promise?
Yes.
All right. I'll just smoke half a cigarette.
She heads for the door, rummaging in her bag.
We are going to have such a busy day.
I suppose we are. One other thing before you go. She turns back, questioning. You should smile more often. You're beautiful when you smile. Holly blushes all the way to her hairline and hurries out, but she's smiling again, and that makes Hodges happy. 14.
Morris is also having a busy day, and busy is good. As long as he's in motion, the doubts and fears don't have a chance to creep in. It helps that he woke up absolutely sure of one thing. This is the day he becomes a wolf, for real. He's all done patching up the Culture and Arts Center's outdated computer filing system so his fat fuck of a boss can look good to his boss. And he's done being Ellis McFarland's pet lamb, too. No more buying, yes, sir, and no, sir, and 3 bags full, sir, each time McFarland shows up. Parole is finished. As soon as he has the Rothstein notebooks,
He's getting the hell out of this piss pot of the city. He has no interest in going north to Canada, but that leaves the whole lower 48. He thinks maybe he'll opt for New England. Who knows? Maybe even New Hampshire. Reading the notebooks there, near the same mountains Rothstein must have looked at while he was writing, that had a certain novelistic roundness, didn't it? Yes, and that was the great thing about novels, that roundness, the way things always balanced out in the end. He should have known Rothstein couldn't leave Jimmy working for that fucking ad agency, because there was no roundness in that, just a big old scoop of ugly. Maybe, deep down in his heart, Morris had known it. Maybe it was what kept him sane all those years. He's never felt saner in his life. When he doesn't show up for work this morning, his fat fuck boss will probably call McFarland. That, at least, is what he's supposed to do in the event of an unexplained absence. So Morris has to disappear, duck under the radar, go dark. Fine. Terrific, in fact. At 8 this morning, he takes the Main Street bus, rides all the way to its turnaround point where Lower Main ends, and then strolls down to Lacemaker Lane. Morris has put on his only sport coat and his only tie, and they're good enough for him to not look out of place here, even though it's too early for any of the fancy-schmancy stores to have opened. He turns down the alley between Andrew Halliday Rare Editions and the shop next door, La Bella Flora Children's Boutique. There are 3 parking spaces in the small courtyard behind the buildings, 2 for the clothing shop and 1 for the bookshop. There's a Volvo in one of the La Bella Flora spots. The other one is empty, so is the space reserved for Andrew Halliday. Also fine. Morris leaves the courtyard as briskly as he came, pauses for a comforting look at the closed sign hanging inside the bookshop door, and then strolls back to Lower Main, where he catches an uptown bus. 2 changes later, he's stepping off in front of the Valley Plaza Shopping Center, just 2 blocks from the late Andrew Halliday's home. He walks briskly again, no strolling now, as if he knows where he is, where he's going, and has every right to be here. Coleridge Street is nearly deserted, which doesn't surprise him. It's 9:15. His fat fuck of a boss will by now be looking at Morris's unoccupied desk and fuming. The kids are in school. The worker-daddies and worker-mommies are off busting heavies to keep up with their credit card debt. Most delivery and service people won't start cruising the neighborhood until 10. The only better time would be the dozy hours of mid-afternoon, and he can't afford to wait that long. Too many places to go, too many things to do. This is Morris Bellamy's big day. His life has taken a long, long detour, but he's almost back on the main line. 15. Tina starts feeling sick around the time Morris is strolling up the late Drew Halliday's driveway and seeing his old pal's car parked inside his garage. Tina hardly slept at all last night because she's so worried about how Pete will take the news that she ratted him out. Her breakfast is sitting in her belly like a lump, and all at once, while Mrs. Sloane is performing Annabel Lee, Mrs. Sloane never just reads. That lump of undigested food starts to crawl up her throat and toward the exit. She raises her hand. It seems to weigh at least 10 pounds, but she holds it up until Mrs. Sloane raises her eyes. "Yes, Tina? What is it?" She sounds annoyed, but Tina doesn't care. She's beyond caring. "I feel sick. I need to go to the girls." "Then go, by all means, but hurry back." Tina scuttles from the room. Some of the girls are giggling. At 13, unscheduled bathroom visits are always amusing, but Tina is too concerned with that rising lump to feel embarrassed. Once in the hall, she breaks into a run, heading for the bathroom halfway down the hall as fast as she can. But the lump is faster, and she doubles over before she can get there and vomits her breakfast all over her sneakers. Mr. Haggerty, the school's head janitor, is just coming up the stairs. He sees her stagger backward from the steaming puddle of whoopsie and trots toward her, his tool belt jingling. "Hey, girl, you okay?"
Tina gropes for the wall with an arm that feels made of plastic. The world is swimming. Part of that is because she has vomited hard enough to bring tears to her eyes, but not all. She wishes with all her heart that she hadn't let Barbara persuade her into talking to Mr. Hodges, that she had left Pete alone to work out whatever was wrong. What if he never speaks to her again? "I'm fine," she says. "I'm sorry I made him..." But the swimming gets worse before she can finish. She doesn't exactly faint, but the world pulls away from her, becomes something she's looking at through a smudged window, rather than something she's actually in. She slides down the wall, amazed by the sight of her own knees, clad in green tights, coming up to meet her. That is when Mr. Haggerty scoops her up and carries her downstairs to the school nurse's office. 16. Andy's little green Subaru is perfect as far as Morris is concerned, not apt to attract a first glance, let alone a second. There are only thousands just like it. He backs down the driveway and sets off for the north side, keeping an eye out for cops and obeying every speed limit. At first, it's almost a replay of Friday night. He stops once more at the Bellows Avenue Mall and once more visits Home Depot. He goes to the tools section, where he picks out a screwdriver with a long blade and a chisel. Then he drives on to the square brick hulk that used to be the Birch Street Recreation Center and once more parks in the space marked "Reserved for Rec Department Vehicles." It's a good spot in which to do dirty business. There's a loading dock on one side and a high hedge on the other. He's visible only from behind, the baseball field and crumbling basketball courts. But with school in session, those areas are deserted. Morris goes to the basement window he noticed before, squats, and rams the blade of his screwdriver into the crack at the top. It goes in easily because the wood is rotten. He uses the chisel to widen the crack. The glass rattles in its frame but doesn't break because the putty is old and there's plenty of give. The possibility that this hulk of a building has alarm protection is looking slimmer all the time. Morris swaps the chisel for the screwdriver again. He chivies it through the gap he's made, catches the thumb lock, and pushes. He looks around to make sure he's still unobserved. It's a good spot, yes, but breaking and entering in broad daylight is still a scary proposition, and sees nothing but a crow perched on a telephone pole. He inserts the chisel at the bottom of the window, beating it in as deep as it will go with the heel of his hand, then bears down on it. For a moment there's nothing. Then the window slides up with a squall of wood and a shower of dirt. Bingo! He wipes sweat from his face as he peers in at the stored chairs, card tables, and boxes of junk, verifying that it will be easy to slide in and drop to the floor. But not quite yet. Not while there's the slightest possibility that a silent alarm is lighting up somewhere. Morris takes his tools back to the little green Subaru and drives away. 17. Linda Saubers is monitoring the mid-morning activity period at Northfield Elementary School when Peggy Moran comes in and tells her that her daughter has been taken sick at Dorton Middle some 3 miles away. "She's in the nurse's office," Peggy says, keeping her voice low. "I understand she vomited and then sort of passed out for a few minutes." "Oh my God," Linda says. "She looked pale at breakfast, but when I asked her if she was okay, she said she was." "That's the way they are," Peggy says, rolling her eyes. "It's either melodrama or, 'I'm fine, Mom, get a life.' Go get her and take her home. I'll cover this, and Mr. Jablonski has already called a sub." "You're a saint." Linda is gathering up her books and putting them into her briefcase. "It's probably a stomach thing," Peggy says, sliding into the seat Linda has just vacated. "I guess you could take her to the nearest doc in the box, but why bother spending $30? That stuff's going around." "I know," Linda says, but she wonders. She and Tom have been slowly but surely digging themselves out of 2 pits, a money pit and a marriage pit. The year after Tom's accident, they came perilously close to breaking up. Then the mystery cash started coming, a kind of miracle, and things started to turn around. They aren't all the way out of either hole even yet, but Linda has come to believe they will get out. With their parents focused on brute survival, and Tom, of course, had the additional challenge of recovering from his injuries, the kids have spent far too much time flying on autopilot. It's only now, when she feels she finally has room to breathe and time to look around her, that Linda clearly senses something not right with Pete and Tina. They're good kids, smart kids, and she doesn't think either of them has gotten caught in the usual teenage traps: drink, drugs, shoplifting, sex. But there's something, and she supposes she knows what it is. She has an idea Tom does too. God sent manna from heaven when the Israelites were starving, but cash drops from more prosaic sources: banks, friends, an inheritance, relatives who are in a position to help out. The mystery money didn't come from any of those sources, certainly not from relatives. Back in 2010, all their kinfolk were just as strapped as Tom and Linda themselves. Only kids are relatives too, aren't they? It's easy to overlook that because they're so close, but they are. It's absurd to think the cash came from Tina, who'd only been 9 years old when the envelopes started arriving, and who couldn't have kept a secret like that anyway. Pete, though, he's the close-mouthed one. Linda remembers her mother saying when Pete was only 5, "That one's got a lock on his lips." Only where could a kid of 13 have come by that kind of money? As she drives to Dorton Middle to pick up her ailing daughter, Linda thinks, we never asked any questions, not really, because we were afraid to. No one who didn't go through those terrible months after Tommy's accident could get that, and I'm not going to apologize for it. We had reasons to be cowardly, plenty of them. The 2 biggest were living right under our roof and counting on us to support them. But it's time to ask who was supporting whom. If it was Pete, if Tina found out, and that's what's troubling her, I need to stop being a coward. I need to open my eyes. I need some answers.
18. Mid-morning. Hodges is in court and on best behavior. Holly would be proud. He answers the questions posed by the bald beater's attorney with crisp succinctness. The attorney gives him plenty of opportunity to be argumentative, and although this was a trap Hodges sometimes fell into during his detective days, he avoids it now.
Linda Salbers is driving her pale, silent daughter home from school, where she will give Tina a glass of ginger ale to settle her stomach and then put her to bed. She is finally ready to ask Tina what she knows about the mystery money, but not until the girl feels better. The afternoon will be time enough, and she should make Pete a part of that conversation when he gets home from school. It will be just the 3 of them, and probably that's best. Tom and a group of his real estate clients are touring an office complex recently vacated by IBM 50 miles north of the city and won't be back until 7. Even later if they stop for dinner on the return trip. Pete is in Period 3 Advanced Physics, and although his eyes are trained on Mr. Norton, who is rhapsodizing about the Higgs boson and the CERN Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, the mind behind those eyes is much closer to home. He is going over his script for this afternoon's meeting yet again, and reminding himself that just because he has a script doesn't mean Halliday will follow it. Halliday has been in this business a long time, and he's probably been skirting the edges of the law for much of it. Pete is just a kid, and it absolutely will not do to forget that. He must be careful and allow for his inexperience. He must think before he speaks every time. Above all, he must be brave. He tells Halliday, half a loaf is better than none, but in a world of want, even a single slice is better than none. I'm offering you 3 dozen slices. You need to think about that. He tells Halliday, I'm not going to be anyone's birthday fuck. You better think about that too. He tells Halliday, if you think I'm bluffing, go on and try me. But if you do, we both wind up with nothing. He thinks, if I can hold my nerve, I can get out of this. And I will hold it. I will. I have to. Morris Bellamy parks the stolen Subaru 2 blocks from Bugshit Manor and walks back. He lingers in the doorway of a second-hand store to make sure Ellis McFarlane isn't in the vicinity, then scurries to the miserable building and plods up the 9 flights of stairs. Both elevators are busted today, which is par for the course. He scrambles random clothes into one of the tough totes and then leaves his crappy room for the last time. All the way down to the first corner, his back feels hot, his neck as stiff as an ironing board. He carries one tough tote in each hand, and they seem to weigh 100 pounds apiece. He keeps waiting for McFarlane to call his name, to step out from beneath a shadowed awning and ask him why he's not at work, to ask him where he thinks he's going, to ask him what he's got in those bags, and then to tell him he's going back to prison. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Morris doesn't relax until Buckshit Manor is out of sight for good.
Tom Saubers is walking his little pack of real estate agents through the empty IBM facility, pointing out the various features and encouraging them to take pictures. They're all excited by the possibilities. Come the end of the day, his surgically repaired legs and hips will ache like all the devils of hell, but for the time being, he's feeling fine. This abandoned office and manufacturing complex could be a big deal for him. Life is finally turning around. Jerome has popped into Hodge's office to surprise Holly, who squeals with joy when she sees him, then with apprehension when he seizes her by the waist and swings her around as he likes to do with his little sister. They talk for an hour or more, catching up, and she gives him her views on the Saubers affair. She's happy when Jerome takes her concerns about the moleskin notebook seriously, and happier still to find out he has seen 22 Jump Street. They drop the subject of Pete Saubers and discuss the movie at great length, comparing it to others in Jonah Hill's filmography. Then they move on to a discussion of various computer apps. Andrew Halliday is the only one not occupied. First editions no longer matter to him, nor do young waiters in tight black pants. Oil and water are the same as wind and air to him now. He's sleeping the big sleep in a patch of congealed blood, drawing flies. 19. 11 o'clock. It's 80 degrees in the city, and the radio says the mercury's apt to touch 90 before subsiding. Got to be global warming, people tell each other. Morris cruises past the Birch Street wreck twice and is happy, though not really surprised, to see it's as deserted as ever, just an empty brick box baking under the sun. No police, no security cars. Even the Crow has departed for cooler environs. He circles the block, noting that there's now a trim little Ford Focus parked in the driveway of his old house. Mr. or Mrs. Saubers has knocked off early. Hell, maybe both of them. It's nothing to Morris. He heads back to the wreck, and this time turns in, going around to the rear of the building and parking in what he's now begun to think of as his spot. He's confident that he's unobserved, but it's still a good idea to do this quickly. He carries his bags to the window he's forced up and drops them to the basement floor, where they land with a flat clap and twin puffs of dust. He takes a quick look around, then slides feet first through the window on his stomach. A wave of dizziness runs through his head as he takes his first deep breath of the cool, musty air. He staggers a little and puts his arms out for balance. It's the heat, he thinks. You've been too busy to realize it, but you're dripping with sweat. Also, you ate no breakfast. Both true, but the main thing is simpler and self-evident. He's not as young as he used to be, and it's been years since the physical exertions of the dye house. He's got to pace himself. Over by the furnace are a couple of good-sized cartons with kitchen supplies printed on the sides. Morris sits down on one of these until his heartbeat slows and the dizziness passes. Then he unzips the tote with Andy's little automatic inside, tucks the gun into the waistband of his pants at the small of his back, and blouses his shirt over it. He takes $100 of Andy's money, just in case he runs into any unforeseen expenses, and leaves the rest for later. He'll be back here this evening, may even spend the night. It sort of depends on the kid who stole his notebooks, and what measures Morris needs to employ in order to get them back.
Whatever it takes, cocksucker, he thinks. Whatever it takes. Right now, it's time to move on. As a younger man, he could have pulled himself out of that basement window easily, but not now. He drags over one of the kitchen supplies cartons. It's surprisingly heavy, probably some old busted appliance inside, and uses it as a step. 5 minutes later, he's headed for Andrew Halliday Rare Editions, where he will park his old pal's car in his old pal's space, and then spend the rest of the day soaking up the air conditioning and waiting for the young notebook thief to arrive. James Hawkins, indeed, he thinks. 20. 2:15. Hodges, Holly, and Jerome are on the move, headed for their positions around Northfield High. Hodges out front, Jerome on the corner of Westfield Street, Holly beyond the high school's auditorium on Garner Street. When they are in position, they'll let Hodges know. In the bookshop, on Lacemaker Lane, Morris adjusts his tie, turns the hanging sign from closed to open, and unlocks the door. He goes back to the desk and sits down. If a customer should come in to browse, not terribly likely at such a slack time of the day, but possible, he will be happy to help. If there's a customer here when the kid arrives, he'll think of something. Improvise. His heart is beating hard, but his hands are steady. The shakes are gone. I am a wolf, he tells himself. I'll bite if I have to. Pete is in his creative writing class. The text is Strunken White's The Elements of Style, and today they are discussing the famous Rule 13, omit needless words. They have been assigned Hemingway's short story, The Killers, and it has provoked a lively class discussion. Many words are spoken on the subject of how Hemingway omits needless words. Pete barely hears any of them. He keeps looking at the clock, where the hands march steadily toward his appointment with Andrew Halliday, and he keeps going over his script. At 2:25, his phone vibrates against his leg. He slips it out and looks at the screen. Mom, come right home after school. We need to talk. His stomach cramps, and his heart kicks into a higher gear. It might be no more than some chore that needs doing, but Pete doesn't believe it. We need to talk is mom speak for Houston, we have a problem. It could be the money, and in fact that seems likely to him because problems come in bunches. If it is, then Tina let the cat out of the bag. All right. If that's how it is, all right. He will go home, and they will talk. But he needs to resolve the Halliday business first. His parents aren't responsible for the jam he's in, and he won't make them responsible. He won't blame himself, either. He did what he had to do. If Halliday refuses to cut a deal, if he calls the police in spite of the reasons Pete can give him not to, then the less his parents know, the better. He doesn't want them charged as accessories or something. He thinks about switching his phone off and decides not to. If she texts him again, or if Tina does, it's better to know. He looks up at the clock and sees it's 3:20. Soon the bell will ring, and he'll leave school. Pete wonders if he'll ever be back. 21. Hodges parks his Prius 50 feet or so down from the high school's main entrance. He's on a yellow curb, but he has an old police call card in his glove compartment, which he saves for just such parking problems. He places it on the dashboard. When the bell rings, he gets out of the car and leans against the hood with his arms folded, watching the bank of doors. Engraved above the entrance is the school's motto, "Education is the lamp of life." Hodges has his phone in one hand, ready to either make or receive a call, depending on who comes out or who doesn't. The wait isn't long, because Pete Saubers is among the first group of students to burst into the June day and come hurrying down the wide granite steps. Most of the kids are with friends. The Saubers boy is alone. Not the only one flying solo, of course, but there's a set look to his face, as if he's living in the future instead of the here and now. Hodges' eyes are as good as they ever were,
and he thinks that could be the face of a soldier going into battle. Or maybe he's just worried about finals. Instead of heading toward the yellow buses parked beside the school on the left, he turns right toward where Hodges is parked. Hodges ambles to meet him, speed-dialing Holly as he goes. "I've got him. Tell Jerome." He cuts the call without waiting for her to answer. The boy angles to go around Hodges on the street side. Hodges steps in front of him. "Hey, Pete, got a minute?" The kid's eyes snap front and center. He's good-looking, but his face is too thin, and his forehead is spotted with acne. His lips are pressed so tightly together that his mouth is almost gone. "Who are you?" he asks. Not "yes, sir," or "can I help you," just "who are you?" The voice is tight-wired as the face. "My name is Bill Hodges. I'd like to talk to you." Kids are passing them, chattering, elbowing, laughing, shooting the shit, adjusting backpacks. A few glance at Pete and the man with the thinning white hair, but none show any interest. They have places to go and things to do. "About what?" "In my car would be better, so we can have some privacy." He points at the Prius. The boy repeats, "About what?" He doesn't move. "Here's the deal, Pete. Your sister Tina is friends with Barbara Robinson. I've known the Robinson family for years, and Barb persuaded Tina to come and talk to me. She's very worried about you." "Why?" "If you're asking why Barb suggested me, it's because I used to be a police detective." Alarm flashes in the boy's eyes. "If you're asking why Tina's worried, that's something we'd really be better off not discussing on the street." Just like that, the look of alarm is gone, and the boy's face is expressionless again. It's the face of a good poker player. Hodges has questioned suspects who are able to wipe their faces like that, and they are usually the ones who are toughest to crack if they crack at all. "I don't know what Tina said to you, but she's got nothing to worry about." "If what she told me is true, she might." Hodges gives Pete his best smile. "Come on, Pete, I'm not going to kidnap you. Swear to God." Pete nods reluctantly. When they reach the Prius, the kid stops dead. He's reading the yellow card on the dashboard. "Used to be a police detective or still are?" "Used to be," Hodges says. "That card, call it a souvenir, comes in handy sometimes. I've been off the force and collecting my pension for 5 years. Please get in so we can talk. I'm here as a friend. If we stand out here much longer, I'm going to melt." "And if I don't?" Hodges shrugs. "Then you're off." "Okay, but only for a minute," Pete says. "I have to walk home today so I can stop at the drugstore for my father. He takes this stuff Vioxx because he got hurt a few years ago." Hodges nods. "I know. City Center, that was my case." "Yeah?" "Yeah." Pete opens the passenger door and gets into the Prius. He doesn't seem nervous about being in a strange man's car. Careful and cautious, but not nervous. Hodges, who has done roughly 10,000 suspect and witness interviews over the years, is pretty sure the boy has come to a decision, although he can't tell if it's to spill what's on his mind or keep it to himself. Either way, it won't take long to find out. He goes around and gets in behind the wheel. Pete is okay with that, but when Hodges starts the engine, he tenses up and grabs the door handle. "Relax. I only want the air conditioning. It's damn hot, in case you didn't notice, especially for so early in the year. Probably global warm."
"Let's get this over with so I can pick up my dad's script and go home. What did my sister tell you? You know she's only 13, right? I love her to death, but Mom calls her Tina the drama queen."
And then, as if this explains everything,
"She and her friend Ellen never miss Pretty Little Liars."
Okay, so the initial decision is not to talk. Not all that surprising. The job now is to change his mind. "Tell me about the cash that came in the mail, Pete." No tensing up, no uh-oh look flashing across the kid's face. He knew that was it, Hodges thinks. He knew as soon as his sister's name came up. He might even have had advance warning. Tina could have had a change of heart and texted him.
"You mean the mystery money?" Pete says. "That's what we call it."
"Yeah, that's what I mean."
It started coming 4 years ago, give or take. I was about the age Tina is now. There'd be an envelope addressed to my dad every month or so. Never any letter with it, just the money.
$500.
And once or twice, it might have been a little less or a little more, I guess. I wasn't always there when it came, and after the first couple of times, Mom and Dad didn't talk about it very much.
Like talking about it might jinx it?
Yeah, like that. And then, at some point, teens got the idea I was the one sending it. Like as if, back then, I didn't even get an allowance.
If you didn't do it, who did?
I don't know.
It seems he will stop there, but then he goes on. Hodges listens peacefully, hoping Pete will say too much. The boy is obviously intelligent, but sometimes even the intelligent ones say too much, if you let them.
You know how every Christmas they have stories on the news about some guy giving out $100 bills in Walmart or wherever?
Sure.
I think it was that type of deal. Some rich guy decided to play Secret Santa with one of the people who got hurt that day at City Center, and he picked my dad's name out of a hat. He turns to face Hodges for the first time since they got in the car, eyes wide and earnest and totally untrustworthy. For all I know, he's sending money to some of the others, too. Probably the ones who got hurt the worst and couldn't work.
Hodges thinks, that's good, kiddo. It actually makes a degree of sense. Giving out $1,000 to 10 or 20 random shoppers at Christmas is one thing. Giving well over 20 grand to one family over 4 years is something else. If you add in other families, you'd be talking about a small fortune.
He could be a hedge fund dude, Pete says. You know, one of those guys who got rich while everyone else was getting poor and felt guilty about it.
He's not looking at Hodges anymore. Now he's looking straight out of the windshield. There's an aroma coming off him, or so it seems to Hodges. Not sweat, but fatalism. Again, he thinks of soldiers preparing to go into battle, knowing the chances are at least 50-50 that they'll be killed or wounded. Listen to me, Pete. I don't care about the money.
I didn't send it.
Hodges pushes on. It's the thing he was always best at. It was a windfall, and you used it to help your folks out of a tough spot. That's not a bad thing. It's an admirable thing.
Lots of people might not think so, Pete says. If it was true, that is.
You're wrong about that. Most people would think so. And I'll tell you something you can take as 100% dead red certainty because it's based on 40 years of experience as a cop. No prosecutor in this city, no prosecutor in the whole country would try bringing charges against a kid who found some money and used it to help his family after his dad first lost his job and then got his legs crushed by a lunatic. The press would crucify a man or woman who tried to prosecute that shit. Pete is silent, but his throat is working, as if he's holding back a sob. He wants to tell, but something is holding him back. Not the money, but related to the money. Has to be. Hodges is curious about where the cash in those monthly envelopes came from. Anyone would be. But he's far more curious about what's going on with this kid now. You sent them the money.
For the last time, I didn't.
And that went smooth as silk, but then you got into some kind of jackpot. Tell me what it is, Pete. Let me help you fix it. Let me help you make it right. For a moment, the boy trembles on the brink of revelation. Then his eyes shift to his left. Hodges follows them and sees the card he put on the dashboard. It's yellow, the color of caution, the color of danger. Police call. He wishes to Christ he'd left it in the glove compartment and parked 100 yards farther down the street. Jesus Christ, he walks every day. 100 yards would have been easy.
There's nothing wrong, Pete says.
He now speaks as mechanically as the computer-generated voice that comes out of Hodges' dashboard GPS, but there's a pulse beating in his temples, and his hands are clasped tightly in his lap, and there's sweat on his face in spite of the air conditioning.
I didn't send the money. I have to get my dad's pills.
Pete, listen. Even if I was still a cop, this conversation would be inadmissible in court. You're a minor, and there's no responsible adult present to counsel you. In addition, I never gave you the words, the Miranda warning. Hodges sees the boy's face slam shut like a bank vault door. All it took was 2 words. Miranda warning.
I appreciate your concern, Pete says in that same polite robot voice. He opens the car door. But there's nothing wrong, really.
There is, though, Hodges says. He takes one of his cards from his breast pocket and holds it out. Take this. Call me if you change your mind. Whatever it is, I can help." The door closes. Hodges watches Pete Saubers walk swiftly away, puts the card back in his pocket, and thinks, "Fuck me. I blew it. 6 years ago, maybe even 2, I would have had him." But blaming his age is too easy. A deeper part of him, more analytical and less emotional, knows he was never really close. Thinking he might have been was an illusion. Pete has geared himself up for battle so completely that he's psychologically incapable of standing down. The kid reaches City Drug, takes his father's prescription out of his back pocket and goes inside. Hodges speed dials Jerome. "Bill, how did it go?" "Not so good. You know City Drug?" "Sure." "He's getting a script filled there. Haul ass around the block as fast as you can. He told me he's going home, and maybe he is, but if he's not, I want to know where he does go. Do you think you can tail him? He knows my car. He won't know yours." "No prob. I'm on my way." Less than 3 minutes later, Jerome is coming around the corner. He nips into a space just vacated by a mom picking up a couple of kids that look way too shrimpy to be in high school. Hodges pulls out, gives Jerome a wave, and heads for Holly's position on Garner Street, punching in her number as he goes. They can wait for Jerome's report together. 22.
Pete's father does take Vioxx, has ever since he finally kicked the OxyContin, but he currently has plenty. The folded sheet of paper Pete takes from his back pocket and glances at before going into City Drug is a stern note from the assistant principal reminding juniors that junior skip day is a myth and the office will examine all absences that day with particular care. Pete doesn't brandish the note. Bill Hodges may be retired, but he sure didn't seem retarded. No, he just looks at it for a moment, as if making sure he has the right thing, and goes inside. He walks rapidly to the prescription counter at the back where Mr. Pelkey throws him a friendly salute.
"Yo, Pete, what can I get you today?"
"Nothing, Mr. Pelkey. We're all fine. But there are a couple of kids after me because I wouldn't let them copy some answers from our take-home history test. I wonder if you could help me?"
Mr. Pelkey frowns and starts for the swing gate. He likes Pete, who is always cheerful even though his family has gone through incredibly tough times. "Point them out to me. I'll tell them to get lost."
"No, I can handle it, but tomorrow, after they have a chance to cool off. Just, if I could slip out the back."
Mr. Pelkey drops a conspiratorial wink that says he was a kid once, too. "Sure. Come through the gate." He leads Pete between shelves filled with salves and pills, then into the little office at the back. Here's a door with a big red sign on it reading, "Alarm will sound." Mr. Pelkey shields the code box next to it with one hand and punches in some numbers with the other. There's a buzz. "Out you go," he tells Pete.
Pete thanks him, nips out onto the loading dock behind the drugstore, and jumps down to the cracked cement. An alley takes him to Frederick Street. He looks both ways for the ex-detective's Prius, doesn't see it, and breaks into a run. It takes him 20 minutes to reach Lower Main Street, and although he never spots the blue Prius, he makes a couple of sudden diversions along the way just to be safe. He's just turning onto Lacemaker Lane when his phone vibrates again. This time the text is from his sister. "Tina, did you talk to Mr. Hodges? Hope you did. Mom knows. I didn't tell, she knew. Please don't be mad at me."
As if I could, Pete thinks. Were they 2 years closer in age, maybe they could have gotten that sibling rivalry thing going, but maybe not even then. Sometimes he gets irritated with her, but really mad has never happened, even when she's being a brat. The truth about the money is out, but maybe he can say money was all he found, and hide the fact that he tried to sell a murdered man's most private property just so his sister could go to a school where she wouldn't have to shower in a pack, and where her dumb friend Ellen would be in the rearview mirror. He knows his chances of getting out of this clean are slim, approaching none, but at some point, maybe this very afternoon, watching the hands of the clock move steadily toward the hour of 3, that has become of secondary importance. What he really wants is to send the notebooks, especially the ones containing the last 2 Jimmy Gold novels, to NYU.
Or maybe the New Yorker, since they published almost all of Rothstein's short stories in the 50s. And stick it to Andrew Halliday. Yes, and hard. All the way up. No way can Halliday be allowed to sell any of Rothstein's later work to some rich crackpot collector who will keep it in a climate-controlled secret room along with his Renoirs or Picassos or his precious 15th century Bible. When he was a kid, Pete saw the notebooks only as buried treasure. His treasure. He knows better now, and not just because he's fallen in love with John Rothstein's nasty, funny, and sometimes wildly moving prose. The notebooks were never just his. They were never just Rothstein's either, no matter what he might have thought hidden away in his New Hampshire farmhouse. They deserved to be seen and read by everyone. Maybe the little landslide that exposed the trunk on that winter day had been nothing but happenstance, but Pete doesn't believe it. He believes that, like the blood of Abel, the notebooks cried out from the ground. If that makes him a dipshit romantic, so be it. Some shit does mean shit. Halfway down Lacemaker Lane, he spots the bookshop's old-fashioned scrolled sign. It's like something you might see outside an English pub, although this one reads Andrew Halliday Rare Editions instead of The Plowman's Rest or whatever. Looking at it, Pete's last doubts disappear like smoke. He thinks, John Rothstein is not your birthday fuck either, Mr. Halliday. Not now, and never was. You get none of the notebooks. Bupkis, honey, as Jimmy Gold would say. If you go to the police, I'll tell them everything, and after that business you went through with the James Agee book, we'll see who they believe. A weight, invisible but very heavy, slips from his shoulders. Something in his heart seems to have come back into true for the first time in a long time. Pete starts for Halliday's at a fast walk, unaware that his fists are clenched. 23. At a few minutes past 3, around the time Pete is getting into Hodges' Prius, a customer does come into the bookshop. He's a pudgy fellow whose thick glasses and gray-flecked goatee do not disguise his resemblance to Elmer Fudd. "Can I help you?" Morris asks, although what first occurs to him is,
What's up, Doc?
"I don't know," Elmer says dubiously.
Where's Drew?"
"There was sort of a family emergency in Michigan." Morris knows Andy came from Michigan, so that's okay, but he'll have to be cagey about the family angle. If Andy ever talked about relatives, Morris has forgotten. "I'm an old friend. He asked if I'd mind the store this afternoon." Elmer considers this. Morris's left hand, meanwhile, creeps around to the small of his back and touches the reassuring shape of the little automatic. He doesn't want to shoot this guy, doesn't want to risk the noise, but he will if he has to. There's plenty of room for Elmer back there in Andy's private office.
"He was holding a book for me, on which I have made a deposit. A first edition of They Shoot Horses, Don't They? It's by
Horace McCoy," Morris finishes for him. The books on the shelf to the left of the desk, the ones the security DVDs were hiding behind, had slips sticking out of them, and since entering the bookstore today, Morris has examined them all. They're customer orders, and the McCoy is among them. Fine copy, signed. Flat signature, no dedication. Some foxing on the spine. Elmer smiles.
"That's the one."
Morris takes it down from the shelf, sneaking a glance at his watch as he does. 3:13. Northfield High classes end at 3, which means the boy should be here by 3:30 at the latest. He pulls the slip and sees Irving Yankovic, $750. He hands the book to Elmer with a smile. "I remember this one especially. Andy, I guess he prefers Drew these days, told me he's only going to charge you $500. He got a better deal on it than he expected and wanted to pass the savings along." Any suspicion Elmer might have felt at finding a stranger in Drew's customary spot evaporates at the prospect of saving $250. He takes out his checkbook.
"So, with a deposit, that comes to—"
Morris waves a magnanimous hand. "He neglected to tell me what the deposit was. Just deduct it. I'm sure he trusts you.
After all these years, he certainly ought to.
Elmer bends over the counter and begins writing the check. He does this with excruciating slowness. Morris checks the clock. 3:16.
Have you read They Shoot Horses?
No, Morris says. I missed that one. What will he do if the kid comes in while this pretentious goateed asshole is still dithering over his checkbook? He won't be able to tell Saubers that Andy's in back, not after he's told Elmer Fudd he's in Michigan. Sweat begins to trickle out of his hairline and down his cheeks. He can feel it. He used to sweat like that in prison while he was waiting to be raped.
Marvelous book,
Elmer says, pausing with his pen poised over the half-written check.
Marvelous noir, and a piece of social commentary to rival The Grapes of Wrath.
He pauses, thinking instead of writing, and now it's 3:18.
Well, perhaps not grapes. That might be going too far. But it certainly rivals in Dubious Battle, which is more of a socialist trap than a novel. Don't you agree?
Morris says he does. His hands feel numb. If he has to pull out the gun, he's apt to drop it, or shoot himself straight down the crack of his ass. That makes him yawp, a sudden laugh, a startling sound in this narrow, book-lined space. Elmer looks up, frowning.
Something funny? About Steinbeck, perhaps?
Absolutely not, Morris says. I have a medical condition. He runs a hand down one damp cheek. It makes me sweat, and then I start laughing. The look on Elmer Fudd's face makes him laugh again. He wonders if Andy and Elmer ever had sex, and the thought of that bouncing, slapping flesh makes him laugh some more. I'm sorry, Mr. Yankovic. It's not you. And by the way, are you related to the noted popular music humorist Weird Al Yankovic?
No, not at all.
Yankovic scribbles his signature in a hurry, rips the check loose from his checkbook, and passes it to Morris, who is grinning and thinking that this is a scene John Rothstein could have written. During the exchange, Yankovic takes care that their fingers should not touch. Sorry about the laughing, Morris says, laughing harder. He's remembering that they used to call the noted popular musical humorist Weird Al Yank my dick. I really can't control it. The clock now reads 3:21, and even that is funny. Ah!
I understand.
Elmer is backing away with the book clutched to his chest.
Thank you.
He hurries toward the door. Morris calls after him. Make sure you tell Andy I gave you the discount when you see him. This makes Morris laugh harder than ever because that's a good one. When you see him. Get it? When the fit finally passes, it's 3:25, and for the first time it occurs to Morris that maybe he hurried Mr. Irving Elmer Fudd Yankovic out for no reason at all. Maybe the boy has changed his mind. Maybe he's not coming, and there's nothing funny about that. Well, Morris thinks, if he doesn't show up here, I'll just have to pay a house call. Then the joke will be on him, won't it?
24. 20-4. There's no need to park on a yellow curb now. The parents who clogged the area around the high school earlier, waiting to pick up their kids, have all departed. The buses are gone, too. Hodges, Holly, and Jerome are in a Mercedes sedan that once belonged to Holly's cousin Olivia. It was used as a murder weapon at City Center, but none of them is thinking about that now. They have other things in mind, chiefly Thomas Sauber's son.
The kid may be in trouble, but you have to admit he's a quick thinker, Jerome says.
After 10 minutes parked down the street from City Drug, he went inside and ascertained that the boy he was tasked to follow had departed.
A pro couldn't have done much better.
True, Hodges says. The boy has turned into a challenge. Certainly more of a challenge than the airplane-stealing Mr. Madden. Hodges hasn't questioned the pharmacist himself and doesn't need to. Pete's been getting prescriptions filled there for years. He knows the pharmacist, and the pharmacist knows him. The kid made up some bullshit story. The pharmacist let him use the back door, and pop goes the weasel. They never covered Frederick Street because there seemed to be no need.
Now what? Jerome asks.
I think we should go over to the Saubers' house. We had a slim chance of keeping his parents out of this, per Tina's request, but I think that just went by the boards. They must already have some idea it was him, Jerome says. I mean, they're his folks. Hodges thinks of saying, there are none so blind as those who will not see, and shrugs instead. Holly has contributed nothing to the discussion so far, has just sat behind the wheel of her big boat of a car, arms crossed over her bosom, fingers tapping lightly at her shoulders. Now she turns to Hodges, who is sprawled in the back seat.
Did you ask Peter about the notebook?
I never got a chance, Hodges says. Holly's got a bee in her hat about that notebook, and he should have asked just to satisfy her, but the truth is it never even crossed his mind. He decided to go and boogied, wouldn't even take my card. Holly points to the school.
I think we should talk to Ricky the hippie before we leave.
And when neither of them replies,
Peter's house will still be there, you know. It's not going to fly away or anything.
Guess it wouldn't hurt, Jerome says. Hodges sighs. And tell him what exactly? That one of his students found or stole a stack of money and doled it out to his parents like a monthly allowance? The parents should find that out before some teacher who probably doesn't know jack shit about anything. And Pete should be the one to tell them. It'll let his sister off the hook for one thing. But if he's in some kind of jam he doesn't want them to know about, and he still wanted to talk to someone, an adult. Jerome is 4 years older than he was when he helped Hodges with the Brady Hartsfield mess, old enough to vote and buy legal liquor, but still young enough to remember how it is to be 17 and suddenly realize you've gotten in over your head with something. When that happens, you want to talk to somebody who's been around the block a few times.
Jerome's right, Holly says. She turns back to Hodges. Let's talk to the teacher and find out if Pete asks for advice about anything. If he asks why, we want to know.
Of course he'll want to know why, Hodges says. And I can't exactly claim confidentiality. I'm not a lawyer. Or a priest, Jerome adds, not helpfully.
You can tell him we're friends of the family,
Holly says firmly.
And that's true.
She opens her door. You have a hunch about this, Hodges says. Am I right?
Yes, she says. It's a Holly hunch. Now come on.
25. As they are walking up the wide front steps and beneath the motto, Education is the Lamp of Life, the door of Andrew Halliday, Rare Editions, opens again, and Pete Salbers steps inside.
He starts down the main aisle, then stops, frowning.
The man behind the desk isn't Mr. Halliday. He is in most ways the exact opposite of Mr. Halliday, pale instead of florid, except for his lips, which are weirdly red, white-haired instead of bald, and thin instead of fat, almost gaunt. Jesus. Pete expected his script to go out the window, but not this fast. Where's Mr. Halliday? I had an appointment to see him. The stranger smiles. Yes, of course, although he didn't give me your name. He just said a young man. He's waiting for you in his office at the back of the shop. This is actually true, in a way. Just knock and go in. Pete relaxes a little. It makes sense that Halliday wouldn't want to have such a crucial meeting out here where anybody looking for a second-hand copy of To Kill a Mockingbird could walk in and interrupt him. He's being careful, thinking ahead. If Pete doesn't do the same, his slim chance of coming out of this okay will go out the window. Thanks, he says, and walks between tall bookcases toward the back of the shop. As soon as he goes by the desk, Morris rises and goes quickly and quietly to the front of the shop. He flips the sign in the door from open to closed. Then he turns the bolt. 26. The secretary in the main office of Northfield High looks curiously at the trio of after-school visitors but asks no questions. Perhaps she assumes they are family members come to plead the case of some failing student. Whatever they are, it's Howie Ricker's problem, not hers. She checks a magnetic board covered with multicolored tags and says, he should still be in his homeroom. That's 309 on the 3rd floor, but please peek through the window and make sure he's not with a student. He has conferences today until 4, and with school ending in a couple of weeks, plenty of kids stop by to ask for help on their final papers or plead for extra time. Hodges thanks her, and they go up the stairs, their heels echoing. From somewhere below, a quartet of musicians is playing Greensleeves. From somewhere above, a hearty male voice cries jovially, "You suck, Malone!" Room 309 is halfway down the third-floor corridor, and Mr. Ricker, dressed in an eye-burning paisley shirt with the collar unbuttoned and the tie pulled down, is talking to a girl who is gesturing dramatically with her hands. Ricker glances up, sees he has visitors, then returns his attention to the girl. The visitors stand against the wall, where posters advertise summer classes, summer workshops, summer holiday destinations, an end-of-year dance. A couple of girls come bopping down the hall, both wearing softball jerseys and caps. One is tossing a catcher's mitt from hand to hand, playing hot potato with it. Holly's phone goes off, playing an ominous handful of notes from the Jaws theme. Without slowing, one of the girls says, "You're going to need a bigger boat," and they both laugh. Holly looks at her phone, then puts it away. "A text from Tina," she says. Hodges raises his eyebrows. "Her mother knows about the money. Her father will too, as soon as he gets home from work." She nods toward the closed door of Mr. Ricker's room. "No reason to hold back now." 27. The first thing Pete becomes aware of when he opens the door to the darkened inner office is the billowing stench. It's both metallic and organic, like steel shavings mixed with spoiled cabbage. The next thing is the sound, a low buzzing. Flies, he thinks, and although he can't see what's in there, the smell and the sound come together in his mind with a thud, like a heavy piece of furniture falling over. He turns to flee. The clerk with the red lips is standing there beneath one of the hanging globes that light the back of the store, and in his hand is a strangely jolly gun, red and black with inlaid gold curlicues. Pete's first thought is, looks fake. They never look fake in the movies. "Keep your head, Peter," the clerk says. "Don't do anything foolish, and you won't get hurt. This is just a discussion." Pete's second thought is, "You're lying. I can see it in your eyes." "Turn around, take a step forward, and turn on the light. The switch is to the left of the door. Then go in, but don't try to slam the door unless you want a bullet in the back." Pete steps forward. Everything inside him from the chest on down feels loose and in motion. He hopes he won't piss his pants like a baby. Probably that wouldn't be such a big deal. Surely he wouldn't be the first person to spray his jockeys when a gun is pointed at him, but it seems like a big deal. He fumbles with his left hand, finds the switch and flips it. When he sees the thing lying on the sodden carpet, he tries to scream, but the muscles in his diaphragm aren't working, and all that comes out is a watery moan. Flies are buzzing and lighting on what remains of Mr. Halliday's face, which is not much. "I know," the clerk says sympathetically. "Not very pretty, is he? Object lessons rarely are. He pissed me off, Pete. Do you want to piss me off?" "No," Pete says in a high, wavering voice. It sounds more like Tina's than his own. "I don't." "Then you have learned your lesson. Go on in. Move very slowly, but feel free to avoid the mess." Pete steps in on legs he can barely feel, edging to his left along one of the bookcases, trying to keep his loafers on the part of the rug that hasn't been soaked. There isn't much. His initial panic has been replaced by a glassy sheet of terror. He keeps thinking of those red lips, keeps imagining the big bad wolf telling Red Riding Hood, "The better to kiss you with, my dear." "I have to think," he tells himself. "I have to, or I'm going to die in this room. Probably I will anyway, but if I can't think, it's for sure." He keeps skirting the blotch of blackish purple until a cherry wood sideboard blocks his path, and there he stops. To go farther would mean stepping onto the bloody part of the rug, and it might still be wet enough to squelch. On the sideboard are crystal decanters of booze and a number of squat glasses. On the desk, he sees a hatchet, its blade throwing back a reflection of the overhead light.
That is surely the weapon the man with the red lips used to kill Mr. Halliday, and Pete supposes it should scare him even more, but instead the sight of it clears his mind like a hard slap. The door clicks shut behind him. The clerk, who probably isn't a clerk, leans against it, pointing the jolly little gun at Pete. "All right," he says and smiles. "Now we can talk." What? He clears his throat, tries again, this time sounds a little more like himself. "What? Talk about what?" "Don't be disingenuous. The notebooks. The ones you stole." It all comes together in Pete's mind. His mouth falls open. The clerk, who isn't a clerk, smiles. "Ah, the penny drops. I see. Tell me where they are, and you might get out of this alive." Pete doesn't think so. He thinks he already knows too much for that. 28. When the girl emerges from Mr. Ricker's home room, she's smiling, so her conference must have gone all right. She even twiddles her fingers in a little wave, perhaps to all three of them, more likely just to Jerome, as she hurries off down the hall. Mr. Ricker, who has accompanied her to the door, looks at Hodges and his associates. "Can I help you, lady and gentlemen?" "Not likely," Hodges says, "but worth a try. May we come in?" "Of course." They sit at desks in the front row like attentive students. Ricker plants himself on the edge of his desk, an informality he eschewed when talking to his young confrere. "I'm pretty sure you're not parents, so what's up?" "It's about one of your students," Hodges says. "A boy named Peter Saubers. We think he may be in trouble." Ricker frowns. "Pete? That doesn't seem likely. He's one of the best students I've ever had. Demonstrates a genuine love of literature, especially American literature. Honor roll every quarter. What kind of trouble do you think he's in?" "That's the thing. We don't know. I asked, but he stonewalled me." Ricker's frown deepens. "That doesn't sound like the Pete Saubers I know." "It has to do with some money he seems to have come into a few years back. I'd like to fill you in on what we know. It won't take long." "Please say it has nothing to do with drugs." "It doesn't." Ricker looks relieved. "Good. Seen too much of that, and the smart kids are just as much at risk as the dumb ones. More, in some cases. Tell me. I'll help if I can." Hodges starts with the money that began arriving at the Saubers' house in what was almost literally the family's darkest hour. He tells Ricker about how 7 months after the monthly deliveries of mystery cash ceased, Pete began to seem stressed and unhappy. He finishes with Tina's conviction that her brother tried to get some more money, maybe from the same source the mystery cash came from, and is in his current jam as a result. "He grew a mustache," Ricker muses when Hodges is finished. "He's in Mrs. Davis's creative writing course now, but I saw him in the hall one day and joshed him about it." "How did he take the joshing?" Jerome asks. "Not sure he even heard me. He seemed to be on another planet. But that's not uncommon with teenagers, as I'm sure you know, especially when summer vacation's right around the corner." Holly asks, "Did he ever mention a notebook to you? A moleskin?" Ricker considers it while Holly looks at him hopefully. "No," he says at last. "I don't think so." She deflates. "Did he come to you about anything?" Hodges asks. "Anything at all that was troubling him, no matter how minor? I raised a daughter, and I know they sometimes talk about their problems in code. Probably you know that too." Ricker smiles. "The famous friend who?" "Beg pardon?" "As in, I have a friend who might have gotten his girlfriend pregnant. Or, I have a friend who knows who spray-painted anti-gay slogans on the wall in the boys' locker room. After a couple of years on the job, every teacher knows about the famous friend who." Jerome asks, "Did Pete Saubers have a friend who?" "Not that I can recall. I'm very sorry. I'd help you if I could." Holly asks in a small and not very hopeful voice, "Never a friend who kept a secret diary or maybe found some valuable information in a notebook?"
Ricker shakes his head. No, I'm really sorry. Jesus, I hate to think of Pete in trouble. He wrote one of the finest term papers I've ever gotten from a student. It was about the Jimmy Gold trilogy. John Rothstein, Jerome says, smiling. I used to have a T-shirt that said, Don't tell me, Ricker says. Shit don't mean shit. Actually, no. It was the one about not being anyone's birthday, present. Ah, Ricker says, smiling. That one. Hodges gets up. I'm more of a Michael Connolly man. Thanks for your time. He holds out his hand. Ricker shakes it. Jerome is also getting up, but Holly remains seated.
John Rothstein, she says. He wrote that book about the kid who got fed up with his parents and ran away to New York City, right?
That was the first novel in the Gold trilogy, yes. Pete was crazy about Rothstein. Probably still is. He may discover new heroes in college, but when he was in my class, he thought Rothstein walked on water. Have you read him?
I never have, Holly says, also getting up. But I'm a big movie fan, so I always go to a website called Deadline to read the latest Hollywood news. They had an article about how all these producers wanted to make a movie out of The Runner. Only no matter how much money they offered, he told them to go to hell.
That sounds like Rothstein, all right, Ricker says. A famous curmudgeon. Hated the movies. Claimed they were art for idiots. Sneered at the word cinema. Wrote an essay about it, I think.
Holly has brightened. Then he got murdered, and there was no will, and they still can't make a movie because of all the legal problems.
Holly, we ought to go, Hodges says. He wants to get over to the Saubers' home. Wherever Pete is now, he'll turn up there eventually.
Okay, I guess.
She sighs. Although in her late 40s, and even with the mood levelers she takes, Holly still spends too much time on an emotional roller coaster. Now the light in her eyes is going out and she looks terribly downcast. Hodges feels bad for her, wants to tell her that even though not many hunches pan out, you shouldn't stop playing them, because the few that do pan out are pure gold. Not exactly a pearl of wisdom, but later when he has a private moment with her, he'll pass it on, try to ease the sting a little. Thank you for your time, Mr. Ricker. Hodges opens the door. Faintly, like music heard in a dream, comes the sound of Greensleeves. Oh my gosh, Ricker says. Hold the phone. They turn back to him. Pete did come to me about something, and not so long ago. But I see so many students. Hodges nods understandingly. And it wasn't a big deal, no adolescent Sturm und Drang. It was actually a very pleasant conversation. It only came to mind now because it was about that book you mentioned, Miss Gibney. The Runner. He smiles a little. Pete didn't have a friend who, though. He had an uncle who. Hodges feels a spark of something bright and hot, like a lit fuse. What was it about Pete's uncle that made him worth discussing? Pete said the uncle had a signed first edition of The Runner. He offered it to Pete because Pete was a Rothstein fan. That was the story, anyway. Pete told me he was interested in selling it. I asked him if he was sure he wanted to part with a book signed by his literary idol, and he said he was considering it very seriously. He was hoping to help send his sister to one of the private schools. I can't remember which one.
Chapel Ridge,
Holly says. The light in her eyes has returned.
I think that's right.
Hodges walks slowly back to the desk. Tell me, us, everything you remember about that conversation? That's really all, except for one thing that kind of nudged my bullshit meter. He said his uncle won the book in a poker game. I remember thinking that's the kind of thing that happens in novels or movies, but rarely in real life. But of course, sometimes life does imitate art. Hodges frames the obvious question, but Jerome gets there first. Did he ask you about booksellers? Yes, that's really why he came to me. He had a short list of local dealers, probably gleaned from the internet. I steered him away from one of them, bit of a shady reputation there. Jerome looks at Holly. Holly looks at Hodges. Hodges looks at Howard Ricker and asks the obvious follow-up question. He's locked in now, the fuse in his head burning brightly. What's the shady book dealer's name?
29. Pete sees only one chance to go on living. As long as the man with the red lips and pasty complexion doesn't know where the Rothstein notebooks are, he won't pull the trigger of the gun, which is looking less jolly all the time. "You're Mr. Halliday's partner, aren't you?" he says, not exactly looking at the corpse, it's too awful, but lifting his chin in that direction. "In cahoots with him." Red Lips utters a brief chuckle, then does something that shocks Peter, who believed until that moment he was beyond shock. He spits on the body. "He was never my partner, although he had his chance once upon a time. Long before you were even a twinkle in your father's eye, Peter. And while I find your attempt at a diversion admirable, I must insist that we keep to the subject at hand. Where are the notebooks? In your house? Which used to be my house, by the way. Isn't that an interesting coinkydink?" Here's another shock. "You're more ancient history. Never mind. Is that where they are?" "No, they were for a while, but I moved them." "And should I believe that?" "I think not." "Because of him," Pete again lifts his chin toward the body. "I tried to sell him some of the notebooks, and he threatened to tell the police. I had to move them." Red Lips considers this, then gives a nod. "All right, I can see that. It fits with what he told me. So where did you put them?" "Out with it, Peter. Fess up. We'll both feel better, especially you. If 'twere to be done, 'twere well it were done quickly. Macbeth, Act 1. Pete does not fess up. To fess up is to die. This is the man who stole the notebooks in the first place. He knows that now. Stole the notebooks and murdered John Rothstein over 30 years ago. And now he's murdered Mr. Halliday. Will he scruple at adding Pete Saubers to his list? Red Lips has no trouble reading his mind. "I don't have to kill you, you know. Not right away, at least. I can put a bullet in your leg. If that doesn't loosen your lips, I'll put one in your balls. With those gone, a young fellow like you wouldn't have much to live for anyway, would he?" Pushed into a final corner, Pete has nothing left but the burning, helpless outrage only adolescents can feel. "You killed him! You killed John Rothstein!" Tears are welling in his eyes. They run down his cheeks in warm trickles. "The best writer of the 20th century, and you broke into his house and killed him. For money. Just for money." "Not for money," Red Lips shouts back. "He sold out." He takes a step forward, the muzzle of the gun dipping slightly. "He sent Jimmy Gold to hell and called it advertising. And by the way, who are you to be high and mighty? You tried to sell the notebooks yourself. I don't want to sell them. Maybe once when I was young and stupid, but not anymore. I want to read them. They're mine. I want to run my hand over the ink and feel the words he set down in his own hand. Thinking about that was all that kept me sane for 36 years. He takes another step forward. "Yes, and what about the money in the trunk? Did you take that too?" "Of course you did. You're the thief, not me. You!" In that moment, Pete is too furious to think about escape, because this last accusation, unfair though it may be, is all too true. He simply grabs one of the liquor decanters and fires it at his tormentor as hard as he can. Red Lips isn't expecting it. He flinches, turning slightly to the right as he does so, and the bottle strikes him in the shoulder. The glass stopper comes out when it hits the carpet. The sharp and stinging odor of whiskey joins the smell of old blood. The flies buzz in an agitated cloud, their meal interrupted. Pete grabs another decanter and lunges at Red Lips with it raised like a cudgel, the gun forgotten. He trips over Halliday's sprawled legs, goes to one knee, and when Red Lips shoots, the sound in the closed room is like a flat hand clap. The bullet goes over his head almost close enough to part his hair.
Pete hears it. Zzz. He throws the second decanter, and this one strikes Red Lips just below the mouth, drawing blood. He cries out, staggers backward, hits the wall. The last 2 decanters are behind him now, and there's no time to turn and grab another. Pete pushes to his feet and snatches the hatchet from the desk, not by the rubberized handle but by the head. He feels the sting as the blade cuts into his palm, but it's distant, pain felt by somebody living in another country. Red Lips has held on to the gun and is bringing it around for another shot. Pete can't exactly think, but a deeper part of his mind, perhaps never called upon until today, understands that if he were closer, he could grapple with Red Lips and get the gun away from him. Easily. He's younger, stronger, but the desk is between them, so he throws the hatchet instead. It whirls at Red Lips end over end like a tomahawk. Red Lips screams and cringes away from it, raising the hand holding the gun to protect his face. The blunt side of the hatchet's head strikes his forearm. The gun flies up, strikes one of the bookcases, and clatters to the floor. There's another hand clap as it discharges. Pete doesn't know where the second bullet goes, but it's not into him, and that's all he cares about. Red Lips crawls for the gun with his fine white hair hanging in his eyes and blood dripping from his chin. He's eerily fast, somehow lizard-like. Pete calculates, still without thinking, and sees that if he races Red Lips to the gun, he'll lose. It will be close, but he will. There's a chance he might be able to grab the man's arm before he can turn the gun to fire, but not a good one. He bolts for the door instead. "Come back, you shit!" Red Lips shouts. "We're not done!" Coherent thought makes a brief reappearance. Oh, yes, we are, Pete thinks. He rakes the door open and goes through hunched over. He slams it shut behind him with a hard fling of his left hand and sprints for the front of the shop, toward Lacemaker Lane and the blessed lives of other people. There's another gunshot, muffled, and Pete hunches further, but there's no impact and no pain. He pulls at the front door. It doesn't open. He casts a wild glance back over his shoulder and sees Red Lips shamble out of Halliday's office, his chin wreathed in a blood goatee. He's got the gun and he's trying to aim it. Pete paws at the thumb lock with fingers that have no feeling, manages to grasp it, and twists. A moment later, he's on the sunny sidewalk. No one looks at him. No one is even in the immediate vicinity. On this hot weekday afternoon, the Lacemaker Lane walking mall is as close to deserted as it ever gets. Pete runs blindly, with no idea of where he's going. 30. It's Hodges behind the wheel of Holly's Mercedes. He obeys the traffic signals and doesn't weave wildly from lane to lane, but he makes the best time he can. He isn't a bit surprised that this run from the north side to the Halliday bookshop on Lacemaker Lane brings back memories of a much wilder ride in the same car. It had been Jerome at the wheel that night. "How sure are you that Tina's brother went to this Halliday guy?" Jerome asks. "He's in the back this afternoon." "He did," Holly says without looking up from her iPad, which she has taken from the Benz's capacious glove compartment. "I know he did, and I think I know why. It wasn't any signed book either." She taps at the screen and mutters, "Come on, come on, come on. Load, you bugger." "What are you looking for, Hollyberry?" Jerome asks, leaning forward between the seats. She turns to glare at him. "Don't call me that. You know I hate that." Sorry. Jerome rolls his eyes. "Tell you in a minute," she says. "I've almost got it. I just wish I had some Wi-Fi instead of this buggery cell connection. It's so slow and poopy." Hodges laughs. He can't help it. This time Holly turns her glare on him, punching away at the screen even as she does so. Hodges climbs a ramp and merges onto the crosstown connector. "It's starting to fit together," he tells Jerome. "Assuming the book Pete talked about to Ricker was actually a writer's notebook, the one Tina saw, the one Pete was so anxious to hide under his pillow." "Oh, it was," Holly says without looking up from her iPad. "Holly Gibney says that's a big tin for." She punches something else in, swipes the screen, and gives a cry of frustration that makes both of her companions jump. "Oh, these goddamn pop-up ads make me so fracking crazy." "Calm down," Hodges tells her. She ignores him.
You wait and see.
The money and the notebook were a package deal, Jerome says. The Salbers kid found them together. That's what you think, right? Yeah, Hodges says. And whatever was in the notebook was worth more money, except a reputable rare book dealer wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Got it!
Holly screams, making them both jump. The Mercedes swerves. The guy in the next lane honks irritably and makes an unmistakable hand gesture. Got what? Jerome asks.
Not what, Jerome? Who? John fracking Rothstein. Murdered in 1978. At least 3 men broke into his farmhouse, in New Hampshire this was, and killed him. They also broke into his safe. Listen to this. It's from the Manchester Union leader 3 days after he was killed.
As she reads, Hodges exits the crosstown onto Lower Main.
There is growing certainty that the robbers were after more than money. They may also have taken a number of notebooks containing various writings Mr. Rothstein did after retiring from public life, a source close to the investigation said. The source went on to speculate that the notebooks, whose existence was confirmed late yesterday by John Rothstein's housekeeper, might be worth a great deal on the black market.
Holly's eyes are blazing. She is having one of those divine passages where she has forgotten herself entirely.
The robbers hid it, she says.
Hid the money, Jerome says. The 20,000.
And the notebooks. Pete found at least some of them, maybe even all of them. He used the money to help his folks. He didn't get in trouble until he tried selling the notebooks to help his sister. Halliday knows. By now, he may even have them. Hurry up, Bill. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up!
31. Morris lurches to the front of the store, heart-pounding, temples-thudding. He drops Sandy's gun into his sport coat pocket, snatches up a book from one of the display tables, opens it, and slams it against his chin to staunch the blood. He could have wiped it with the sleeve of his coat, almost did, but he's thinking again now, and knows better. He'll have to go out in public, and he doesn't want to do that smeared with blood. The boy had some on his pants, though, and that's good. That's fine, in fact. I'm thinking again, and the boy better be thinking too. If he is, I can still rescue this situation. He opens the shop door and looks both ways. No sign of Salbers. He expected nothing else. Teenagers are fast. They're like cockroaches that way. Morris scrambles in his pocket for the scrap of paper with Pete's cell phone number on it and suffers a moment of raw panic when he can't find it. At last his fingers touch something scrunched far down in one corner and he breathes a sigh of relief. His heart is pounding, and he slams one hand against his bony chest. Don't you give up on me now, he thinks. Don't you dare. He uses the shop's landline to call Salbers, because that also fits the story he's constructing in his mind. Morris thinks it's a good story. He doubts if John Rothstein could have told a better one. 32. When Pete comes fully back to himself, he's in a place Morris Bellamy knows well. Government Square, across from the Happy Cup Cafe. He sits on a bench to catch his breath, looking anxiously back the way he's come. He sees no sign of Red Lips, and this doesn't surprise him. Pete is also thinking again, and knows the man who tried to kill him would attract attention on the street. I got him pretty good, Pete thinks grimly. Red Lips is now Bloody Chin. Good so far, but what now? As if in answer, his cell phone vibrates. Pete pulls it out of his pocket and looks at the number displayed. He recognizes the last 4 digits, 8877, from when he called Halliday and left a message about the weekend trip to Riverbend Resort. It has to be Red Lips. It sure can't be Mr. Halliday. This thought is so awful it makes him laugh, although the sound that comes out sounds more like a sob. His first impulse is to not answer. What changes his mind is something Red Lips said. Your house used to be my house. Isn't that an interesting coinky-dink?
His mother's text instructed him to come home right after school. Tina's text said their mother knew about the money, so they're together at the house, waiting for him. Pete doesn't want to alarm them unnecessarily, especially when he's the cause for alarm, but he needs to know what this incoming call is about, especially since Dad isn't around to protect the two of them if the crazy guy should turn up on Sycamore Street. Dad's in Victor County, doing one of his show and tells. I'll call the police, Pete thinks. When I tell him that, he'll head for the hills. He'll have to. This thought brings some marginal comfort, and he pushes accept. Hello, Peter, Red Lips says. I don't need to talk to you, Peter says. You better run because I'm calling the cops. I'm glad I reached you before you did something so foolish. You won't believe this, but I'm telling you as a friend. You're right, Pete says. I don't believe it. You tried to kill me. Here's something else you won't believe. I'm glad I didn't, because then I'd never find out where you hid the Rothstein notebooks. You never will, Pete says and adds, I'm telling you as a friend. He's feeling a little steadier now. Red Lips isn't chasing him, and he isn't on his way to Sycamore Street either. He's hiding in the bookshop and talking on the landline. That's what you think now because you haven't considered the long view. I have. Here's the situation. You went to Andy to sell the notebooks. He tried to blackmail you instead, so you killed him. Pete says nothing. He can't. He's flabbergasted. Peter, are you there? If you don't want to spend a year in the Riverview Youth Detention Center followed by 20 or so in Waynesville, you better be. I've been in both, and I can tell you they're no place for young men with virgin bottoms. College would be much better, don't you think? I wasn't even in the city last weekend, Pete says. I was at a school retreat, I can prove it. Red Lips doesn't hesitate. Then you did it before you left, or possibly on Sunday night after you got back. The police are going to find your voicemail. I was sure to save it. There's also DVD security footage of you arguing with him. I took the discs, but I'll be sure the police get them if we can't come to an agreement. Then there's the fingerprints. They'll find yours on the doorknob of his inner office. Better still, they'll find them on the murder weapon. I think you're in a box, even if you can account for every minute of your time this past weekend. Pete realizes with dismay that he can't even do that. He missed everything on Sunday. He remembers Miss Bran, alias Bran Stoker, standing by the door of the bus just 24 hours ago, cell phone in hand, ready to call 911 and report a missing student. I'm sorry, he told her. I was sick to my stomach. I thought the fresh air would help me. I was vomiting. He can see her in court, all too clearly saying that yes, Peter did look sick that afternoon, and he can hear the prosecuting attorney telling the jury that any teenage boy probably would look sick after chopping an elderly book dealer into kindling with a hatchet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I submit to you that Pete Saubers hitchhiked back to the city that Sunday morning because he had an appointment with Mr. Halliday, who thought Mr. Saubers had finally decided to give in to his blackmail demands. Only Mr. Saubers had no intention of giving in. It's a nightmare, Pete thinks. Like dealing with Halliday all over again, only 1,000 times worse. Peter, are you there? No one would believe it. Not for a second. Not once they find out about you. And who am I, exactly? The wolf, Pete thinks. You're the big bad wolf. People must have seen him that Sunday wandering around the resort acreage. Plenty of people, because he'd mostly stuck to the paths. Some would surely remember him and come forward, but as Red Lips said, that left before the trip and after, especially Sunday night when he'd gone straight to his room and closed the door. On CSI and Criminal Minds, police scientists were always able to figure out the exact time of a murdered person's death, but in real life, who knew? Not Pete. And if the police had a good suspect, one whose prints were on the murder weapon, the time of death might become negotiable.
But I had to throw the hatchet at him, he thinks. It was all I had.
Believing that things can get no worse, Pete looks down and sees a blood stain on his knee. Mr. Halliday's blood. "I can fix this," Redlips says smoothly. "And if we come to terms, I will. I can wipe your fingerprints. I can erase the voicemail. I can destroy the security DVDs. All you have to do is tell me where the notebooks are."
Like I should trust you.
"You should." Low, coaxing and unreasonable. "Think about it, Peter. With you out of the picture, Andy's murder looks like an attempted robbery gone wrong. The work of some random crackhead or meth freak. That's good for both of us. With you in the picture, the existence of the notebooks comes out. Why would I want that?" You won't care, Pete thinks. You won't have to because you won't be anywhere near here when Halliday is discovered dead in his office. You said you were in Waynesville, and that makes you an ex-con, and you knew Mr. Halliday. Put those together and you'd be a suspect too. Your fingerprints are in there as well as mine, and I don't think you can wipe them all up. What you can do, if I let you, is take the notebooks and go, and once you're gone, what's to keep you from sending the police those security DVDs just for spite? To get back at me for hitting you with that liquor bottle and then getting away, if I agree to what you're saying. He finishes the thought aloud. "I'll only look worse no matter what you say." "I assure you that's not true." He sounds like a lawyer, one of the sleazy ones with fancy hair who advertise on the cable channels late at night. Pete's outrage returns and straightens him on the bench like an electric shock. "Fuck you! You're never getting those notebooks." He ends the call. The phone buzzes in his hand almost immediately, same number. Redlips calling back. Pete hits decline and turns the phone off. Right now he needs to think harder and smarter than ever in his life. Mom and Tina, they're the most important thing. He has to talk to Mom, tell her that she and Teens have to get out of the house right away, go to a motel or something. They have to... No, not Mom. It's his sister he has to talk to, at least to begin with. He didn't take that Mr. Hodges card, but Tina must know how to get in touch with him. If that doesn't work, he'll have to call the police and take his chances. He will not put his family at risk, no matter what. Pete speed dials his sister. 33. "Hello? Peter? Hello? Hello?" Nothing. The thieving son of a bitch is hung up. Morris's first impulse is to rip the desk phone out of the wall and throw it at one of the bookcases, but he restrains himself at the last moment. This is no time to lose himself in a rage. So what now? What next? Is Saubers going to call the police despite all the evidence stacked against him? Morris can't allow himself to believe that, because if he does, the notebooks will be lost to him. And consider this. Would the boy take such an irrevocable step without talking to his parents first? Without asking their advice? Without warning them? I have to move fast, Morris thinks, and aloud as he wipes his fingerprints off the phone. If 'twere to be done, best it be done quickly. And 'twere best he wash his face and leave by the back door. He doesn't believe the gunshots were heard on the street. The inner office must be damn near soundproof, lined with books as it is, but he doesn't want to take the risk. He scrubs away the blood goatee in Halliday's bathroom, careful to leave the red-stained washcloth in the sink where the police will find it when they eventually turn up. With that done, he follows a narrow aisle to a door with an exit sign above it and boxes of books stacked in front of it. He moves them, thinking how stupid to block the fire exit that way. Stupid and short-sighted. That could be my old pal's epitaph, Morris thinks. Here lies Andrew Halliday, a fat, stupid, short-sighted homo. He will not be missed. The heat of late afternoon whacks him like a hammer, and he staggers. His head is thumping from being hit with that goddamn decanter, but the brains inside are in high gear. He gets in the Subaru, where it's even hotter, and turns the air conditioning to max as soon as he starts the engine. He examines himself in the rearview mirror. There's an ugly purple bruise surrounding a crescent-shaped cut on his chin, but the bleeding has stopped, and on the whole he doesn't look too bad. He wishes he had some aspirin, but that can wait. He backs out of Andy's space and threads his way down the alley leading to Grant Street. Grant is more down market than Lacemaker Lane with its fancy shops, but at least cars are allowed there. As Morris stops at the mouth of the alley, Hodges and his two partners arrive on the other side of the building and stand looking at the closed sign hanging in the door of Andrew Halliday Rare Editions. A break in the Grant Street traffic comes just as Hodges is trying the bookshop door and finding it unlocked. Morris makes a quick left and heads toward the crosstown connector. With rush hour only getting started, he can be on the north side in 15 minutes, maybe 12. He needs to keep Saubers from going to the police, assuming he hasn't already, and there's one sure way to do that. All he has to do is beat the notebook thief to his little sister. 34. Behind the Saubers' house, near the fence that separates the family's backyard from the undeveloped land, there's a rusty old swing set that Tom Saubers keeps meaning to take down now that both of his children are too old for it. This afternoon, Tina is sitting on the glider, rocking slowly back and forth. Divergent is open in her lap, but she hasn't turned a page in the last 5 minutes. Mom has promised to watch the movie with her as soon as she's finished the book, but today Tina doesn't want to read about teenagers in the ruins of Chicago. Today that seems awful instead of romantic. Still moving slowly back and forth, she closes both the book and her eyes. God, she prays, please don't let Pete be in really bad trouble, and don't let him hate me. I'll die if he hates me, so please let him understand why I told. Please. God gets right back to her. God says Pete won't blame her because Mom figured it out on her own, but Tina's not sure she believes him. She opens the book again but still can't read. The day seems to hang suspended, waiting for something awful to happen. The cell phone she got for her 11th birthday is upstairs in her bedroom. It's just a cheapie, not the iPhone with all the bells and whistles she desired, but it's her most prized possession and she's rarely without it. Only this afternoon she is. She left it in her room and went out to the backyard as soon as she texted Pete. She had to send that text. She couldn't just let him walk in unprepared, but she can't bear the thought of an angry accusatory callback. She'll have to face him in a little while. That can't be avoided. But Mom will be with her then. Mom will tell him it wasn't Tina's fault, and he'll believe her. Probably. Now the cell begins to vibrate and jiggle on her desk. She's got a cool Snow Patrol ringtone, but sick to her stomach and worried about Pete, Tina never thought to switch it from the mandated school setting when she and her mother got home, so Linda Saubers doesn't hear it downstairs. The screen lights up with her brother's picture. Eventually, the phone falls silent. After 30 seconds or so, it starts vibrating again, and a third time. Then it quits for good. Pete's picture disappears from the screen. 35. In Government Square, Pete stares at his phone incredulously. For the first time in his memory, Teens has failed to answer her cell while school is not in session. Mom, then. Or maybe not. Not quite yet. She'll want to ask a billion questions and time is tight. Also, although he won't quite admit this to himself, he doesn't want to talk to her until he absolutely has to. He uses Google to troll for Mr. Hodges' number. He finds 9 William Hodges here in the city, but the one he wants has got to be K. William, who has a company called Finders Keepers. Pete calls and gets an answering machine. At the end of the message, which seems to last at least an hour, Holly says, "If you need immediate assistance, you may dial 555-1890. Pete once more debates calling his mother, then decides to go with the number the recording has given him first. What convinces him are 2 words: immediate assistance. 36. Oof, Holly says as they approach the empty service desk in the middle of Andrew Halliday's narrow shop. What's that smell?
Blood, Hodges replies. It's also decaying meat, but he doesn't want to say that. You stay here, both of you.
Are you carrying a weapon? Jerome asks.
I've got the slapper.
That's all?
Hodges shrugs.
Then I'm coming with you. Me too, Holly says, and grabs a substantial book called Wild Plants and Flowering Herbs of North America.
She holds it as if she means to swat a stinging bug. No, Hodges says patiently. You're going to stay right here, both of you, and race to see which one can dial 911 first if I yell for you to do so.
Bill?
Jerome begins. Don't argue with me, Jerome, and don't waste time. I've got an idea time might be rather short.
A hunch?
Holly asks. Maybe a little more. Hodges takes the happy slapper from his coat pocket. These days he's rarely without it, although he seldom carries his old service weapon, and grasps it above the knot. He advances quickly and quietly to the door of what he assumes is Andrew Halliday's private office. It's standing slightly ajar. The slapper's loaded in swings from his right hand. He stands slightly to one side of the door and knocks with his left. Because this seems to be one of those moments when the strict truth is dispensable, he calls, "It's the police, Mr. Halliday." There's no answer. He knocks again louder, and when there's still no answer, he pushes the door open. The smell is instantly stronger. Blood, decay, and spilled booze. Something else, too. Spent gunpowder, an aroma he knows well. Flies are buzzing somnolently. The lights are on, seeming to spotlight the body on the floor.
Oh, Christ, his head's half off,
Jerome cries. He's so close that Hodges jerks in surprise, bringing the slapper up and then lowering it again. My pacemaker just went into overdrive, he thinks. He turns, and both of them are crowding up right behind him. Jerome has a hand over his mouth. His eyes are bulging. Holly, on the other hand, looks calm. She's got Wild Plants and Flowering Herbs of North America clasped against her chest and appears to be assessing the bleeding mess on the rug. To Jerome, she says,
"Don't hurl. This is a crime scene."
"I'm not going to hurl." The words are muffled thanks to the hand clutching his lower face. "Neither one of you mind's worth a tinker's dam," Hodges says. "If I were your teacher, I'd send you both to the office. I'm going in. You two stand right where you are." He takes 2 steps in. Jerome and Holly immediately follow side by side. The fucking Bobbsey twins, Hodges thinks.
"Did Tina's brother do this?"
Jerome asks.
"Jesus Christ, Bill, did he?"
"If he did, it wasn't today. That blood's almost dry, and there's the flies. I don't see any maggots yet, but..." Jerome makes a gagging noise.
"Jerome, don't,"
Holly says in a forbidding voice. Then to Hodges.
"I see a little axe, hatchet, whatever you call it. That's what did it."
Hodges doesn't reply. He's assessing the scene. He thinks that Halliday, if it is Halliday, has been dead at least 24 hours, maybe longer. Probably longer. But something has happened in here since, because the smell of spilled liquor and gunpowder is fresh and strong.
"Is that a bullet hole, Bill?"
Jerome asks. He's pointing at a bookshelf to the left of the door near a small cherrywood table. There's a small round hole in a copy of Catch-22. Hodges goes to it, looks more closely, and thinks, that's got to hurt the resale price. Then he looks at the table. There are 2 crystal decanters on it, probably Waterford. The table is slightly dusty, and he can see the shapes where 2 others stood. He looks across the room beyond the desk, and yep, there they are, lying on the floor.
"Sure it's a bullet hole," Holly says. "I can smell the gunpowder." "There was a fight," Jerome says, then points to the corpse without looking at it. "But he sure wasn't part of it." "No," Hodges says, "not him. And the combatants have since departed." Was one of them Peter Saubers?
Hodges sighs heavily. Almost for sure. I think he came here after he ditched us at the drugstore.
Somebody took Mr. Halliday's computer, Holly says. His DVD hookup is still there beside the cash register, and the wireless mouse, also a little box with a few thumb drives in it. But the computer is gone. I saw a big empty space on the desk out there. It was probably a laptop. What now? Jerome asks.
We call the police. Hodges doesn't want to do it. Senses that Pete Saubers is in bad trouble and calling the cops may only make it worse, at least to begin with. But he played the Lone Ranger in the Mercedes killer case and almost got a few thousand kids killed. He takes out his cell, but before he can turn it on, it lights up and rings in his hand.
Peter, Holly says.
Her eyes are shining, and she speaks with utter certainty.
Bet you $6,000. Now he wants to talk. Don't just stand there, Bill. Answer your fracking phone.
He does.
I need help, Pete Saubers says rapidly. Please, Mr. Hodges, I really need help.
Just a sec, I'm going to put you on speaker so my associates can hear.
Associates?
Pete sounds more alarmed than ever.
What associates?
Holly Gibney, your sister knows her. And Jerome Robinson, he's Barbara Robinson's older brother.
Oh, I guess that's okay. And as if to himself, how much worse can it get?
Peter, we're in Andrew Halliday's shop. There's a dead man in his office. I assume it's Halliday, and I assume you know about it. Would those assumptions be correct? There's a moment of silence. If not for the faint sound of traffic wherever Pete is, Hodges might have thought he'd broken the connection. Then the boy starts talking again, the words spilling out in a waterfall.
He was there when I got there, the man with the red lips. He told me Mr. Halliday was in the back, so I went into his office, and he followed me, and he had a gun, and he tried to kill me when I wouldn't tell him where the notebooks were. I wouldn't because he doesn't deserve to have them, and besides, he was going to kill me anyway. I could tell just by looking in his eyes.
You threw the decanters at him, didn't you?
Yes, the bottles, and he shot at me. He missed, but it was so close I heard it go by. I ran and got away. But then he called me and said they'd blame me, the police would, because I threw a hatchet at him, too. Did you see the hatchet?
Yes, Hodges says. I'm looking at it right now.
And my fingerprints, see? They're on it because I threw it at him. And he has some video discs of me and Mr. Halliday arguing because he was trying to blackmail me. Halliday, I mean, not the man with the red lips, only now he's trying to blackmail me, too. This red lips man has the store security video?
Holly asks, bending toward the phone.
Is that what you mean? Yes. He said the police will arrest me, and they will, because I didn't go to any of the Sunday meetings at River Bend, and he also has a voicemail, and I don't know what to do.
Where are you, Peter? Hodges asks. Where are you right now? There's another pause, and Hodges knows exactly what Pete's doing, checking for landmarks. He may have lived in the city his whole life, but right now he's so freaked he doesn't know east from west.
Government Square, he says at last, across from this restaurant, the Happy Cup?
Do you see the man who shot at you?
No. I ran, and I don't think he could chase me very far on foot. He's kind of old, and you can't drive a car on Lacemaker Lane.
Stay there, Hodges says. We'll come and get you.
Please don't call the police, Peter says. It'll kill my folks after everything else that's happened to them. I'll give you the notebooks. I never should have kept them, and I never should have tried to sell any of them. I should have stopped with the money.
His voice is blurring now as he breaks down.
My parents, they were in such trouble about everything. I only wanted to help.
I'm sure that's true, but I have to call the police. If you didn't kill Halliday, the evidence will show that. You'll be fine. I'll pick you up and we'll go to your house. Will your parents be there?
Dad's on a business thing, but my mom and sister will be.
Pete has to hitch in a breath before going on.
I'll go to jail, won't I? They'll never believe me about the man with the red lips. They'll think I made him up. All you have to do is tell the truth, Holly says. Bill won't let anything bad happen to you.
She grabs his hand and squeezes it fiercely.
Will you?
Hodges repeats. If you didn't kill him, you'll be fine.
I didn't. Swear to God.
This other man did. The one with the red lips.
Yes, he killed John Rothstein, too.
He said Rothstein sold out.
Hodges has a million questions, but this isn't the time. Listen to me, Pete, very carefully. Stay where you are. We'll be at Government Square in 15 minutes.
If you let me drive, Jerome says, we can be there in 10.
Hodges ignores this. The four of us will go to your house. You'll tell the whole story to me, my associates, and your mother. She may want to call your father and discuss getting you legal representation. Then we're going to call the police. It's the best I can do. And better than I should do, he thinks, eyeing the mangled corpse and thinking about how close he came to going to jail himself 4 years ago. For the same kind of thing, too. Lone Ranger shit. But surely another half hour or 45 minutes can't hurt, and what the boy said about his parents hit home. Hodges was at City Center that day. He saw the aftermath.
All right. Come as fast as you can.
Yes, he breaks the connection.
What do we do about our fingerprints?
Holly asks. Leave them, Hodges says. Let's go get that kid. I can't wait to hear his story. He tosses Jerome the Mercedes key.
Thanks, Master Hodges.
Tyrone Feelgood screeches.
This here black boy is one safe driver. I is gone get y'all safe to your dest.
Shut up, Jerome. Hodges and Holly say it together.
37. Pete takes a deep, trembling breath and closes his cell phone. Everything is going around in his head like some nightmare amusement park ride, and he's sure he sounded like an idiot, or a murderer scared of getting caught and making up any wild tale. He forgot to tell Mr. Hodges that Red Lips once lived in Pete's own house, and he should have done that. He thinks about calling Hodges back, but why bother when he and those other two are coming to pick him up? The guy won't go to the house anyway, Pete tells himself. He can't. He has to stay invisible. But he might, just the same. If he thinks I was lying about moving the notebook somewhere else, he really might. Because he's crazy. A total whack job. He tries Tina's phone again and gets nothing but her message. Hey, it's Teen. Sorry I missed you. Do your thing. Beep. All right, then. Mom. But before he can call her, he sees a bus coming, and in the destination window, like a gift from heaven, are the words North Side. Pete suddenly decides he's not going to sit here and wait for Mr. Hodges. The bus will get him there sooner, and he wants to go home now. He'll call Mr. Hodges once he's on board and tell him to meet him at the house, but first he'll call his mother and tell her to lock all the doors. The bus is almost empty, but he makes his way to the back just the same, and he doesn't have to call his mother after all. His phone rings in his hand as he sits down. Mom, the screen says. He takes a deep breath and pushes accept. She's talking before he can even say hello. Where are you, Peter? Peter instead of Pete, not a good start. I expected you home an hour ago. I'm coming, he says. I'm on the bus. Let's stick to the truth, shall we? The bus has come and gone. I saw it. Not the school bus, the North Side bus. I had to... What? Run an errand? That's so ludicrous he could laugh. Except this is no laughing matter. Far from it. There was something I had to do. Is Tina there? She didn't go down to Ellen's or something? She's in the backyard reading her book. The bus is picking its way past some road construction, moving with agonizing slowness. Mom, listen to me. No, you listen to me. Did you send that money? He closes his eyes. Did you? A simple yes or no will suffice. We can go into the details later. Eyes still closed, he says. Yes, it was me. But where did it come from? That's a long story, and right now it doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter. There's a guy. What do you mean it doesn't matter? That was over $20,000. He stifles an urge to say, Did you just figure that out? The bus continues lumbering its laborious way through the construction. Sweat is rolling down Pete's face. He can see the smear of blood on his knee, dark brown instead of red, but still as loud as a shout. Guilty, it yells. Guilty, guilty. Mom, please shut up and listen to me. Shocked silence on the other end of the line. Not since the days of his toddler tantrums has he told his mother to shut up. There's a guy and he's dangerous. He could tell her just how dangerous, but he wants her on alert, not in hysterics. I don't think he'll come to the house, but he might. You should get Tina inside and lock the doors. Just for a few minutes, then I'll be there. Some other people, too, people who can help. At least I hope so, he thinks. God, I hope so. 38. Morris Bellamy turns onto Sycamore Street. He's aware that his life is rapidly narrowing to a point. All he has is a few hundred stolen dollars, a stolen car, and the need to get his hands on Rothstein's notebooks. Oh, he has one other thing, too. A short-term hideout where he can go and read and find out what happened to Jimmy Gold after the Does He Do campaign put him at the top of the advertising dung heap with a double fistful of those golden bucks. Morris understands this is a crazy goal, so he must be a crazy person, but it's all he has, and it's enough. There's his old house, which is now the notebook thief's house, with a little red car in the driveway. Crazy don't mean shit, Morris Bellamy says. Crazy don't mean shit. Nothing means shit. Words to live by. 39. Bill, Jerome says, I hate to say it, but I think our bird has flown.
Hodges looks up from his thoughts as Jerome guides the Mercedes through Government Square. There are quite a few people sitting on the benches, reading newspapers, chatting and drinking coffee, feeding the pigeons, but there are no teenagers of either sex.
I don't see him at any of the tables on the cafe side either, Holly reports. Maybe he went inside for a cup of coffee?
Right now, coffee would be the last thing on his mind, Hodges says. He pounds a fist on his thigh.
North Side and South Side buses run through here every 15 minutes, Jerome says. If I were in his shoes, sitting and waiting around for someone to come and pick me up would be torture. I'd want to be doing something.
That's when Hodges' phone rings.
A bus came along and I decided not to wait, Pete says. He sounds calmer now. I'll be home when you get there. I just got off the phone with my mother. She and Tina are okay.
Hodges doesn't like the sound of this. Why wouldn't they be, Peter?
Because the guy with the red lips knows where we live. He said he used to live there. I forgot to tell you.
Hodges checks where they are. How long to Sycamore Street, Jerome?
Be there in 20, maybe less. If I'd known the kid was going to grab a bus, I would have taken the crosstown.
Mr. Hodges?
Pete. I'm here.
He'd be stupid to go to my house anyway. If he does that, I won't be framed anymore.
He's got a point. Did you tell them to lock up and stay inside?
Yes.
And did you give your mom his description?
Yes.
Hodges knows that if he calls the cops, Mr. Redlips will be gone with the wind, leaving Pete to depend on the forensic evidence to get him off the hook. And they can probably beat the cops anyway.
Tell him to call the guy,
Holly says. She leans toward Hodges and bellows,
Call and say you changed your mind, and we'll give him the notebooks.
Pete, did you hear that?
Yeah, but I can't. I don't even know if he has a phone. He called me from the one in the bookshop. We didn't, exactly have time to exchange info. How poopy is that?
Holly asks no one in particular. All right, call me the minute you get home and verify that everything's okay. If I don't hear from you, I'll have to call for the police.
I'm sure they're
But this is where they came in. Hodges closes his phone and leans forward. Punch it, Jerome.
As soon as I can.
He gestures at the traffic, 3 lanes going each way, chrome twinkling in the sunshine.
Once we get past the rotary up there, we'll be gone like Enron.
20 minutes, Hodges thinks. 20 minutes at most. What can happen in 20 minutes? The answer, he knows from bitter experience, is quite a lot. Life and death. Right now, all he can do is hope those 20 minutes don't come back to haunt him.
40. Linda Saubers came into her husband's little home office to wait for Pete, because her husband's laptop is on the desk and she can play computer solitaire. She is far too upset to read. After talking to Pete, she's more upset than ever. Afraid, too, but not of some sinister villain lurking on Sycamore Street. She's afraid for her son, because it's clear he believes in the sinister villain. Things are finally starting to come together. His pallor and weight loss, the crazy mustache he tried to grow, the return of his acne and his long silences. They all make sense now. If he's not having a nervous breakdown, he's on the verge of one. She gets up and looks out the window at her daughter. Tina's got her best blouse on, the billowy yellow one, and no way should she be wearing it on a dirty old glider that should have been taken down years ago. She has a book, and it's open, but she doesn't seem to be reading. She looks drawn and sad. What a nightmare, Linda thinks. First Tom hurt so badly he'll walk with a limp for the rest of his life, and now our son's seeing monsters in the shadows. That money wasn't manna from heaven, it was acid rain. Maybe he just has to come clean. Tell us the whole story about where the money came from. Once he does that, the healing process can begin. In the meantime, she'll do as he asked, call Tina inside and lock the house. It can't hurt. A board creaks behind her. She turns, expecting to see her son, but it's not Pete. It's a man with pale skin, thinning white hair, and red lips. It's the man her son described, the sinister villain. And her first feeling isn't terror, but an absurdly powerful sense of relief. Her son isn't having a nervous breakdown after all. Then she sees the gun in the man's hand, and the terror comes, bright and hot. "You must be Mom," the intruder says. "Strong family resemblance." "Who are you?" Linda Saubers asks. "What are you doing here?" The intruder, in the doorway of her husband's study instead of in her son's mind, glances out the window, and Linda has to suppress an urge to say, "Don't look at her." "Is that your daughter?" Morris asks. "Hey, she's pretty. I always liked the girl in yellow." "What do you want?" Linda asks. "What's mine?" Morris says, and shoots her in the head. Blood flies up and spatters red droplets against the glass. It sounds like rain. 41. Tina hears an alarming bang from the house and runs for the kitchen door. It's the pressure cooker, she thinks. Mom forgot the damn pressure cooker again. This has happened once before while her mother was making preserves. It's an old cooker, the kind that sits on the stove, and Pete spent most of one Saturday afternoon on a stepladder scraping dried strawberry goo off the ceiling. Mom was vacuuming the living room when it happened, which was lucky. Tina hopes to God she wasn't in the kitchen this time either. "Mom?" She runs inside. There's nothing on the stove. An arm grabs her around the middle hard. Tina loses her breath in an explosive whoosh. Her feet rise from the floor, kicking. She can feel whiskers against her cheek. She can smell sweat, sour and hot. "Don't scream, and I won't have to hurt you," the man says into her ear, making her skin prickle. "Do you understand?" Tina manages to nod, but her heart is hammering and the world is going dark. "Let me breathe," she gasps, and the hold loosens. Her feet go back to the floor. She turns and sees a man with a pale face and red lips. There's a cut on his chin. It looks like a bad one. The skin around it is swollen and blue-black. "Don't scream," he repeats and raises an admonitory finger. "Do not do that." He smiles, and if it's supposed to make her feel better, it doesn't work. His teeth are yellow. They look more like fangs than teeth. "What did you do to my mother?" "She's fine," the man with the red lips says. "Where's your cell phone?" "A pretty little girl like you must have a cell phone. Lots of friends to chatter and text with. Is it in your pocket?" No. Upstairs in my room." "Let's go get it," Morris says. "You're going to make a call." 42. Pete's stop is Elm Street, 2 blocks over from the house, and the bus is almost there. He's making his way to the front when his cell buzzes. His relief at seeing his sister's smiling face in the little window is so great that his knees loosen and he has to grab one of the strap handles. "Tina, I'll be there in a—" "There's a man here," Tina is crying so hard he can barely understand her. "He was in the house. He—" Then she's gone, and he knows the voice that replaces hers. He wishes to God he didn't. "Hello, Peter," Red Lips says. "Are you on your way?" He can't say anything. His tongue is stuck to the roof of his mouth. The bus pulls over at the corner of Elm and Breckenridge Terrace, his stop, but Pete only stands there. "Don't bother answering that, and don't bother coming home, because no one will be here if you do." "He's lying!" Tina yells. "Mom is—" Then she howls. "Don't you hurt her," Pete says. The few other riders don't look around from their papers or handhelds because he can't speak above a whisper. "Don't you hurt my sister." "I won't if she shuts up. She needs to be quiet. You need to be quiet too and listen to me. But first you need to answer 2 questions. Have you called the police?" "No." "Have you called anyone?" "No." Pete lies without hesitation. "Good. Excellent. Now comes the listening part. Are you listening?" A large lady with a shopping bag is clambering onto the bus, wheezing. Pete gets off as soon as she's out of the way, walking like a boy in a dream, the phone plastered to his ear. "I'm taking your sister with me to a safe place. A place where we can meet once you have the notebooks." Pete starts to tell him they don't have to do it that way. He'll just tell Red Lips where the notebooks are, then realizes doing that would be a huge mistake. Once Red Lips knows they're in the basement at the wreck, he'll have no reason to keep Tina alive. "Are you there, Peter?" Yes. "You better be. You just better be. Get the notebooks. When you have them, and not before, call your sister's cell again. If you call for any other reason, I'll hurt her." "Is my mother all right?" "She's fine, just tied up. Don't worry about her and don't bother going home. Just get the notebooks and call me." With that, Red Lips is gone. Pete doesn't have time to tell him he has to go home because he'll need Tina's wagon again to haul the cartons. He also needs to get his father's key to the wreck. He returned it to the board in his father's office and he needs it to get in. 43. Morris slips Tina's pink phone into his pocket and yanks a cord from her desktop computer. "Turn around, hands behind you."
"Did you shoot her?"
Tears are running down Tina's cheeks.
"Was that the sound I heard? Did you shoot my mother?"
Morris slaps her, and hard. Blood flies from Tina's nose and the corner of her mouth. Her eyes widen in shock. "You need to shut your quack and turn around. Hands behind you." Tina does it, sobbing. Morris ties her wrists together at the small of her back, cinching the knots viciously.
"Ow! Ow! Mister, that's too tight."
"Deal with it." He wonders vaguely how many shots might be left in his old pal's gun. 2 will be enough, 1 for the thief and 1 for the thief's sister. "Walk. Downstairs, out the kitchen door. Let's go. Up, 2, 3, 4. She looks back at him, her eyes huge and bloodshot and swimming with tears.
"Are you going to rape me?"
"No," Morris says, to add something that is all the more terrifying because she doesn't understand it. "I won't make that mistake again." 44. Linda comes to staring at the ceiling. She knows where she is, Tom's office, but not what has happened to her. The right side of her head is on fire, and when she raises a hand to her face, it comes away wet with blood. The last thing she can remember is Peggy Moran telling her that Tina had gotten sick at school. "Go get her and take her home," Peggy had said. "I'll cover this." No, she remembers something else. Something about the mystery money. I was going to talk to Pete about it, she thinks. Get some answers. I was playing solitaire on Tom's computer, just killing time while I waited for him to come home, and then black. Now, this terrible pain in her head, like a constantly slamming door. It's even worse than the migraines she sometimes gets. Worse even than childbirth. She tries to raise her head and manages to do it, but the world starts going in and out with her heartbeat, first sucking, then blooming, each oscillation accompanied by such god-awful agony. She looks down and sees the front of her gray dress has changed to a muddy purple. She thinks, oh God, that's a lot of blood. Have I had a stroke? Some kind of brain hemorrhage? Surely not. Surely those only bleed on the inside. But whatever it is, she needs help. She needs an ambulance, but she can't make her hand go to the phone. It lifts, trembles, and drops back to the floor. She hears a yelp of pain from somewhere close, then crying she'd recognize anywhere, even while dying, which she suspects she may be. It's Tina. She manages to prop herself up on one bloody hand, enough to look out the window. She sees a man hustling Tina down the back steps into the yard. Tina's hands are tied behind her. Linda forgets about her pain, forgets about needing an ambulance. A man has broken in, and he's now abducting her daughter. She needs to stop him. She needs the police. She tries to get into the swivel chair behind the desk, but at first she can only paw at the seat. She does a lunging sit-up, and for a moment the pain is so intense the world turns white. But she holds on to consciousness and grabs the arms of the chair. When her vision clears, she sees the man opening the back gate and shoving Tina through, herding her like an animal on its way to the slaughterhouse. "Bring her back!" Linda screams. "Don't you hurt my baby!" But only in her head. When she tries to get up, the chair turns and she loses her grip on the arms. The world darkens. She hears a terrible gagging sound before she blacks out and has time to think, can that be me?
45. Things are not golden after the Rotary. Instead of open street, they see backed-up traffic and 2 orange signs. One says, flagger ahead. The other says, road construction. There's a line of cars waiting while the flagger lets downtown traffic go through. After 3 minutes of sitting, each one feeling an hour long, Hodges tells Jerome to use the side streets. "I wish I could, but we're blocked in." He jerks a thumb over his shoulder where the line of cars behind them is now backed up almost to the Rotary. Holly has been bent over her iPad, whacking away. Now she looks up.
"Use the sidewalk," she says, then goes back to her magic tablet.
"There are mailboxes, Hollyberry," Jerome says. "Also a chain-link fence up ahead. I don't think there's room."
She takes another brief look. "Yeah, there is. You may scrape a little, but it won't be the first time for this car. Go on."
"Who pays the fine if I get arrested on a charge of driving while black? You?" Holly rolls her eyes. Jerome turns to Hodges, who sighs and nods. "She's right. There's room. I'll pay your fucking fine." Jerome swings right. The Mercedes clips the fender of the car stopped ahead of them, then bumps up onto the sidewalk. Here comes the first mailbox. Jerome swings even farther to the right, now entirely off the street. There's a thud as the driver's side knocks the mailbox off its post, then a drawn-out squall as the passenger side caresses the chain-link fence. A woman in shorts and a halter top is mowing her lawn. She shouts at them as the passenger side of Holly's German U-boat peels away a sign reading, "No trespassing, no soliciting, no door-to-door salesman." She rushes for her driveway, still shouting. Then she just peers, shading her eyes and squinting. Hodges can see her lips moving. "Oh, goody," Jerome says. "She's getting your plate number."
"Just drive," Holly says. "Drive, drive, drive." And with no pause, "Red Lips is Morris Bellamy. That's his name."
It's the flagger yelling at them now. The construction workers who have been uncovering a sewer pipe running beneath the street are staring. Some are laughing. One of them winks at Jerome and makes a bottle-tipping gesture. Then they are past. The Mercedes thumps back down to the street. With traffic bound for the north side bottlenecked behind them, the street ahead is blessedly empty.
I checked the city tax records, Holly says. At the time John Rothstein was murdered, in 1978, the taxes on 23 Sycamore Street were being paid by Anita Elaine Bellamy. I did a Google search for her name and came up with over 50 hits. She's sort of a famous academic, but only one hit that matters. Her son was tried and convicted of aggravated rape late that same year, right here in the city. He got a life sentence. There's a picture of him in one of the news stories. Look. She hands the iPad to Hodges.
Morris Bellamy has been snapped coming down the steps of a courthouse Hodges remembers well, although it was replaced by the concrete monstrosity in Government Square 15 years ago. Bellamy is flanked by a pair of detectives. Hodges recalls one of them, Paul Emerson. Good police, long retired. He's wearing a suit. So is the other detective, but that one has draped his coat over Bellamy's hands to hide the handcuffs he's wearing. Bellamy is also in a suit, which means the picture was taken either while the trial was ongoing or just after the verdict was rendered. It's a black and white photo which only makes the contrast between Bellamy's pale complexion and dark mouth more striking. He almost looks like he's wearing lipstick.
That's got to be him, Holly says. If you call the state prison, I'll bet you $6,000 that he's out.
No bet, Hodges says. How long to Sycamore Street, Jerome?
10 minutes.
Firm or optimistic? Reluctantly, Jerome replies, Well, maybe a tad optimistic. Just do the best you can and try not to run anybody over. Hodges' cell rings. It's Pete. He sounds out of breath.
Have you called the police, Mr. Hodges?
No, although they'll probably have the license plate of Holly's car by now, but he sees no reason to tell Pete that. The boy sounds more upset than ever, almost crazed.
You can't, no matter what. He's got my sister. He says if he doesn't get the notebooks, he'll kill her. I'm going to give them to him.
Pete, don't. But he's talking to no one. Pete has broken the connection. 46. Morris hustles Tina along the path. At one point, a jutting branch rips her filmy blouse and scratches her arm, bringing blood.
Don't make me go so fast, mister. I'll fall down.
Morris whacks the back of her head above her ponytail. Save your breath, bitch. Just be grateful I'm not making you run. He holds on to her shoulders as they cross the stream, balancing her so she won't fall in. And when they reach the point where the scrub brush and stunted trees give way to the wrecked property, he tells her to stop. The baseball field is deserted, but a few boys are on the cracked asphalt of the basketball court. They're stripped to the waist, their shoulders gleaming. The day is really too hot for outside games, which is why Morris supposes there are only a few of them. He unties Tina's hands. She gives a little whimper of relief and starts rubbing her wrists, which are crisscrossed with deep red grooves. We're going to walk along the edge of the trees, he tells her. The only time those boys will be able to get a good look at us is when we get near the building and come out of the shade. If they say hello, or if there's someone you know, just wave and smile and keep walking. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you scream or yell for help, I'll put a bullet in your head. Do you understand that?
Yes. Did you shoot my mother? You did, didn't you?
Of course not. Just fired one into the ceiling to settle her down. She's fine, and you will be too if you do as you're told. Get moving. They walk in the shade, the uncut grass of right field wickering against Morris's trousers and Tina's jeans. The boys are totally absorbed in their game and don't even look around, although if they had, Tina's bright yellow blouse would have stood out against the green trees like a warning flag. When they reach the back of the wreck, Morris guides her past his old pal's Subaru, keeping a close eye on the boys as he does so. Once the brick flank of the building hides the two of them from the basketball court, he ties Tina's hands behind her again. No sense taking chances with Birch Street so close. Lots of houses on Birch Street. He sees Tina drawing a deep breath and grabs her shoulder. Don't yell, girlfriend. Open your mouth and I'll beat it off you.
Please don't hurt me,
Tina whispers.
I'll do whatever you want.
Morris nods, satisfied. It's a wise con response if he ever heard one. See that basement window? The one that's open? Lie down, turn over on your belly, and drop through. Tina squats and peers into the shadows. Then she turns her bloody, swollen face up to him.
It's too far, I'll fall.
Exasperated, Morris kicks her in the shoulder. She cries out. He bends over and places the muzzle of the automatic against her temple. You said you'd do whatever I wanted, and that's what I want. Get through that window right now, or I'll put a bullet in your tiny brat brain. Morris wonders if he means it. He decides he does. Little girls also don't mean shit. Weeping, Tina squirms through the window. She hesitates, half in and half out, looking at Morris with pleading eyes. He draws his foot back to kick her in the face and help her along. She drops, then yells in spite of Morris's explicit instructions not to.
My ankle! I think I broke my ankle!
Morris doesn't give a fuck about her ankle. He takes a quick look around to make sure he's still unobserved, then slides through the window and into the basement of the Birch Street wreck, landing on the closed carton he used for a step last time. The thief's sister must have landed on it wrong and tumbled to the floor. Her foot is twisted sideways and already beginning to swell. To Morris Bellamy, that doesn't mean shit either. 47. Mr. Hodges has 1,000 questions, but Pete has no time to answer any of them. He ends the call and sprints down Sycamore Street to his house. He has decided getting Tina's old wagon will take too long. He'll figure out some other way to transport the notebooks when he gets to the wreck. All he really needs is the key to the building. He runs into his father's office to grab it and stops cold. His mother is on the floor beside the desk, her blue eyes shining from a mask of blood. There's more blood on his dad's open laptop, on the front of her dress, spattered on the desk chair and the window behind her. Music is tinkling from the computer, and even in his distress, he recognizes the tune. She was playing solitaire. Just playing solitaire and waiting for her kid to come home and bothering no one. "Mom!" He runs to her, crying. "My head," she says. "Look at my head." He bends over her, parts bloody clumps of hair, trying to be gentle, and sees a trench running from her temple to the back of her head. At one point, halfway along the trench, he can see bleary gray-white. It's her skull, he thinks. That's bad, but at least it's not her brains. Please, God, no. Brains are soft. Brains would be leaking. It's just her skull. "A man came," she says, speaking with great effort. "He took Tina. I heard her cry out. You have to. Oh, Jesus Christ, how my head rings." Pete hesitates for one endless second, wavering between his need to help his mother and his need to protect his sister, to get her back. If only this was a nightmare, he thinks. If only I could wake up. Mom first. Mom right now. He grabs the phone off his father's desk. "Be quiet, Mom. Don't say anything else, and don't move." She closes her eyes wearily. "Did he come for the money? Did that man come for the money you found?" "No, for what was with it," Pete says, and punches in 3 numbers he learned in grade school. 911, the woman says. "What is your emergency?" "My mom's been shot," Pete says. 23 Sycamore Street. Send an ambulance right now. She's bleeding like crazy." "What is your name, son?" Pete hangs up. "Mom, I have to go. I have to get Tina back." "Don't be hurt." She's slurring now. Her eyes are still shut, and he sees with horror that there's even blood in her eyelashes. This is his fault. All his fault. "Don't let Tina be her." She falls silent, but she's breathing. Oh, God, please let her keep breathing. Pete takes the key to the Birch Street wreck's front door from his father's real estate properties board. "You'll be okay, Mom. The ambulance will come. Some friends will come, too." He starts for the door. Then an idea strikes him and he turns back.
Mom? What? Does Dad still smoke? Without opening her eyes, she says, He thinks I don't know. Quickly, he has to be gone before Hodges gets here and tries to stop him from doing what he has to do. Pete begins to search the drawers of his father's desk. Just in case, he thinks. Just in case. 48. The back gate is ajar. Pete doesn't notice. He pelts down the path. As he nears the stream, he passes a scrap of filmy yellow cloth hanging from a branch jutting out into the path. He reaches the stream and turns to look, almost without realizing it, at the spot where the trunk is buried, the trunk that caused all this horror. When he reaches the stepping stones at the bottom of the bank, Pete suddenly stops. His eyes widen. His legs go rubbery and loose. He sits down hard, staring at the foaming, shallow water that he has crossed so many times, often with his little sister babbling away about whatever interested her at the time. Mrs. Beasley, SpongeBob, her friend Ellen, her favorite lunchbox, her favorite clothes. The filmy yellow blouse with the billowing sleeves, for instance. Mom tells her she shouldn't wear it so often because it has to be dry-cleaned. Was Teens wearing it this morning when she left for school? That seems like a century ago, but he thinks she was. I'm taking her to a safe place, Red Lips had said. A place where we can meet once you have the notebooks. Can it be? Of course it can. If Red Lips grew up in Pete's house, he would have spent time at the wreck. All the kids in the neighborhood spent time there until it closed, and he must have known about the path because the trunk was buried less than 20 paces from where it crossed the stream. But he doesn't know about the notebooks, Pete thinks. Not yet. Unless he found out since the last call, that is. If so, he will have taken them already. He'll be gone. That would be okay if he's left Tina alive. And why wouldn't he? What reason would he have to kill her once he has what he wants? For revenge, Pete thinks coldly. To get back at me. I'm the thief who took the notebooks. I hit him with a bottle and got away at the bookstore, and I deserve to be punished. He gets up and staggers as a wave of lightheadedness rushes through him. When it passes, he crosses the creek. On the other side, he begins to run again. 49. The front door of 23 Sycamore is standing open. Hodges is out of the Mercedes before Jerome has brought it fully to a stop. He runs inside, one hand in his pocket, gripping the happy slapper. He hears tinkly music he knows well from hours spent playing computer solitaire. He follows the sound and finds a woman sitting, sprawling, beside a desk in an alcove that has been set up as an office. One side of her face is swollen and drenched in blood. She looks at him, trying to focus. "Pete," she says, and then, "He took Tina." Hodges kneels and carefully parts the woman's hair. What he sees is bad, but nowhere near as bad as it could be. This woman has won the only lottery that really matters. The bullet put a groove 6 inches long in her scalp, has actually exposed her skull in one place, but a scalp wound isn't going to kill her. She's lost a lot of blood, though, and is suffering from both shock and concussion. This is no time to question her, but he has to. Morris Bellamy is laying down a trail of violence, and Hodges is still at the wrong end of it. Holly, call an ambulance. "Pete already did," Linda says, and as if her weak voice has conjured it, they hear a siren. It's still distant but approaching fast. "Before he left." "Mrs. Saubers, did Pete take Tina? Is that what you're saying?" "No. The man." "Did he have red lips, Mrs. Saubers?" Holly asks. "Did the man who took Tina have red lips?" "Irish lips," she says, "but not a redhead. White. He was old. Am I going to die?" "No," Hodges says. "Help is on the way, but you have to help us. Do you know where Peter went?" "Out back. Through the gate. Saw him." Jerome looks out the window and sees the gate standing ajar. "What's back there?" "A path
she says wearily.
The kids used it to go to the wreck before it closed. I think he took the key.
Pete did?
Yes.
Her eyes move to a board with a great many keys hung on it. One hook is empty. The Dymo tape beneath it reads Birch Street Wreck. Hodges comes to a decision. Jerome, you're with me. Holly, stay with Mrs. Saubers. Get a cold cloth to put on the side of her head. He draws in a breath. But before you do that, call the police. Ask for my old partner, Huntley. He expects an argument, but Holly just nods and picks up the phone.
He took his father's lighter, too,
Linda says. She seems a little more with it now.
I don't know why he would do that, and the can of Ronson's.
Jerome looks a question at Hodges, who says, it's lighter fluid.
50. Pete keeps to the shade of the trees, just as Morris and Tina did. Although the boys who were playing basketball have gone home to dinner and left the court deserted except for a few crows scavenging spilled potato chips, he sees a small car nestled in the loading dock. Hidden there, actually, and the vanity license plate is enough to cause any doubts Pete might have had to disappear. Red Lips is here, all right, and he can't have taken Tina in by the front. That door faces the street, which is apt to be fairly busy at this time of day, and besides, he has no key. Pete passes the car, and at the corner of the building, he drops to his knees and peers around. One of the basement windows is open. The grass and weeds that were growing in front of it have been beaten down. He hears a man's voice. They're down there, all right. So are the notebooks. The only question is whether or not Red Lips has found them yet. Pete withdraws and leans against the sun-warmed brick, wondering what to do next. Think, he tells himself. You got Tina into this and you need to get her out of it, so think, goddamn you! Only he can't. His mind is full of white noise. In one of his few interviews, the ever-irritable John Rothstein expressed his disgust with the where do you get your ideas question. Story ideas came from nowhere, he proclaimed. They arrived without the polluting influence of the author's intellect. The idea that comes to Pete now also seems to arrive from nowhere. It's both horrible and horribly attractive. It won't work if Red Lips has already discovered the notebooks, but if that is the case, nothing will work. Pete gets up and circles the big brick cube the other way, once more passing the green car with its tattletale license plate. He stops at the front right corner of the abandoned brick box looking at the going-home traffic on Birch Street. It's like peering through a window and into a different world, one where things are normal. He takes a quick inventory: cell phone, cigarette lighter, can of lighter fluid. The can was in the bottom desk drawer with his father's Zippo. The can is only half full, based on the slosh when he shakes it, but half full will be more than enough. He goes around the corner, now in full view of Birch Street, trying to walk normally and hoping that no one, Mr. Evans, his old Little League coach for instance, will hail him. No one does. This time he knows which of the two keys to use, and this time it turns easily in the lock. He opens the door slowly, steps into the foyer, and eases the door closed. It's musty and brutally hot in here. For Tina's sake, he hopes it's cooler in the basement. How scared she must be, he thinks. If she's still alive to feel anything, an evil voice whispers back. Red Lips could have been standing over her dead body and talking to himself. He's crazy, and that's what crazy people do. On Pete's left, a flight of stairs leads up to the second floor, which consists of a single large space running the length of the building. The official name was the North Side Community Room, but the kids had a different name for it, one Red Lips probably remembers. As Pete sits on the stairs to take off his shoes, he can't be heard clacking and echoing across the floor. He thinks again, I got her into this. It's my job to get her out, nobody else's. He calls his sister's cell. From below him, muffled but unmistakable, he hears Tina's Snow Patrol ringtone. Red Lips answers immediately. Hello, Peter. He sounds calmer now, in control. That could be good or bad for his plan. Pete can't tell which. Have you got the notebooks? Yes. Is my sister okay? She's fine. Where are you? That's pretty funny, Pete says, and when you think about it, it actually is. Jimmy Gold would like it, I bet. I'm in no mood for cryptic humor. Let us do our business and be done with each other, shall we? Where are you? Do you remember the Saturday movie palace? What are you? Red Lip stops. Thinks. Are you talking about the community room where they used to show all those corny... He pauses again as the penny drops. You're here? Yes, and you're in the basement. I saw the car out back. You were maybe 90 feet from the notebooks all along. Even closer than that, Pete thinks. Come and get them. He ends the call before Red Lips can try to set the terms more to his liking. Pete runs for the kitchen on tiptoe, shoes in hand. He has to get out of sight before Red Lips can climb the stairs from the basement. If he does that, all may be well. If he doesn't, he and his sister will probably die together. From downstairs, louder than her ringtone, much louder, he hears Tina cry out in pain. Still alive, Pete thinks, and then, the bastard hurt her. Only that's not the truth. I did it. This is all my fault. Mine, mine, mine. 51. Morris, sitting on a box marked Kitchen Supplies, closes Tina's phone and at first only looks at it. There's but one question on the floor, really. Just one that needs to be answered. Is the boy telling the truth, or is he lying? Morris thinks he's telling the truth. They both grew up on Sycamore Street, after all, and they both attended Saturday movie shows upstairs, sitting on folding chairs and eating popcorn sold by the local Girl Scout troop. It's logical to think they would both choose this nearby abandoned building as a place to hide, one close to both the house they had shared and the buried trunk. The clincher is the sign Morris saw out front on his first reconnaissance. Call Thomas Sauber's Real Estate. If Peter's father is the selling agent, the boy could easily have filched a key. He seizes Tina by the arm and drags her across to the furnace, a huge and dusty relic crouched in the corner. She lets out another of those annoying cries as she tries to put weight on her swollen ankle and it buckles under her. He slaps her again. Shut up, he says. Stop being such a whiny bitch. There's enough computer cord to make sure she stays in one place, but there's a cage light hanging on the wall with several yards of orange electrical cord looped around it. Morris doesn't need the light, but the cord is a gift from God. He didn't think he could be any angrier with the thief, but he was wrong. Jimmy Gold would like it, I bet, the thief had said. And what right did he have to reference John Rothstein's work? Rothstein's work was his. Turn around. Tina doesn't move quickly enough to suit Morris, who is still furious with her brother. He grabs her shoulders and whirls her. Tina doesn't cry out this time, but a groan escapes her tightly compressed lips. Her beloved yellow blouse is now smeared with basement dirt. He secures the orange electrical cord to the computer cord binding her wrists, then throws the cage light over one of the furnace pipes. He pulls the cord taut, eliciting another groan from the girl as her bound hands are jerked up almost to her shoulder blades. Morris ties off the new cord with a double knot, thinking, they were here all along and he thinks that's funny. If he wants funny, I'll give him all the funny he can stand. He can die laughing. He bends down, hands on his knees, so he's eye to eye with the thief's sister. I'm going upstairs to get my property, girlfriend. Also to kill your pain-in-the-ass brother. Then I'm going to come back down and kill you. He kisses the tip of her nose. Your life is over. I want you to think about that while I'm gone. He trots toward the stairs. 52. Pete is in the pantry. The door is only open a crack, but that's enough to see Red Lips as he goes hustling by, the little red and black gun in one hand, Tina's phone in the other. Pete listens to the echo of his footfalls as they cross the empty downstairs rooms, and as soon as they become the thud, thud, thud of feet climbing the stairs to what was once known as the Saturday Movie Palace, he pelts for the stairs to the basement. He drops his shoes on the way. He wants his hands free. He also wants Red Lips to know exactly where he went. Maybe it will slow him down. Tina's eyes widen when she sees him. "Pete, get me out of here!" He goes to her and looks at the tangle of knots, white cord, orange cord, that binds her hands behind her and also to the furnace. The knots are tight, and he feels a wave of despair as he looks at them. He loosens one of the orange knots, allowing her hands to drop a little and taking some of the pressure off her shoulders. As he starts work on the second, his cell phone vibrates. The wolf has found nothing upstairs and is calling back. Instead of answering, Pete hurries to the box below the window. His printing is on the side. Kitchen supplies. He can see footprints on top and knows to whom they belong. "What are you doing?" Tina says. "Untie me!" But getting her free is only part of the problem. Getting her out is the rest of it, and Pete doesn't think there's enough time to do both before Red Lips comes back. He has seen his sister's ankle, now so swollen it hardly looks like an ankle at all. Red Lips is no longer bothering with Tina's phone. He yells from upstairs, screams from upstairs. "Where are you, you fucking son of a whore?" Two little piggies in the basement and the big bad wolf upstairs, Pete thinks, and us without a house made of straw, let alone one made of bricks. He carries the carton Red Lips used as a step to the middle of the room and pulls the folded flaps apart as footfalls race across the kitchen floor above them, pounding hard enough to make the old strips of insulation hanging between the beams sway a little. Tina's face is a mask of horror. Pete upends the carton, pouring out a flood of moleskin notebooks. "Pete, what are you doing? He's coming!" Don't I know it, Pete thinks, and opens the second carton. As he adds the rest of the notebooks to the pile on the basement floor, the footfalls above stop. He's seen the shoes. Red Lips opens the door to the basement, being cautious now, trying to think it through. "Peter, are you visiting with your sister?" "Yes," Peter calls back. "I'm visiting her with a gun in my hand." "You know what?" the wolf says. "I don't believe that." Pete unscrews the cap on the can of lighter fluid and upends it over the notebooks, dousing the jackstraw heap of stories, poems, and angry half-drunk rants that often end in mid-thought. Also the two novels that complete the story of a fucked-up American named Jimmy Gold stumbling through the 60s and looking for some kind of redemption. Looking for, in his own words, some kind of shit that means shit. Pete fumbles for the lighter, and at first it slips through his fingers. God, he can see the man's shadow up there now. Also the shadow of the gun. Tina is saucer-eyed with terror, hog-tied with her nose and lips slathered in blood. The bastard beat her, Pete thinks. Why did he do that? She's only a little kid. But he knows. The sister was a semi-acceptable substitute for the one Red Lips really wants to beat. "You better believe it," Pete says. "It's a .45, lots bigger than yours. It was in my father's desk. You better just go away. That would be the smart thing. Please, God, please." But Pete's voice wavers on the last words, rising to the uncertain treble of the 13-year-old boy who found these notebooks in the first place. Red Lips hears it, laughs, and starts down the stairs. Pete grabs the lighter again, tight this time, and thumbs up the top as Red Lips comes fully into view. Pete flicks the spark wheel, realizing that he never checked to see if the lighter had fuel, an oversight that could end his life and that of his sister in the next 10 seconds. But the spark produces a robust yellow flame. Peter holds the lighter a foot above the pile of notebooks. "You're right," he says. "No gun, but I did find this in the desk." 53. Hodges and Jerome run across the baseball field. Jerome is pulling ahead, but Hodges isn't too far behind. Jerome stops at the edge of the sorry little basketball court and points to a green Subaru parked near the loading dock. Hodges reads the vanity license plate, "Books for you," and nods.
They have just started moving again when they hear a furious yell from inside.
"Where are you, you fucking son of a whore?"
That's gotta be Bellamy. The fucking son of a whore is undoubtedly Peter Saubers. The boy let himself in with his father's key, which means the front door is open. Hodges points to himself, then to the wreck. Jerome nods, but says in a low voice, "You have no gun." True enough, but my thoughts are pure and my strength is that of tin.
Huh?
Stay here, Jerome, I mean it.
You sure?
Yes, you don't happen to have a knife, do you? Even a pocket knife?
No, sorry.
All right, then look around. Find a bottle. There must be some. Kids probably come back here to drink beer after dark. Break it and then slash you some tires. If this goes sideways, he's not using Halliday's car to get away. Jerome's face says he doesn't much care for the possible implications of this order. He grips Hodges' arm.
No kamikaze runs, Bill, you hear me? Because you have nothing to make up for.
I know. The truth is he knows nothing of the kind. 4 years ago, a woman he loved died in an explosion that was meant for him. There's not a day that goes by when he doesn't think of Janie. Not a night when he doesn't lie in bed thinking, if only I had been a little quicker, a little smarter. He hasn't been quick enough or smart enough this time either, and telling himself that the situation developed too quickly isn't going to get those kids out of the potentially lethal jam they're in. All he knows for sure is that neither Tina nor her brother can die on his watch today. He'll do whatever he needs to in order to prevent that from happening. He pats the side of Jerome's face. "Trust me, kiddo, I'll do my part. You just take care of those tires. You might yank some plug wires while you're at it." Hodges starts away, looking back just once when he reaches the corner of the building. Jerome is watching him unhappily, but this time he's staying put, which is good. The only thing worse than Bellamy killing Peter and Tina would be if he killed Jerome. He goes around the corner and runs to the front of the building. This door, like the one at 23 Sycamore Street, is standing open.
54. Redlips is staring at the heap of moleskin notebooks as if hypnotized. At last he raises his eyes to Pete. He also raises the gun. "Go ahead," Pete says. "Do it and see what happens to the notebooks when I drop the lighter. I only got a chance to really douse the ones on top, but by now it'll be trickling down. And they're old, they'll go up fast. Then maybe the rest of the shit down here." "So it's a Mexican standoff," Redlip says. "The only problem with that, Peter, I'm speaking from your perspective now, is that my gun will last longer than your lighter. What are you going to do when it burns out?" He's trying to sound calm and in charge, but his eyes keep ping-ponging between the Zippo and the notebooks. The covers of the ones on top gleam wetly, like sealskin. "I'll know when that's going to happen," Pete says. "The second the flame starts to go lower and turns blue instead of yellow, I'll drop it. Then, poof!"
"You won't." The wolf's upper lip rises, exposing those yellow teeth, those fangs.
"Why not? They're just words. Compared to my sister, they don't mean shit."
"Really?" Redlips turns the gun on Tina. "Then douse the lighter or I'll kill her right in front of you."
Painful hands squeeze Pete's heart at the sight of the gun pointing at his sister's midsection, but he doesn't close the Zippo's cap. He bends over very slowly, lowering it toward the pile of notebooks. "There are 2 more Jimmy Gold novels in here. Did you know that?"
"You're lying." Redlips is still pointing the gun at Tina, but his eyes have been drawn helplessly, it seems, back toward the moleskins again. "There's 1. It's about him going west."
2, Pete says again. "The runner goes west is good, but the runner raises the flag is the best thing he ever wrote. It's long, too, an epic. What a shame if you never get to read it." A flush is climbing up the man's pale cheeks.
"How dare you? How dare you bait me?
I gave my life for those books. I killed for those books." "I know," Pete says. "And since you're such a fan, here's a little treat for you. In the last book, Jimmy meets Andrea Stone again. How about that?" The wolf's eyes widen.
"Andrea? He does? How? What happens?"
Under such circumstances, the question is beyond bizarre, but it's also sincere, honest. Pete realizes that the fictional Andrea, Jimmy's first love, is real to this man in a way Pete's sister is not. No human being is as real to Red Lips as Jimmy Gold, Andrea Stone, Mr. Meeker, Pierre Raton, also known as the car salesman of doom, and all the rest. This is surely a marker of true, deep insanity. But that must make Pete crazy, too, because he knows how this lunatic feels. Exactly how. He lit up with the same excitement, the same amazement, when Jimmy glimpsed Andrea in Grant Park during the Chicago riots of 1968. Tears actually came to his eyes. Such tears, Pete realizes, yes, even now, especially now, because their lives hang upon it, mark the core power of make-believe. It's what caused thousands to weep when they learned that Charles Dickens had died of a stroke. It's why for years a stranger put a rose on Edgar Allan Poe's grave every January 19th, Poe's birthday. It's also what would make Pete hate this man, even if he wasn't pointing a gun at his sister's trembling, vulnerable midsection. Red Lips took the life of a great writer. And why? Because Rothstein dared to follow a character who went in a direction Red Lips didn't like? Yes, that was it. He did it out of his own core belief that the writing was somehow more important than the writer. Slowly and deliberately, Pete shakes his head. It's all in the notebooks. The runner raises the flag, fills 16 of them. You could read it there, but you'll never hear any of it from me. Pete actually smiles. No spoilers. The notebooks are mine, you bastard. Mine! They're going to be ashes if you don't let my sister go. Petey, I can't even walk! Tina wails. Pete can't afford to look at her only at Red Lips, only at the wolf. What's your name? I think I deserve to know your name. Red Lips shrugs as if it no longer matters. Morris Bellamy. Throw the gun away, Mr. Bellamy. Kick it along the floor and under the furnace. Once you do that, I'll close the lighter. I'll untie my sister and we'll go. I'll give you plenty of time to get away with the notebooks. All I want to do is take Tina home and get help for my mom. I'm supposed to trust you? Red Lips sneers it. Pete lowers the lighter farther. Trust me or watch the notebooks burn. Make up your mind fast. I don't know the last time my dad filled this thing. Something catches the corner of Pete's eye. Something moving on the stairs. He doesn't dare look. If he does, Red Lips will too. And I've almost got him, Pete thinks. This seems to be so. Red Lips starts to lower the gun. For a moment, he looks every year of his age and more. Then he raises the gun and points it at Tina again. I won't kill her. He speaks in the decisive tone of a general who has just made a crucial battlefield decision. Not at first. I'll just shoot her in the leg. You can listen to her scream. If you light the notebooks on fire after that, I'll shoot her in the other leg. Then in the stomach. She'll die, but she'll have plenty of time to hate you first if she doesn't already... There's a flat double clap from Morris's left. It's Pete's shoes landing at the foot of the stairs. Morris, on a hair trigger, wheels in that direction and fires. The gun is small, but in the enclosed space of the basement, the report is loud. Pete gives an involuntary jerk, and the lighter falls from his hand. There is an explosive whoomp, and the notebooks on top of the pile suddenly grow a corona of fire. No! Morris screams, wheeling away from Hodges even as Hodges comes pelting down the stairs so fast he can barely keep his balance. Morris has a clear shot at Pete. He raises the gun to take it, but before he can fire, Tina swings forward on her bonds and kicks him in the back of the leg with her good foot. The bullet goes between Pete's neck and shoulder. The notebooks, meanwhile, are burning briskly. Hodges closes with Morris before he can fire again, grabbing at Morris's gun hand. Hodges is the heavier of the two and in better shape, but Morris Bellamy possesses the strength of insanity. They waltz drunkenly across the basement, Hodges holding Morris's right wrist so the little automatic points at the ceiling, Morris using his left hand to rip at Hodges' face, trying to claw out his eyes. Pete races around the notebooks. They are blazing now, the lighter fluid that has trickled deep into the pile igniting, and grapples with Morris from behind. Morris turns his head, bares his teeth, and snaps at him. His eyes are rolling in their sockets.
"His hand! Get his hand!" Hodges shouts.
They have stumbled under the stairs. Hodges' face is striped with blood, several pieces of his cheek hanging in strips.
"Get it before he skins me alive!"
Pete grabs Bellamy's left hand. Behind them, Tina is screaming. Hodges pounds a fist into Bellamy's face twice, hard, pistoning blows. That seems to finish him. His face goes slack, and his knees buckle. Tina is still screaming, and the basement is growing brighter.
"The roof, Petey! The roof is catching!"
Morris is on his knees, his head hanging, blood gushing from his chin, lips, and broken nose. Hodges grabs his right wrist and twists. There's a crack as Morris's wrist breaks, and the little automatic clatters to the floor. Hodges has a moment to think it's over before the bastard rams his free hand forward and upward, punching Hodges squarely in the balls and filling his belly with liquid pain. Morris scuttles between his spread legs. Hodges gasps, hands pressed to his throbbing crotch.
"Petey! Petey! The ceiling!"
Pete thinks Bellamy is going after the gun, but the man ignores it entirely. His goal is the notebooks. They are now a bonfire, the covers curling back, the pages browning and sending up sparks that have ignited several strips of hanging insulation. The fire begins spreading above them, dropping burning streamers. One of these lands on Tina's head, and there's a stench of frying hair to go with the smell of the burning paper and insulation. She shakes it away with a cry of pain. Pete runs to her, punting the little automatic deep into the basement as he goes. He beats at her smoldering hair and then begins struggling with the knots.
"No!"
Morris screams, but not at Pete. He goes to his knees in front of the notebooks like a religious zealot in front of a blazing altar. He reaches into the flames, trying to push the pile apart. This sends fresh clouds of sparks spiraling upward.
No, 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 no.
Hodges wants to run to Peter and his sister, but the best he can manage is a drunken shamble. The pain in his groin is spreading down his legs, loosening the muscles he has worked so hard to build up. Nevertheless, he gets to work on one of the nuts in the orange electrical cord. He again wishes for a knife, but it would take a cleaver to cut this stuff. The shit is thick. More blazing strips of insulation fall around them. Hodges bats them away from the girl, terrified that her gauzy blouse will catch fire. The knot is letting go, finally letting go, but the girl is struggling. "Stop, teens," Pete says. Sweat is pouring down his face. The basement is getting hot. "They're slip knots. You're pulling them tight again. You have to stop." Morris's screams are changing into howls of pain. Hodges has no time to look at him. The loop he's pulling on abruptly loosens. He pulls Tina away from the furnace, her hands still tied behind her. There's going to be no exit by way of the stairs. The lower ones are burning and the upper ones are catching. The tables, the chairs, the boxes of stored paperwork, all on fire. Morris Bellamy is also on fire. Both his sport coat and the shirt beneath are blazing. Yet he continues to root his way into the bonfire, trying to get at any unburned notebook still left at the bottom. His fingers are turning black. Although the pain must be excruciating, he keeps going. Hodges has time to think of the fairy tale where the wolf came down the chimney and landed in a pot of boiling water. His daughter, Allison, didn't want to hear that one. She said it was too scary. Bill! Bill, over here! Hodges sees Jerome at one of the basement windows. Hodges remembers saying, "Neither one of you mind's worth a tinker's damn," and now he's delighted that they don't. Jerome is on his belly, sticking his arms through and down. "Lift her! Lift her up! Quick, before you all cook!" It's mostly Pete who carries Tina across to the basement window through the falling sparks and burning scarves of insulation. One lands on the kid's back, and Hodges swipes it away. Pete lifts her. Jerome grabs her under the arms and hauls her out, the plug of the computer cord Morris used to tie her hands trailing and bumping behind. "Now you," Hodges gasps. Pete shakes his head. "You first." He looks up at Jerome. "You pull, I'll push." "Okay," Jerome says. "Lift your arms, Bill." There's no time to argue. Hodges lifts his arms and feels them grabbed.
He has time to think, feels like wearing handcuffs, and then he's being hoisted. It's slow at first. He's a lot heavier than the girl. But then 2 hands plant themselves firmly on his ass and shove. He rises into clear, clean air, hot but cooler than the basement, and lands next to Tina Saubers. Jerome reaches through again. "Come on, kid, move it!" Pete lifts his arms, and Jerome seizes his wrists. The basement is filling with smoke, and Pete begins coughing, almost retching, as he uses his feet to pedal his way up the wall. He slides through the window, turns over, and peers back into the basement. A charred scarecrow kneels in there, digging into the burning notebooks with arms made of fire. Morris's face is melting. He shrieks and begins hugging the blazing, dissolving remnants of Rothstein's work to his burning chest. "Don't look at that, kid," Hodges says, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't." But Pete wants to look, needs to look. He thinks, that could have been me on fire. He thinks, no, because I know the difference. I know what matters. He thinks, please God, if you're there, let that be true. 55. Pete lets Jerome carry Tina as far as the baseball field and says, "Give her to me, please." Jerome surveys him. Pete's pale, shocked face, the one blistered ear, the holes charred in his shirt. "You sure?" "Yeah." Tina is already holding out her arms. She has been quiet since being hauled from the burning basement, but when Pete takes her, she puts her arms around his neck, her face against his shoulder, and begins to cry loudly. Holly comes running down the path. "Thank God," she says. "There you are. Where's Bellamy?" "Back there in the basement," Hodges says. "And if he isn't dead yet, he wishes he was. Have you got your cell phone? Call the fire department." "Is our mother okay?" Pete asks. "I think she's going to be fine," Holly says, pulling her phone off her belt. "The ambulance is taking her to Kiner Memorial. She was alert and talking. The paramedic said her vital signs are good." "Thank God," Pete says. Now he also starts to cry, the tears cutting clean tracks through the smears of soot on his cheeks. "If she died, I'd kill myself, because this is all my fault." "No," Hodges says. Pete looks at him. Tina is looking too, her arms still linked around her brother's neck. "You found the notebooks and the money, didn't you?" "Yes, by accident. They were buried in a trunk by the stream." "Anyone would have done what you did," Jerome says. "Isn't that right, Bill?" "Yes," Bill says. "For your family, you do all that you can. The way you went after Bellamy when he took Tina." "I wish I'd never found that trunk," Pete says. What he doesn't say, will never say, is how much it hurts to know that the notebooks are gone. Knowing that burns like fire. He does understand how Morris felt, and that burns like fire, too. I wish it had stayed buried. "Wish in one hand," Hodges says, "spit in the other. Let's go. I need to use an ice pack before the swelling gets too bad." "Swelling where?" Holly asks. "You look okay to me." Hodges puts an arm around her shoulders. Sometimes Holly stiffens when he does this, but not today, so he kisses her cheek, too. It raises a doubtful smile. "Did he get you where it hurts, boys?" "Yes, now hush." They walk slowly, partly for Hodges' benefit, partly for Pete's. His sister is getting heavy, but he doesn't want to put her down. He wants to carry her all the way home. After. Picnic. On the Friday that kicks off the Labor Day weekend, a Jeep Wrangler, getting on in years but loved by its owner, pulls into the parking lot above the McGinnis Park Little League fields and stops next to a blue Mercedes that is also getting on in years. Jerome Robinson makes his way down the grassy slope toward a picnic table where food has already been set out. A paper bag swings from one of his hands. "Yo, Hollyberry!" She turns. "How many times have I told you not to call me that? 100? 1,000? But she's smiling as she says it. and when he hugs her, she hugs back. Jerome doesn't press his luck. He gives one good squeeze, then asks, "What's for lunch?"
There's chicken salad, tuna salad, and coleslaw. I also brought a roast beef sandwich. That's for you if you want it. I'm off red meat. It upsets my circadian rhythms.
I'll make sure you're not tempted then. They sit down. Holly pours Snapple into Dixie cups. They toast the end of summer and then munch away, gabbing about movies and TV shows, temporarily avoiding the reason they're here. This is goodbye, at least for a while. Too bad Bill couldn't come, Jerome says as Holly hands him a piece of chocolate cream pie. Remember when we all got together here for a picnic after his hearing? To celebrate that judge deciding not to put him in jail?
I remember perfectly well, Holly says. You wanted to ride the bus.
Because the bus be for free, Tyrone Feelgood exclaims. I takes all the for free I can get, Miss Holly.
You've worn that out, Jerome.
He sighs. I sort of have, I guess.
Bill got a call from Peter Saubers, Holly said. That's why he didn't come. He said I was to give you his best, and that he'd see you before you went back to Cambridge. Wipe your nose. There's a dab of chocolate on it.
Jerome resists the urge to say, "Chocolate be my favorite color." Is Pete all right?
Yes. He had some good news that he wanted to share with Bill in person. I can't finish my pie. Do you want the rest? Unless you don't want to eat after me. I'm okay with that, but I don't have a cold or anything.
I'd even use your toothbrush, Jerome says, but I'm full.
Oh, Holly says. I'd never use another person's toothbrush.
She collects their paper cups and plates and takes them to a nearby litter barrel. What time are you leaving tomorrow? Jerome asks.
The sun rises at 6:55 a.m. I expect to be on the road by 7:30 at the latest.
Holly is driving to Cincinnati to see her mother. By herself. Jerome can hardly believe it. He's glad for her, but he's also afraid for her. What if something goes wrong and she freaks out?
Stop worrying, she says, coming back and sitting down. I'll be fine. All turnpikes, no night driving, and the forecast is for clear weather. Also, I have my 3 favorite movie soundtracks on CD. Road to Perdition, The Shawshank Redemption, and Godfather 2. Which is the best, in my opinion, although Thomas Newman is, on the whole, much better than Nino Rota. Thomas Newman's music is mysterious.
John Williams, Schindler's List, Jerome says. Nothing tops it.
Jerome, I don't want to say you're full of shit, but actually you are.
He laughs, delighted.
I have my cell phone and iPad both fully charged. The Mercedes just had its full maintenance check, and really, it's only 400 miles.
Cool. But call me if you need to. Me or Bill.
Of course. When are you leaving for Cambridge?
Next week.
Done on the docks?
All done, and glad of it. Physical labor may be good for the body, but I don't feel that it ennobles the soul. Holly still has trouble meeting the eyes of even her close friends, but she makes an effort and meets Jerome's.
Pete's all right, Tina's all right, and their mother is back on her feet. That's all good, but is Bill all right? Tell me the truth.
I don't know what you mean. Now it's Jerome who finds it difficult to maintain eye contact.
He's too thin, for one thing. He's taken the exercise and salads regimen too far. But that's not what I'm really worried about.
What is? But Jerome knows, and isn't surprised she knows, although Bill thinks he's kept it from her. Holly has her ways. She lowers her voice as if afraid of being overheard, although there's no one within 100 yards in any direction.
How often does he visit him?
Jerome doesn't have to ask who she's talking about. I don't really know.
More than once a month?
I think so, yes.
Once a week?
Probably not that often, although who can say?
Why? He's...
Holly's lips are trembling.
Brady Hartsfield is next door to a vegetable.
You can't blame yourself for that, Holly. You absolutely can't. You hit him because he was going to blow up a couple of thousand kids. He tries to touch her hand, but she snatches it away.
I don't. I do it again. Again. But I hate to think of Bill obsessing about him. I know from obsession, and it's not nice. She crosses her arms over her bosom, an old self-comforting gesture that she has largely given up.
I don't think it's obsession exactly. Jerome speaks cautiously, feeling his way. I don't think it's about the past.
What else can it be? Because that monster has no future.
Bill's not so sure, Jerome thinks, but would never say. Holly is better, but she's still fragile, and as she herself said, she knows from obsession. Besides, he has no idea what Bill's continuing interest in Brady means. All he has is a feeling, a hunch. Let it rest, he says. This time when he puts his hand over hers, she allows it to stay, and they talk of other things for a while. Then he looks at his watch. I have to go. I promised to pick up Barbara and Tina at the roller rink.
Tina's in love with you,
Holly says matter-of-factly as they walk up the slope to their cars. If she is, it'll pass, he says. I'm heading east, and pretty soon some cute boy will appear in her life. She'll write his name on her book covers.
I suppose, Holly says. That's usually how it works, isn't it? I just don't want you to make fun of her. She'd think you were being mean and feel sad.
I won't, Jerome says. They have reached the cars, and once more Holly forces herself to look him full in the face.
I'm not in love with you, not the way she is, but I love you quite a lot, just the same. So take care of yourself, Jerome. Some college boys do foolish things. Don't be one of them.
This time it's she who embraces him. Oh, hey, I almost forgot, Jerome says. I brought you a little present. It's a shirt, although I don't think you'll want to wear it when you visit your mom. He hands her his bag. She takes out the bright red tee and unfolds it. Printed on the front in black, it shouts, "Shit don't mean shit." Jimmy Gold. They sell them at the City College bookstore. I got it in an XL in case you want to wear it as a nightshirt. He studies her face as she considers the words on the front of the tee. Of course, you can also return it for something else if you don't like it.
I like it very much, she says,
and breaks into a smile. It's the one Hodges loves, the one that makes her beautiful.
And I will wear it when I visit my mother, just to piss her off.
Jerome looks so surprised that she laughs.
Don't you ever want to piss your mother off?
From time to time. And Holly, I love you too. You know that, right?
I do, she says, holding the shirt to her chest. And I'm glad. That shit means a lot.
Trunk. Hodges walks the path through the undeveloped land from the Birch Street end and finds Pete sitting on the bank of the stream with his knees hugged to his chest. Nearby, a scrubby tree juts over the water, which is down to a trickle after a long, hot summer. Below the tree, the hole where the trunk was buried has been re-excavated. The trunk itself is sitting aslant on the bank nearby. It looks old and tired and rather ominous, a time traveler from a year when disco was still in bloom. A photographer's tripod stands nearby. There are also a couple of bags that look like the kind pros carry when they travel. The famous trunk, Hodges says, sitting down next to Pete. Pete nods. Yeah, the famous trunk. The picture guy and his assistant have gone to lunch, but I think they'll be back pretty soon. Didn't seem crazy about any of the local restaurant choices. They're from New York. He shrugs as if that explains everything. At first the guy wanted me sitting on it with my chin on my fist, like that famous statue. I talked him out of it, but it wasn't easy. This is for the local paper? Pete shakes his head, starting to smile. That's my good news, Mr. Hodges. It's for the New Yorker. They want an article about what happened. Not a little one either. They want it for what they call the well, which means the middle of the magazine. A really big piece, maybe the biggest they've ever done. That's great. It will be if I don't fuck it up. Hodges studies him for a moment. Wait, you're going to write it? Yeah. At first they wanted to send out one of their writers, George Packer. He's a really good one to interview me and write the story. It's a big deal because John Rothstein was one of their fiction stars in the old days, right up there with John Updike, Shirley Jackson. You know the ones I mean. Hodges doesn't, but he nods.
Rothstein was sort of the go-to guy for teenage angst and then middle-class angst, sort of like John Cheever. I'm reading Cheever now. Do you know his story, The Swimmer?
Hodges shakes his head.
You should. It's awesome. Anyhow, they want the story of the notebooks. The whole thing from beginning to end. This was after they had 3 or 4 handwriting analysts check out the photocopies I made and the fragments.
Hodges does know about the fragments. There were enough charred scraps in the burned-out basement to validate Pete's claim that the lost notebooks really had been Rothstein's work. Police backtrailing Morris Bellamy had further buttressed Pete's story, which Hodges never doubted in the first place. You said no to Packer, I take it.
I said no to anyone. If the story's going to get written, I have to be the one to do it. Not just because I was there, but because reading John Rothstein changed my... He stops and shakes his head. No. I was going to say his work changed my life, but that's not right. I don't think a teenager has much of a life to change. I just turned 18 last month. I guess what I mean is his work changed my heart.
Hodges smiles. I get that.
The editor in charge of the story said I was too young. Better than saying I had no talent, right? So I sent him writing samples. That helped. Also, I stood up to him. It wasn't all that hard. Negotiating with a magazine guy from New York didn't seem like such a big deal after facing Bellamy. That was a negotiation. Pete shrugs. They'll edit it the way they want, of course. I've read enough to know the process, and I'm okay with that. But if they want to publish it, it'll be my name over my story.
Tough stance, Pete.
He stares at the trunk, for a moment looking much older than 18. It's a tough world. I found that out after my dad got run down at City Center.
No reply seems adequate, so Hodges keeps silent.
You know what they want most at the New Yorker, right?
Hodges didn't spend almost 30 years as a detective for nothing. A summary of the last 2 books would be my guess. Jimmy Gold and his sister and all his friends. Who did what to who, and how, and when, and how it all came out in the wash.
Yeah, and I'm the only one who knows those things. Which brings me to the apology part.
He looks at Hodges solemnly. Pete, no apologies necessary. There are no legal charges against you, and I'm not bearing even a teensy grudge about anything. Holly and Jerome aren't either. We're just glad your mom and sis are okay.
They almost weren't. If I hadn't stonewalled you that day in the car, then ducked out through the drugstore, I bet Bellamy never would have come to the house. Tina still has nightmares.
Does she blame you for them?
Actually, no.
Well, there you are, Hodges says. You were under the gun, literally as well as figuratively. Halliday scared the hell out of you, and you had no way of knowing he was dead when you went to his shop that day. As for Bellamy, you didn't even know he was still alive, let alone out of prison.
That's all true, but Halliday threatening me wasn't the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. I still thought I had a chance to keep the notebooks, see? That's why I wouldn't talk to you, and why I ran away. I wanted to keep them. It wasn't the top thing on my mind, but it was there underneath, all right. Those notebooks. Well, and I have to say this in the piece I write for the New Yorker, they cast a spell over me. I need to apologize because I really wasn't so different from Morris Bellamy.
Hodges takes Pete by the shoulders and looks directly into his eyes. If that were true, you never would have gone to the wreck prepared to burn them.
I dropped the lighter by accident, Pete says quietly. The gunshot startled me. I think I would have done it anyway if he'd shot Tina, but I'll never know for sure.
I know, Hodges says, and I'm sure enough for both of us.
Yeah?
Yeah. So how much are they paying you for this?
$15,000.
Hodges whistles.
It's on acceptance, but they'll accept it all right. Mr. Ricker is helping me, and it's turning out pretty well. I've already got the first half done in rough draft. I'm not much of fiction, but I'm okay at stuff like this. I could make a career of it someday, maybe.
What are you going to do with the money? Put it in a college fund?
He shakes his head. I'll get to college one way or another. I'm not worried about that. The money is for Chapel Ridge. Tina's going this year. You can't believe how excited she is.
That's good, Hodges says. That's really good. They sit in silence for a little while, looking at the trunk. There are footfalls on the path and men's voices. The two guys who appear are wearing almost identical plaid shirts and jeans that still show the store creases. Hodges has an idea they think this is how everybody dresses in flyover country. One has a camera around his neck. The other is toting a second light.
How was your lunch?
Pete calls as they teeter across the creek on the stepping stones.
Fine, the one with the camera says. Denny's, moon's over my hammy. The hash browns alone were a culinary dream. Come on over, Pete. We'll start with a few of you kneeling by the trunk. I also want to get a few of you looking inside.
It's empty, Pete objects. The photographer taps himself between the eyes. People will imagine. They'll think, what must it have been like when he opened that trunk for the first time and saw all those literary treasures, you know? Pete stands up, brushing the seat of jeans that are much more faded and more natural-looking.
Want to stick around for the shoot, Mr. Hodges? Not every 18-year-old gets a full-page portrait in the New Yorker next to an article he wrote himself.
I'd love to, Pete, but I have an errand to run.
All right. Thanks for coming out and listening to me.
Will you put one other thing in your story?
What?
That this didn't start with you finding the trunk. Hodges looks at it, black and scuffed, a relic with scratched fittings and a moldy top. It started with the man who put it there. And when you feel like blaming yourself for how it went down, you might want to remember that thing Jimmy Gold keeps saying. Shit don't mean shit. Pete laughs and holds out his hand.
You're a good guy, Mr. Hodges.
Hodges shakes. Make it Bill. Now go smile for the camera. He pauses on the other side of the creek and looks back. At the photographer's direction, Pete is kneeling with one hand resting on the trunk's scuffed top. It is the classic pose of ownership, reminding Hodges of a photo he once saw of Ernest Hemingway kneeling next to a lion he bagged. But Pete's face holds none of Hemingway's complacent, smiling, stupid confidence. Pete's face says, I never owned this. Hold that thought, kiddo, Hodges thinks as he starts back to his car. Hold that thought. Clack. He told Pete he had an errand to run. That wasn't precisely true. He could have said he had a case to work, but that isn't precisely true either, although it would have been closer. Shortly before leaving for his meeting with Pete, he received a call from Becky Helmington at the Traumatic Brain Injury Clinic. He pays her a small amount each month to keep him updated on Brady Hartsfield, the patient Hodges calls my boy. She also updates him on any strange occurrences on the ward and feeds him the latest rumors. Hodges' rational mind insists there's nothing to these rumors, and certain strange occurrences have rational explanations, but there's more to his mind than the rational part on top. Deep below that rational part is an underground ocean. There's one inside every head, he believes, where strange creatures swim. How's your son? He asks Becky. Hasn't fallen out of any trees lately, I hope.
No, Robbie's fine and dandy. Read today's paper yet, Mr. Hodges?
Haven't even taken it out of the bag yet. In this new era, where everything is at one's fingertips on the internet, some days he never takes it out of the bag at all. It just sits there beside his lazy boy like an abandoned child.
Check the Metro section, page 2. Call me back.
5 minutes later, he did. Jesus, Becky.
Exactly what I thought. She was a nice girl.
Will you be on the floor today?
No, I'm upstate at my sister's. We're spending the weekend.
Becky paused.
Actually, I've been thinking about transferring to ICU in the main hospital when I get back. There's an opening, and I'm tired of Dr. Babineau. It's true what they say. Sometimes the neuros are crazier than the patients.
She paused, then added,
I'd say I'm tired of Hartsfield, too, but that wouldn't be exactly right. The truth is, I'm a little scared of him, the way I used to be scared of the local haunted house when I was a girl.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. I knew there were no ghosts in there, but on the other hand, what if there were?
Hodges arrives at the hospital shortly after 2 p.m., and on this pre-holiday afternoon, the brain injury clinic is as close to deserted as it ever gets, in the daytime at least. The nurse on duty, Norma Wilmer, according to her badge, gives him a visitor's pass. As he clips it to his shirt, Hodges says, just passing the time, "I understand you had a tragedy on the ward yesterday."
"I can't talk about that," Nurse Wilmer says.
"Were you on duty?"
"No."
She goes back to her paperwork and her monitors. "That's okay. He may learn more from Becky once she gets back and has time to tap her sources. If she goes through with her plan to transfer, in Hodges' mind that's the best sign yet that something real may be going on here, he will find someone else to help him out a little. Some of the nurses are dedicated smokers. In spite of all they know about the habit, these are always happy to earn butt money." Hodges ambles down to room 217, aware that his heart is beating harder and faster than normal. Another sign that he has begun to take this seriously. The news story in the morning paper shook him up more than a little. He meets Library Al on the way, pushing his little trolley, and gives his usual greeting. "Hi, Guy, how you doing?" Al doesn't reply at first. Doesn't even seem to see him. The bruised-looking circles under his eyes are more prominent than ever, and his hair, usually neatly combed, is in disarray. Also, his damn badge is on upside down. Hodges wonders again if Al is starting to lose the plot. "Everything all right, Al?"
"Sure," Al says emptily. "Never so good as what you don't see, right?"
Hodges has no idea how to reply to this non-sequitur, and Al has continued on his way before he can think of one. Hodges looks after him, puzzled, then moves on. Brady is sitting in his usual place by the window, wearing his usual outfit, jeans and a checked shirt. Someone has given him a haircut. It's a bad one, a real butch job. Hodges doubts if his boy cares. It's not like he's going out boot-scooting any time soon. "Hello, Brady. Long time no see," as the ship's chaplain said to the Mother Superior. Brady just looks out the window, and the same old questions join hands and play ring-a-rosy in Hodges' head. Is Brady seeing anything out there? Does he know he has company? If so, does he know it's Hodges? Is he thinking at all? Sometimes he thinks, enough to speak a few simple sentences anyway, and in the physio center he's able to shamble along the 70 feet or so the patients call Torture Avenue, but what does that really mean? Fish swim in an aquarium, but that doesn't mean they think. Hodges thinks, never so good as what you don't see. Whatever that means. He picks up the silver-framed photo of Brady and his mother with their arms around each other, smiling to beat the band. If the bastard ever loved anyone, it was dear old Mommy. Hodges looks to see if there's any reaction to his visitor having Deborah Ann's picture in his hands. There doesn't seem to be. "She looks hot, Brady. Was she hot? Was she a real hoochie mama?" No response. "I only ask because when we broke into your computer, we found some cheesecake pics of her. You know, negligées, nylons, bras and panties, that kind of thing. She looked hot to me, dressed like that. To the other cops, too, when I passed them around." Although he tells this lie with his usual panache, there's still no reaction. Nada. "Did you fuck her, Brady? I bet you wanted to." Was that the barest twitch of an eyebrow? The slightest downward jerk of a lip? Maybe. But Hodges knows it could just be his imagination because he wants Brady to hear him. Nobody in America deserves to have more salt rubbed in more wounds than this murderous motherfucker. "Maybe you killed her and then fucked her. No need to be polite then, right?" Nothing. Hodges sits in the visitor's chair and puts the picture back on the table next to one of the Zappit e-readers Al hands out to patients who want them. He folds his hands and looks at Brady, who should never have awakened from his coma but did. Well, sort of. "Are you faking, Brady?" He always asks this question, and there has never been any reply. There's none today either. A nurse killed herself on the floor last night in one of the bathrooms. Did you know that? Her name has been withheld for the time being, but the paper says she died of excessive bleeding. I'm guessing that means she cut her wrists, but I'm not sure. If you knew, I bet it made you happy. You always enjoyed a good suicide, didn't you? He waits. Nothing. Hodges leans forward, staring into Brady's blank face and speaking earnestly. The thing is, what I don't understand is how she did that. The mirrors in these bathrooms aren't glass, they're polished metal. I suppose she could have used the mirror in her compact or something, but that seems like pretty small shit for a job like that. Kind of like bringing a knife to a gunfight. He sits back. Hey, maybe she had a knife. One of those Swiss Army jobs, you know? In her purse. Did you ever have one of those? Nothing. Or is there? He has a sense, very strong, that behind that blank stare, Brady is watching him. Brady, some of the nurses believe you can turn the water on and off in your bathroom from here. They think you do it just to scare them. Is that true? Nothing. But that sense of being watched is strong. Brady did enjoy suicide. That's the thing. You could even say suicide was his signature. Before Holly tuned him up with the happy slapper, Brady tried to get Hodges to kill himself. He didn't succeed, but he did succeed with Olivia Trelawney, the woman whose Mercedes Holly Gibney now owns and plans to drive to Cincinnati. If you can, do it now. Come on, show off a little, stretch your stuff. What do you say? Nothing. Some of the nurses believe that being whopped repeatedly in the head on the night he tried to blow up Mingo Auditorium has somehow rearranged Hartsfield's brains. That being whopped repeatedly gave him powers. Dr. Babineau says that's ridiculous, the hospital equivalent of an urban legend. Hodges is sure he's right, but that sense of being watched is undeniable. So is the feeling that somewhere deep inside, Brady Hartsfield is laughing at him. He picks up the e-reader, this one bright blue. On his last visit to the clinic, Library Al said Brady enjoyed the demos. He stares at it for hours, Al said. Like this thing, do you? Nothing. Not that you can do much with it, right? Zero. Zippo. Zilch. Hodges puts it down beside the picture and stands. Let me see what I can find out about the nurse, okay? What I can't dig up, my assistant can. We have our sources. Are you glad that nurse is dead? Was she mean to you? Did she pinch your nose or twist your tiny, useless pee-pee, maybe because you ran down a friend or a relative of hers at City Center? Nothing. 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 Brady's eyes roll in their sockets. He looks at Hodges, and Hodges feels a moment of stark, unreasoning terror. Those eyes are dead on top, but he sees something beneath that looks not quite human. It makes him think of that movie about the little girl who was possessed by Pazuzu. Then the eyes return to the window, and Hodges tells himself not to be an idiot. Babineau says Brady's come back as far as he's ever going to, and that's not very far. He's your basic blank slate, and nothing is written on it but Hodges' own feelings for this man, the most despicable creature he has encountered in all his years of law enforcement. I want him to be in there so I can hurt him, Hodges thinks. That's all it is. It'll turn out the nurse's husband ran off on her, or she had a drug habit and was going to be fired, or both. All right, Brady, he says. Going to put an egg in my shoe and beat it. Make like a bee and buzz. But I have to say, as one friend to another, that's a really shitty haircut. No response. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. He leaves, closing the door gently behind him. If Brady is in there, slamming it might give him the pleasure of knowing he's gotten under Hodges' skin. Which, of course, he has.
When Hodges is gone, Brady raises his head. Beside the picture of his mother, the blue e-reader abruptly comes to life. Animated fish rush hither and yon, while cheery, bubbly music plays. The screen switches to the Angry Birds demo, then to Barbie Fashion Walk, then to Galactic Warrior. After that, the screen goes dark again. In the bathroom, the water in the sink gushes, then stops. Brady looks at the picture of him and his mother, smiling with their cheeks pressed together. Stares at it. Stares at it. The picture falls over. Clack. July 26th, 2014.
Finders Keepers was written by Stephen King and read by Will Patton. It was recorded by Julian Dreyer at Echo Mountain Recording Studio in Asheville, North Carolina. Editing and post-production by Mike DeCino for Common Mode. Buffalo Gals was arranged and performed by Matt Kartsonis. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Michael Noble. Finders Keepers was produced and directed by Christina Zarafanidis. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Finders Keepers is available in print from Scribner. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Revival by Stephen King, read by David Morse, and Dr. Sleep by Stephen King, read by Will Patton.